Abstract. Life is an endless series of accidents. But after all, and from us, too, something essential depends. Fate brings surprises to everyone, sometimes tasty, sometimes unexpected, more like an attraction with an unpredictable outcome. The heroes of the story fall in love, worry, suffer, but do not give up, despite their youth and lack of worldly experience. Contains foul language. Valery Stolypin. Melody of Rain. Melody of Rain Chapter 1. And the wind flips through the autumn days. But I don't believe in October fairy tales. You are the cloud that melts, leaving me the melody of rain. Sofia Egorova. It all started in the fall, when nature and life, after the relaxing summer heat, suddenly begin to understand that a certain period of existence is ending and something urgently needs to be done, changed, and adapted again. Only it is completely unknown what exactly can be expected in the future, because everything that could be remembered is left in the past, therefore an endless celebration of life is expected. Nature is suddenly changing the established strict style of ubiquitous outfits of familiar shades of the green spectrum to cheerful multicolored silks and chintzes, intentionally becoming younger, trying to prove that time has no power over what gives fruit. Trees and grasses are disguising themselves, flaunting a preference for orange and purple robes, mostly multicolored, adorned with bright designs. Autumn thoughtfully stirs the falling leaves, reluctantly jumping off their homes, circles their flying bodies in a whirlwind of air currents, forcibly rips them off with gusts of wind, considering such a game to be a primordial right. Watching nature in autumn, one can come to the erroneous opinion that it does not age. On the contrary, it is getting younger day by day. Each of the seasons of the year, distinguished by its special, exquisite manners inherent only to them, is dear to Lyanka in its own way. But only autumn awakens dreaminess and romanticism in him so brightly. At times, he even undertakes to write poems about the deceptive nature of love, inconstancy, temptations. At his age, October is always especially dear to him, because this is the month of the birth of the first and last love, as well as the time when she died in agony. Experienced and lost feelings made him very callous. Lyanka would never want to repeat even a part of what he experienced then. To say it was a tragedy is an understatement. For the fragile youthful psyche, parting with a loved one became a drama that caused a complete reassessment of life values. In one moment, the guy lost faith in love, in friendship, that life is beautiful, because his sweet girl, who became the meaning of life, without explaining anything, exchanged Lenka for his best friend, Vitka Ermakov. It was a blow to the stomach, or rather to the solar plexus, when a person loses the ability to breathe, see, and think at the same time. The girl's name was Mila. Her name rolled sweetly on his tongue as he uttered this divine word in various variations. Even now, although a lot of time has passed since the breakup, Lenka has not lost the feeling of falling in love. He knew this girl since kindergarten. But then, however, and later, already at school, Mila was of no interest to him, because she never took part in the games that the children were fond of in the yard. Mila, unlike most guys, was a busy girl. She went to music and art school, to circles of choral singing and dance, taught English. Her time was scheduled by hours and minutes. Among her peers, Mila was considered a black sheep, an upstart and a smartass, although in fact she was pretty, executive and obedient, that's all. In the yard they teased her, Mila is a piggy bank. They shouted, our Mila is a fashionista, no one hangs around with her, she wears perfume, goes with suitors, and also, mother washed the frame, Mila dug a hole. Ha ha ha. None of these name-calling names specifically pointed to her, except for her name, but they shouted in unison, putting their contempt and hostility towards a child unlike them. When a girl went to class with a folder for notes or etudes, the boys tried to push her, splash her with water from a puddle, pull her long blonde braid hanging below the waist, the color of ripe straw. At school, the boys could throw Milton's briefcase on the roof of the entrance, from where it is difficult to get it, hide the textbook, put a bandwagon. Lenka had nothing against Mila herself, but he was a member of the pack and could not go against everyone, so he took part in the persecution. The girl was as calm as possible about their actions, but sometimes she cried in despair. Her dad tore the boys by the ears, tried to talk kindly, treated them with sweets, complained to the principal of the school. In vain. The attacks stopped by themselves in the 8th grade, when the time came for romantic dreams and love disappointments. It was for her that all those who had offended before began to try to look after her. Such a hobby did not pass by Lenka either. One fine day, he opened his eyes a little wider and saw in her a girl who inspires unaccountable sympathy. The young man could not understand why he still saw otherwise. It was still the same girl, but now the word dear stuck to her name by itself. Deep dark gray, sometimes blue-tinged good-natured eyes, a slender figure, smooth movements, an angelic voice, like Nastenka from the movie Morozko. Lyanka still remained the same boy, except that his voice broke and a dark fluff appeared above his upper lip, and Mila could already be called a girl. Her appearance has acquired a seductive roundness. His face gave off a charming languid look. The children's pigtail was replaced by a stylish hairstyle. The ankle-length knees disappeared without a trace, turning the once thin legs into the envy of their peers. The rectangular case was transformed into a smooth curved line with an emphasis on a narrow waist. These transformations were distinguished by modest, but rather stylish clothes, emphasizing the emerging femininity. Unexpectedly for all the boys offending her, Milachka invited them to her birthday party. The boys, in an attempt to outdo each other, harassed their mothers for formal clothes and gifts, but all of them, as one, looked unsightly, too childish against the background of the matured girl. Darling, showing no preference to anyone, ran out to meet them, seeing through the window how indecisive they were, and dragged them into the house, where a large festive table was laid. The boys were invited, as many as the girlfriends. When everyone sat down and calmed down a bit, the guys started fooling around, making awkward jokes, trying to get her attention. At that moment, the parents came out to the guests, congratulated their daughter, gave her a coat and gold earrings. Dad, narrowing his eyes, addressed the male half of the party with no small amount of sarcasm. Young people, before my mother and I leave your party, I would like to hear something from the gentleman. Do you want to say anything to the birthday girl? The boys looked at each other. Their faces flushed with color. Lyanka, come on, answer for everyone. We trust you, shouted Vitka Yermakov. Everyone agrees. The discordant murmur of voices, very uncertain, nevertheless expressed unanimous approval. Lenka got up, turned his eyes away and began to speak, addressing not at all to Milachka, Sergei Stepanovich, we are very ashamed that for so many years we have undeservedly offended the best girl in our town. For example, I love her very much. It's not fair, Vitka shouted, we love Mila too. And we also apologize. Well, okay, a real man's act. Then you will figure it out yourself, and my mother and I will go to the cinema. Only without bullying. Leonid, since everyone trusts you, you are appointed senior. You are responsible for order. That's all. A little later, the guys started talking about the lack of wine or beer for a real holiday. Lyanka spoke out strongly against this idea. We didn't make you senior. You will be in charge at home. He loves, you see. Did he ask us? Milka, what do you say, let's run away? Victor asked. What is dancing without beer? It will be boring. Guys, I can't forbid you, but I don't want to upset my parents. Let's dance like that, shall we? Well, turn on the music. Maybe, for a start, you will play for us, and Mila? Asked Lyanka. Come on, do something fun. Added Vitka. Everyone began to ask the birthday girl to sit down at the piano. Mila played quickly, rhythmically. Everyone listened, but not very attentively, except Lenka. The young man also did not understand anything, but he liked literally everything that the girl did. However, he noted with chagrin that the boys, without saying a word, were friends against him, so he did not express his opinion aloud. The guests began to whisper, pushed, giggled. Mila correctly identified the reaction of the guests, catching the desire to immerse themselves in more understandable entertainment for them. Gracefully playing the last note, she jumped up from behind the instrument, ran to the record player and put on a record with a slow dance tune prepared in advance. Having announced a white dance, Mila walked around everyone with a smooth gait, as if choosing. Invited Lenka. It was not a blank, as everyone thought. The decision was born spontaneously and did not express any preferences. Lenka was confused. Not that he refused, he just felt undisguised hostility in the eyes of his friends, each of whom claimed the right to dance with the birthday girl first. The rivalry took a bad turn, turning friends into ill-wishers. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. Mila resolutely pulled the boy into the circle, took on the role of the leader, and began to spin. The dancer from Lenka was so not at all, but he tried, especially since the girl glued his hand to her waist, which turned out to be terribly pleasant. Under the thin fabric of the dress, the silk fabric of the shirt slid, but even 2 layers of clothing could not block the hand from feeling its living warmth. Lyanka felt how the girl's muscles tense and relax, hand in hand transmitted impulses of movements, a train of exciting smells led to a state of euphoria. The young man's head was spinning. The boy moved, not feeling his feet under him, staring intently, without blinking, into her bewitching eyes, but he only thought about not stepping on a miniature foot inadvertently. Alas, this is exactly what he did over and over again, cursing himself for his clumsiness, and Milachka diligently pretended that nothing was happening. Lyanka did not even notice how the dance ended. By that time his whole body was trembling and breathing every other time. The girl curtsied and said, "Thank you." Immediately after the dance, her musical voice rang melodiously, inviting to the table. No one sat next to Lyanka, thereby expressing contempt for him. Mila, without hesitation, took his side, sitting on the right. It was like a direct call. However, the girl thought quickly and knew how to make decisions, which her father successfully taught her. Then Mila danced with everyone in turn. Lyanka did not get a single round. But that didn't help the situation either. The boys vying with each other sought to take possession of the hostess of the ball, completely ignoring her friends, who, in turn, felt superfluous. Then Mila suggested that everyone take a walk together to the pond or to the forest, while it was light. She walked in front of everyone, with her back to the back, and recited poetry. Her excited face reflected emotions for which the girl was not quite ready yet, but unconsciously aspired. She grew up irresistibly. The boys meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment, quietly ran for wine. They drank imperceptibly, but it was impossible to hide the behavior and the smell of fumes. Only Lyanka did not drink. They didn't even offer him, they simply, without saying a word, announced a boycott, unanimously deciding that he was an upstart. Most likely, it was a nascent jealousy. Melody of Rain Chapter 2. Mid-October was characterized by excellent dry weather. The trees, dressed in crimson and gold, were full of newfangled outfits. A multicolored carpet of fallen leaves was dotted everywhere, complementing the extravagant outfits of the thoroughly thinned, but looking even more attractive crowns. Young people rustled with carved leaves, scooped them up in whole armfuls, and threw them up. One prank pulled others along, spontaneously launching a game of tag. Childhood is not over yet. Someone suggested introducing a kiss into the game as a prize for the one who taunted. Terms accepted. The girls turned their cheeks with pleasure, squealed, pretended to resist. In the heat of excitement and under the influence of wine, the rules suddenly changed. The boys began to pinch their girlfriends, tried to squeeze their breasts, kiss them on the lips. At this stage, the nature of the resistance and the tone of the attacks got out of control. One of the obsessive gentlemen was hit with a knee in the groin, another girl cut her lip with her elbow. Lyanka stepped aside for a long time, not daring to do anything. He was uncomfortable, but Mila was silent, which could only mean agreement with the rules of fun. The dangerous game has moved to the pond. It was already beginning to get dark, shadows began to disappear in the twilight light. At that moment, Leonid began to look for Mila with his eyes. One of the guys threw her on a carpet of leaves. The girl silently, but too vigorously fought back. Lyanka ran to the playing couple. It seemed to him that it was time to intervene. Mila screamed, twisted, abruptly rushed to run to the pond. The boy pursued, almost overtook. Judging by the situation, this is definitely not a game. The girl was rapidly approaching the water, lead at this time of the year from the cold. The dew had already settled on the grass, making the approach to the shore slippery. If she doesn't stop now, doesn't abruptly change the direction of movement, she will certainly end up in icy water, thought Lyanka, and turned out to be right. What thoughts were spinning in her head is unknown, only Mila stumbled and flew head over heels right off the cliff. It was quite deep in this place, Lyanka knew that. The chasing boy stopped in his tracks, staring at the birthday girl floundering in the water, and did nothing. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Milochka screamed, almost choked, randomly splashed her hands on the water, further moving away from the shore. She was taught a lot, but Dad could not foresee such an event. The girl did not know how to swim at all. Lyankino's heart jumped out of his chest. He approached in leaps, realizing in horror that he might not be in time. On the move he threw off his outer clothing, which would instantly get wet in the water and pull to the bottom. He's not such a good swimmer, to be sure of himself. Jumping into the pond, he swam underwater, remembering the direction, so it turns out faster. In the temples pounded from the cold, the muscles began to stiffen instantly. It is good that underwater excellent audibility. He heard the sound of floundering distinctly, dived right under Mila. The girl, feeling the touch, was even more frightened, which is why she began to resist intensely. Trying to save herself, she grabbed the young man by the hair, which she could not have expected. A moment later, both disappeared underwater. Why and how Lyanka acted, later, he could not even explain. Arms and legs moved by themselves, automatically. Apparently, the instinct of self-preservation, having received adrenaline doping, saved them in addition to skills and will, including natural reserves of opportunities. One way or another, both ended up on the shore, pretty much swallowed water, but conscious. It was very close to home. The proposal to light a fire was immediately rejected. This is not the way out. Lyanka has been on campaigns many times. Drying by the fire means ruining your clothes, and Mila has an expensive party dress. Get out. Leave everyone. We need to squeeze out, otherwise Mila will catch the inflammation. Yes, live. Get out of your sight. I beg you, Lyanka almost shouted. The girls dragged the boys towards the house, almost by force. The desire to watch the performance to the end resisted in them, the wine demanded fun and dashing. Lyanka resolutely and quickly undressed to his shorts, began to squeeze. Do not stand as a pillar, Mila. What the hell is embarrassing? Health is more expensive. Take everything off and go. I will help. Pay no attention to me. Have you never seen a naked boy? I don't look at you. It hurts. Mila still could not come to her senses. Give things here. Just help unscrew the jacket, it's impossible to do it alone. Mila obeyed, only tried to turn sideways, covered herself with her hands. Well done, he tried to cheer up his girlfriend. Now get dressed. What? Hands do not obey, are frozen. I'll help now. Let me not touch you. Just don't interfere. Live. Here's a fool. And even if backwards, no one is looking at us. The main thing is faster, Lenka commented and prompted. While you take off and put on wet clothes sticking to your body again, you will completely freeze. Everything smart. Tremble something like. Now sit down. Sit down, I say. Faster. Even faster. The girl turned away, began to vigorously squat, run in place. She felt that in this way it was possible to return the warmth to her body, but she still thought sluggishly. Is it hot? It's good. So you shouldn't get sick. Are you out of breath? Also good, thermoregulation turned on. Let's run. Give me your hand. Hold on, don't let go. It was completely dark, you couldn't see anything. Take small steps so you don't trip. Move more energetically. We definitely need to sweat properly. Listen to my voice, don't be afraid. I'm with you. Now we will run to the house, put you in a hot bath, warm you up, you will be as good as new. What a memorable birthday you have. This is a real adventure. Have you read about Huckleberry Finn and Becky? You will tell your children. This is not forgotten. If I survive, well, thank God, the voice cut through. Honey, you're just adorable. I would like such a bride. White Crow, I'm sorry, girl. There were fools. Remember shame. What kind of crow are you? Titmouse. Chickchirp. I didn't lie that I love you. Lyanka, well, what is love at 15? Mila stopped, apparently wanted to look Lyanka in the eyes, but only his silhouette was visible. But she felt his strong hand well. Real, Mila, real love. You and I could drown now, in all seriousness. Maybe we would then be buried in the same coffin. But we are alive and well. What if love saved us? Say it too, tired? You still need to run. Through I do not want. Now the second wind will appear. I know. The house has already appeared. Just don't fall. My strength is running out, I won't inform, if anything. The whole company gathered at the entrance, except for Jenka Kapitan, the fool who drove Mila into the water. Scared, apparently, Sergei Stepanovich was also there, having just run out to the noise. Seeing his wet daughter and Lyanka, he reproachfully, without anger, but offended, said, I was counting on you. I thought you were a man, you could protect a girl. And yelled that you love. I didn't talk, really, I love it. For real. Yes, it's too early for you to have parties. Haven't matured. And love even more so. See you, for real. Milo, you need a hot bath. Hurry so you don't get sick. Rub into warm clothes. Let's figure it out, without snot. Daddy, he saved me. For real. After all, I already choked completely, and Lyanka pulled it out. Please don't scold him. That's my fault. You will tell me later. Live home. What princess? Who only raised you? You, Daddy. You. I didn't do anything. He said let's figure it out. But not now. Neither Mila nor Lenka got sick. The next day, they came to school. All participants of the holiday behaved strangely. Girls avoided boys and vice versa. Looks like that childhood ended yesterday. Mila was wary of everyone, including Lyanka. Silent. After school, she quickly went home. The guy couldn't figure out what happened. What could he have done wrong? I didn't drink wine. I didn't squeeze the girls. I saved Mila. And now no one talks to him. Absurd. Thoughts about the girl did not leave him for a moment. It was impossible to think of anything but her. It is clear that he could not compete with all the guys, for example, with Vitka, a handsome man, an athlete and an excellent student. However, he also has a trump card if salvation can be attributed to virtue. Like it or not, Lyanka is not at all sure now. Otherwise, why is Mila behaving like this? In the evening, Sergei Stepanovich came to their house. He asked to call his parents. I'm sorry, Leonid, that I scolded you yesterday. Mila told me everything. You alone acted like a real man. I forbade my daughter to communicate with the participants in those events, except for you. I want to invite you, the whole family, right now, to visit us. Hope you don't give up. Well, then, said Lyankin's father. For such a thing, it's not a sin to drink. I am for friendship. What do you think, mother? Visit. I need 30 minutes to get ready. What to take with you? The table is already set. We wait. Very obliged. To embarrass Lenka, as he was afraid, no one began. Sergei Stepanovich shook hands and hugged him like a man. The guys ate and went to Milkin's room. The girl, silently, showed him the room, photo albums, books. She was clearly embarrassed. Something in the relationship between the guys has changed. But so far unconsciously, after a while, Mila sat down at the piano. She put a chair next to Lyanka. Darling, did I offend you in some way? Why don't you talk to me? The girl played thoughtfully, from time to time furtively throwing an embarrassed glance at Lyanka. The color never left her face. In the middle of the melody, she raised her hands, silently slammed the lid of the instrument. Gestures and look made it clear that she wants to do something, but does not dare. I understand that you saved my life. And about love, which I repeated several times, I also remember everything. You can't imagine how embarrassed I am in front of you. I was completely naked. And you are not a doctor, not my mother, not a girl, finally. I just don't know what to do with this shame now. Do you think I should marry you? But I don't love you. I'm not sure I would have rushed to save you the way you did me. Why did you ruin everything? Better to let me die. Wow! Nobody forces me to love. If you want, I can leave. At all. And I will never come again. Just say. You don't owe me anything. Yes, and you die early. And I will still love. These are my feelings, so it's up to me to decide. Well, leave? No, stay with me. I need to think. Seriously think. I don't want to be a wife at 15. You are stupid, Milka. Love comes when it wants, if there is someone to give your feelings to, but this does not mean at all that you need to get married. Everything will be fine, you'll see. Lion, why, when we played catch-up, you didn't kiss me like other boys? I don't need such a win. If you yourself wanted me, to you. I want to for love. You are very beautiful. And generally speaking, did you manage to see everything? What are you talking about? Yes, I didn't see anything. At all. There was no time to look. I only thought that you wouldn't get sick. I was surprised that there were no consequences. Not even a runny nose. Usually, I'll get my feet wet and it's ready, inflammation, colds, fever. We swam in cold water, then jumped naked. And I have nothing. What if it's true, love? I wanted to ask my mother, but I'm afraid she won't like my questions. If it's love, you don't have to ask anyone. She will let you know about herself. The main thing is that you don't need to invent anything. I know you girls. From anything you can compose a novel. I wanted to ask you. Just don't think like that. Let's kiss. I need. Mila blushed, lowered her eyes, waiting for an answer, like a death sentence from a tribunal. Let's. Who will kiss whom? You first. Then I. I want to know which is better. What if it's bad? If you don't like it, and I didn't like it when the boys drooled. Especially Jake. Why did I run? He, a parasite, crawled into his shorts. Do you want me to punch him in the face? Why? If he starts pestering me again, I'll hit back myself. Mila. Can I ask you to? Let's. When we kiss, don't close your eyes, okay? I will try to. Just to warn you, I'm ticklish. Melody of Rain Chapter 3. When the parents knocked on the door, the kissing test entered the extended stage. Both were red as crayfish, but happy. It seems that Mila liked the experiment. Well, said Sergei Stepanovich, don't get carried away. Look, they broke up. It's too early for me to have grandchildren. I am against early marriages. Pa, what are you? We just tried. That's it. This is where it all starts. Me too, love heroes. Hold your horses. Mom, how old were you when you kissed for the first time? At 14, why? And Mila is 15. You didn't tell me this. Are you saying that she can already? Gee. Then excuse me. It's just, well, under my control. Without me, no. Truncated? When did they grow up? Not a drop of rain fell until the end of October. Only a frenzied wind spoiled the weather idle, climbing into the crowns of trees, tearing off purple and orange leaves with green veins. The guys wandered through the precious placers of golden leaf fall, holding hands tightly, kicked and tossed carved banknotes with which the trees paid with autumn, thought about love and eternity. What else to think about at 15 boyish years, if not about infinity, which at this age prefers not to rush things, generously making promises? Flocks of ruffled sparrows were chirping in the bushes that had almost flown around, discussing their bird problems, from time to time starting a fight over a tasty find, although there was still full abundance all around. Titmouse, without quarreling with anyone, tore off the scarlet berries of mountain ash, flew away and soon returned back for a new portion. There was a smell of rotten leaves, fat soil, cold air, and of course the girl Mila, fragrant with young freshness from the immeasurable happiness that had fallen on her. Now she understood that it is not at all necessary to know what love is if this feeling is already with you, or rather in you. Is it really possible for a single kiss to ignite the unquenchable flame of the real, covering with the head, dissolving in the haze of sensuality of personal happiness? The girl reasoned, carefully creating a scenario for the continuation, endowing Lenka with an endless list of undeniable, truly magical virtues. Then winter began with snow and blizzards, when they hung feeders for squirrels in the forest, went sledding and skiing, read books aloud at home, in the warmth. Imperceptibly, with an abundance of interesting events, a spring chariot flew by, scattering bouquets and flower beds around, followed by fruits and berries. Summer holidays began when Malachka was taken away, first to the seashore, later to her grandmother in the village. Then Lyanka had to drag himself on vacation with his parents, although his soul was eager for Mila. He was not just bored, he suffered. He diligently crossed out the days on the calendar until the moment of the meeting. The date was so joyful and stormy that it began with tears. And autumn has come again. Only now Lyanka rustled and crunched the leaves all alone. Changes in their relationship came in mid-September, when Mila suddenly and abruptly began to avoid meetings, without really explaining anything. However, there was nothing to guess about the reasons. She moved to Vitka's desk. She went home with him. It was impossible to call such a metamorphosis treason or betrayal. Mila did not promise him anything. In love, too, never confessed. This Lyanka constantly repeated about his feelings. Maybe just because of this, the girl took childhood love for a real passion. He was not invited to his 16th birthday. The guy all evening, until the guests dispersed, until the lights went out in the windows, stood in the yard, hoping for a miracle. It didn't happen. Autumn has come not only as a season of the year. Leaves, dyed purple by soul bleeding, had flown since his first love. The next day, Lyanka decided to have a serious, frank conversation with Mila. The girl hesitated before letting him into the apartment, sat him in a chair and said in an everyday voice that it was time to understand that she loved another and this was not discussed. "I'm sorry, Lenechka, it's not my fault that I fell in love. So you didn't love me?" I honestly said, "I don't know. I felt good with you. But the real feelings were quite different." "Are you sure they are real?" "I guess I loved him before, but I didn't understand it." "How did you know about it?" "We have been together for a whole year. I didn't notice anything between you." "Lyonya, I don't want to sort things out. It's not easy for me either. Mom said that the first love usually ends quickly, that you need to go through it like a rainy season, and then remember it as the brightest feeling in life. I will never forget how you saved me. Even if we loved each other, we probably grew out of this immature feeling. We didn't have anything with you, we just kissed and that's it." "Are you kidding me, Mila? How is it nothing? I mean, nothing serious. Is there anything more powerful than love itself? You don't know Vitka at all. Are you sure he really loves you?" "Sorry. I am very sorry that this happened. Let's stay friends. You are very good. Probably even the best. Apparently not good enough. Tell me, Mila, what did you find in him? More precisely, what am I missing?" "I don't know the answer. It's not the same with Vidya as it is with you. When I turn 18, we will get married, so you won't change your mind?" Mila shook her head, thus expressing determination. Her eyes sparkled with the moisture of welling tears, and opened the door to let Lyanka out. To be honest, the girl herself did not understand. She stood on the back of the door, crying. It was the hardest, most meaningless year of his life. Lenka swore, never and never mess with girls, not to trust them, not to love. Melody of Rain Chapter 4. How absurd and illogical life is, if each of us, looking at the same object, sees it differently. Is it possible not to notice, even to neglect the tender feelings directed at you? Lenka thought. Her eyes. They couldn't be deceiving. Lyanka clearly saw the sincerity and honesty with which Mila clung to him, experienced the delight of unity. What force had to intervene in their relationship in order to casually break this connection? What can he do to show his beloved how much she is dear to him? Lyanka so wanted to return to the past, to sort things out, to explain the fallacy of Milka's act. She just doesn't understand. Time passed, but it did not get easier. Intellectually, the young man understood that he had come up with a wonderful fairy tale for himself with a beautiful plot, but she suddenly began to live on her own, regardless of his desires, without waiting for a romantic continuation to follow naturally. The beloved girl decided to live differently, which turned out to be painful for him. Let go of her, or rather not her, yourself, with fruitless experiences and twisted emotions? But how? Milkin's image was absorbed into his flesh and blood, into every cell of his body. An invisible, but really sensitive connection arose between them, the nature of which he cannot understand. Every night, Mila comes to him in a dream, laughing, fooling around, dancing, not letting him get close. Then he turns around, beckons invitingly with his hand, runs, looking back towards the cliff, laughs loudly and boldly jumps. Jumping every night. Lyanka tries to stop the girl, grabs the last centimeters before the abyss. Mila pulls him along. Her face during the fall, long, painful, terrible, becomes pale, then stretches, her eyes turn red, long green hair sways, as if in weightlessness. The girl gently, but decisively, takes his hands. Together they fall into the water, immediately sinking into a darkening abyss, teeming with air bubbles, as if a heavy weight was attached to their legs. After a moment, they begin to choke. Mila laughs ominously, then dissolves into the night, disappears. Meanwhile, instead of air, water flows into the lungs. From suffocation and the realization that life is ending, Lyanka wakes up in a cold sweat, raging from a premonition of something really happened. You can't sleep after that. Every time Lyanka asks himself a question, would he save Mila if he knew exactly what would happen next, although he understands that he risked not at all in order to possess her? The young man really wants his beloved to be happy, but even more, to be with him. He understands that he is sick with love, that hopes for reciprocity are vain and meaningless, but he sees no way out. Sometimes Lyanka stops when he sees Mila on the street, looks with a question in his eyes, tries to plunge into the depths of her gray eyes, as if painted in a picture, but the girl blushes and turns away, which makes her even more painful. He desperately wants to talk to her, to find out what the girl is thinking. What feels? It is impossible to believe that you can just like that, easily, throw out of your head and heart the person with whom you were happy. How humiliating and terrible it is to need someone who doesn't need you at all. The young man did not find any other way out, except for an attempt to divert attention to study and sports. There was also an idea to ask for the army immediately after the 10th grade, but Lyanka hated weapons and the right of the strong. This stopped from a hasty decision. Then the thought of becoming noticeable and significant took possession of his mind. Again, not just to prove to her, Milka, how wrong she is, but whether the girl is interested in the fate of the ex-boyfriend. He did not know. Even the strongest experiences, cannot be multiplied and felt forever. Like any matter, they fade, fade, fade. Over time comes the understanding of irrevocable, transience, frailty. The pain subsides. Sweet memories remain, perhaps the brightest of all to be experienced. And thanks to the one who donated them, life goes on. It doesn't always happen the way you want. Probably, this is also necessary for something. So, you need to take care of the future, more precisely about the present, to draw the right conclusions from the lessons of fate. First of all, you need to exclude love from the menu of predictable events, since it delivers so much mental suffering and pain. It doesn't matter who is to blame. Surely Mila was no less worried. But Lenka no longer intends to believe women. What cannot be understood and explained should not have power over the mind. Love is too unpredictable. No matter how much it has pluses, it is a game of chance with a random outcome, and a hot head and boiling brains cannot contribute to real happiness. A person will always have little of what he has, no matter how good he is. Love dealt Lenka a crushing blow, but he is not going to answer it in the same way. You have to learn to live without love, that's all. But the young man wrote a letter to Milka, although he did not send it. I was tormented by the need to pour out my soul to at least someone. It took 10 notebook sheets and 2 evenings for confession. Lyanka tried, relived every moment, reproduced many dialogues, remembered the girl's facial expressions, her facial expressions, gestures, voice, smells, the taste of a kiss. At times it seemed to him that everything was happening in reality, that it was not too late to return to the very beginning, to repeat, to eliminate mistakes. When the text was finished, Lyanka began to edit it. I excluded all the words and phrases that accused my beloved, giving her a negative assessment, added admiring epithets and comparisons to the maximum, everything I could remember. At the end I wrote multiple thanks with big exclamation marks. I read the message a few more times, cried a little, sealed the envelope, and burned it, thus putting an end to the very fact of unsuccessful love. Let her remain a bright spot in the heart, and not a lump of dirt, Lenka decided. How pleasant it was after that to wander through the forest alone, without uttering, without hearing a single word. Only the muffled sounds of the forest, rustling, indistinct rustles, full of mystery, because it is not always possible to guess their nature. Did you really hear something or imagined it? As if you find yourself in a different reality, not quite real. It seems that under the cover of huge trunks, carried upwards, where openwork weaves of bare branches move in the cold wind, a quiet whisper is heard. Perhaps the trees share impressions among themselves. Very quiet, so as not to disturb the peace of the population of the forest, extremely shy and timid. The inhabitants can only be seen by hiding, and even then indistinctly, briefly. You turn around at the noise, a dry blade of grass vibrates. Whether the mouse ran, carrying away the last pre-winter supplies into the mink, whether the pechuga fluttered, hungry and wet, or maybe just a dry twig broke unplanned, but fairy tale characters invented from fear are scratching in my head. When the wind roars above the crowns of the trees, disgruntled trunks make noise and crackle, try to drive away the unexpected guest, sway, creak to scare him. At such moments, fear creeps up to the people passing under them. Unthinkable fantasies are born that populate glades and thickets of any evil spirits invented from fear or excess of impressionability. As a child, Lyanka reread many books, where shishiks, goblin and kikamores terrified anyone who stepped foot on their territory. And he truly believed. To trembling in the knees and goosebumps all over the body. Despite childhood fears, he loved the forest selflessly, spent all his free time in it. Glades and thickets aroused strong emotions, gave joy. But now Lyanka was wandering, not making out the road, not bypassing the windbreak, immersed in a quagmire of insoluble problems. Actually, he simply did not notice the forest. Not before him. The soul tore farewell to the past. It fell, it ripened, like an inflamed boil. Togo and Look will break through. Irreconcilable opponents clashed in my head, love against conscience. It turns out that it happens. No matter how much Lenka struggles with the decision, he cannot in any way take one thing out of the brackets so that he can choose a way of further existence with a calm soul. What did not change my mind? Unthinkable wildness of intentions came to mind, from plans for revenge to the desire to commit suicide. I wanted to leave everything, including the house and parents, pick up a staff, go wherever my eyes look, dig a dugout, settle in a deaf abandoned corner, live all alone, alone with the wild. How hard it was to see her and him. Both are overwhelmed with emotions, energetic, happy, joyful from the consciousness of their state of love. Around Lenka, events were in full swing that no longer interested him at all. It seemed that the first morning frosts, blooming white flowers on the soil, chilled something very important inside, clogged the vessels that feed the desire to live. The young man's biggest dream is to become a traveler, a biologist. From childhood Lyanka raved about wanderings. He read and reread everything he could get his hands on about geographical discoveries and the biosphere. There is no more fertile field for him on earth. Even more, I want to become a hermit, so as not to see more insidious women, and indeed people in general. That's why I went to study at the university. Nowhere else do they teach biologists. Passing the exams was not easy, but he did it. There Lyanka met Alina, a gray-eyed girl. In some ways, she subtly resembled Milka. At first, he not only did not notice the nimble girl, he deliberately ignored her. Even tried to put in place, so as not to pester. The girl, however, turned out to be stubborn, persistent. It is not clear what Alina was guided by in her persistent desire to get to know the young man, but she stuck to him like a bath leaf to her bare bottom. She not only managed to talk, she glued her tightly to herself. He generally tried not to pay attention to the girls. What does he care about insidious beauties, whose head is filled only with the fact that they constantly think about how they look and what they will say about them? Lyanka has an interest and a goal, which is associated with a single addiction. He came to study and is not going to fill his head with all sorts of romantic nonsense, capricious and frivolous persons, whose only dream is to meet a hero who sews scarlet sails for them from the very cradle. Now he knows that in search of a prince on a white horse, they mistake the second for the first. Women cannot be trusted. The young man successfully stepped over the age of fairy tales. There are things more important and more interesting. Lyanka is waiting for travel and discovery. Why should he think about such trifles as love? This is an occupation for weaklings who do not have the desire for knowledge and wandering, who have not tried how much a pound is dashing. If they have nothing else to do, let them breed and multiply, drool romantically, so that later they will regret that they missed the most important thing in life, the opportunity to become an accomplished person. The time will come when they, too, will have to regret that they let the opportunity of professional growth go down the drain in favor of consumption and bodily pleasures. By the time Lyanka becomes a famous researcher, they will already have time to be disappointed in love and family values. Maybe they will think that, for the sake of passions, they ignored the opportunity to become famous and recognized. Everyone has their own life, Lyanka reasoned. It must be created and equipped in a timely manner. That is why nature endowed us with reason, in order to use it. Lyanka thought and acted recklessly, selflessly, scrupulously absorbed knowledge throughout the first year. He spent days and nights in classrooms, laboratories, and the library. True, the reality turned out to be completely different than it seemed at first. The work of a biologist almost entirely consisted of laboratory research, numerous monotonous experiments, endless registrations of research and records, the meaning of which Lyanka could not understand, because they did not lead anywhere. There were no discoveries. The routine was simply boring. He was drawn to the natural expanses, where fresh air, amazing landscapes, an abundance of diverse life. The young man lived and saw differently. He is ready to learn and study, but wants to be a direct participant in real events that fill the wild. Traveling and studying life in the field turned out to be the lot of the few who had already managed to take place as a scientist and had funding. All the others hunched over them, remaining in the shadows, having no prospects. The blue bird began to tear from his hands, although he did not even have time to stroke it. The information he collected bit by bit about the possibilities of graduates indicated that it was possible to do what you loved, but for this you had to give up your scientific career and live as a hermit. This arrangement did not suit me very well. To believe in your fiasco means to say goodbye to the dream. Lenka could not afford this. So, you need to try even more earnestly to be noticed. He did try. For the time being, he managed to be one of the best. And yet fatigue eventually made itself felt. In the second year, in order to relax, I had to leave with books for nature, so that fresh air would help to concentrate. However, even plunging into his favorite element, Lyanka could not collect his thoughts. Moreover, autumn and the forest reminded of first love. Something important in his life eluded him, his memory resisted despite his efforts. Roommate, Pashka Yudin, constantly called him to student parties. What it is, Lyanka had no idea, but when nothing comes to mind, you can try out such a treatment. Melody of Rain Chapter 5. Alina's parents had a rather meager income, but as far as possible they spoiled their only child, sent a little money for life every month. These funds were not enough for everything, but there was no need to live in poverty. The girl, like most of her peers, loved bright clothes, entertainment and sweets. She indulged in Sunday parties, going to the cinema and dancing. She also communicated with the boys willingly, but she was picky in relationships. Maybe that's why her choice fell on Lyanka, because from any angle he looked positive. In any case, his eyes did not burn with lust, there was no desire to drag behind every skirt either. Whether this was enough for the girl, she herself did not know, but age-related characteristics dictated an irresistible desire to communicate with the boys. Yes, and girlfriends began to scoff at her modesty. Alina herself was a characteristic girl, but in Lenka's face she faced an even greater problem. The guy was clearly frightened by love, categorically did not want to get acquainted. The girl at first despaired when the young man himself inadvertently suggested the right move. At first it was just a game, entertainment. Over time, the rules of the game changed, winning ceased to interest, because instead a more significant bonus appeared, vivid emotions and incredible pleasant sensations. When a stream of sweet speeches and tenderness poured into her ears, Alina's heart fluttered, giving a hint that this is love. And if so, it is necessary to accept it and respond in kind. Further, the express train with feelings flew without stopping, except that at times some doubts popped up like the devil out of a snuff box, and even those doubts disappeared as soon as the relationship moved into an adult plane. Alina deliberately denied her desire to marry in front of her beloved. The usual female tactics: if you want to have, conquer. Everything that is given simply is not appreciated. Why, and this girl learned the top 5. And also the tempting and captivating taste of manipulation, allowing to give out personal desires for his personal aspirations. Lyanka eventually became so dependent on the smile and approval of the girl that he experienced truly magical pleasure from them. He did not care that his girlfriend did not even camouflage her egoism, giving out endless desires in plain text for the realization. What if he has to work and study while his girlfriend is having fun at a party? But he has almost nothing to refuse. After all, Alina is 5 minutes to his wife. By the way, the girl knows how to cook quickly and tasty, if there is anything. For guys living in a hostel on a small penny, this is a very valuable quality. It is not a problem for her to hem, sew or mend clothes. Alina knows how to knit warm things on knitting needles, all kinds of napkins and baubles, like openwork cuffs and collars. One day, the girl surprised Lenka by knitting herself a theatrical bag in 2 evenings, which she decorated with multicolored shiny beads when he invited her to the theater. Alina looked incomparable that day, although she practically did not use cosmetics. Lyanka did not so much watch the play as he watched her happy reaction. And he's not alone, by the way. Of course, they sat in the gallery, but they dined at the Praga Cafe, where they ate tobacco chicken and drank vintage red wine. Alina did not hesitate to offer her services to Lyanka in order to wash something quickly. She could iron trousers and even shirts. Lenka was usually shy, refused, but the girl knew how to insist on her own. The only thing that upset Lyanka was her stubborn unwillingness to meet her parents. The girl did not want to explain her refusal, preferring to extinguish questions with kisses, tender glances, and clapping of eyelashes. The young man did not insist. In the end, this is a personal matter for everyone. Lyanka is quite satisfied with the format of relations. Even offensive words and claims Alina knows how to convey without emotion, without using the power of her voice and aggressive tone for this. In the end, any contacts sometimes have a negative connotation, so what? Even his parents sometimes talk in raised tones, although they have many years of communication experience behind them. The young man cannot and does not want to be offended by his little girl, so defenseless and fragile. When Lyanka draws her to his chest by the head, Alina's lips barely reach his neck. To kiss on the lips, he stands on his toes. When the lovers are left alone, the guy takes the girl in his arms and circles until sparks begin to flicker in his eyes. Then he lets go, holding Alina, who is barely standing on her feet, and kisses. There is probably nothing sweeter than her lips. However, Lyanka cannot give preference to a separate facial feature. He day and night dreams of everything connected with her. Once they had several hours of solitude in his dorm room, when Alina walked around in his shirt. Now the boy puts it on his pillow at night to inhale the divine smell. By the way, Alina still sleeps with soft toys, preferring small teddy bears. Despite a mature body, a trained mind, and developed sensuality, she remained a child capable of crying if she does not understand something or cannot pass the test. Lyanka himself was not much ahead of his girlfriend in the development of mature qualities, but unconditionally took responsibility for her well-being. Looking from the side, it seems that he treats her like his daughter. Alina, on the contrary, acts like a grumpy wife, constantly teaching and demanding submission. Either he is training to command, or he reserves in advance the right to rule unconditionally. Lyanka's manners of her leadership are not at all annoying. Alina appeared in Lenka's life at one of the student parties, in the first semester in her second year. The young man, as usual, settled himself away from the merry comrades, satisfied with the noisy background of the event with an interesting book in his hands. The general mood of the party was enough for him. The noise didn't bother me at all. On the contrary, music allowed to relieve stress. At first, the guy was harassed, offered to drink, smoke or dance, but now they are used to not paying attention to an incomprehensible nerd who does not care about dancing, wine and girls. Alina confidently approached him and sat down next to him. For a long time, she looked at Lenka intently. Pretty bright girl, like a golden autumn. So what? Lenka noted. He deliberately pretended to be immersed in an exciting narrative, did not raise his eyes. I saw only a glimpse that she did not know how to start the assault, but was clearly preparing to go on the offensive. Do you always do this to girls? How? Don't you notice that I'm empty space? And the boys, too. For some time now I do not like idleness and close contacts in general. Then, why are you here? Listen to music. I'm trying to get rid of fatigue, relax. It turns out, not that much. Still would It is impossible to remove the fatigue from intensive study by reading. Reboot required. Change of activity or positive emotions. For example, love. Who should I put them on? I mean emotions. Let's go for me. Raise your eyes, smile, relax. I don't eat kids. Just talk to me. Well, I picked it up. What's next? Am I beautiful? By the way, my name is Alina. I do not presume to judge the degree of your attractiveness. I literally have no experience with this. I think all girls are the same. Besides, you all have a silly personality. And the boys? Are you, of course, with the character and everything is all right? Depends on intelligence and temperament. It turns out that your name is Leonid, are not interested in anything, you just hang out? Let's say Leonid and what? What a taciturn one. Disappointed in love, did someone hurt you? Here's another. Then why are you mad at all the girls? What do you want from me? Talk. How can I contact you? How to call? Why call me something? I'm not going to meet. You prevent me from reading. If not difficult, look for another object for experiments. You didn't like me, it does not matter. Now you will go dancing and forget about my existence. It's so obvious. I'm not interested. Me with you too. On the contrary, I really want to meet you. Noticed it at the last party. You feel courage. I watched you walk, sit, think, read. You have broad shoulders, developed arms, a springy step. You are very attractive as a man. Otherwise, why would I come to you? I don't believe you're really ignorant. I would like to believe that this is a sham. I'm sure it's the woman. Most likely unrequited love. Guessed? However, I am not a prophet. Well, shall we talk? Wish. It won't please you or me. In my life plans, at least for the next 10 years, contacts with women are excluded. Love, lust, passion is also not provided. Let me not believe it. 20 years is the age of love. All boys burn in the flame of feelings. Are you special? What makes you think that all men are victims of banal lust? An experience? Ugh, how vulgar. Is it possible to put love and lust side by side? Do you really want to insult me? What for? Do I look like a cheap girl who begs for a night in bed? What do you think a man can feel for a stubborn stranger who is trying to get into his soul if he does not want it at all? With an open test I say, your attention is unpleasant to me. Ah, so, how is it? An impudent, vulgar, stubborn girl is trying to impose her company on an intelligent man. Go on, I didn't say that. I don't know your positive or negative qualities. Moreover, I do not need to know all this. Not interested. Did you hear? You are just an annoying passerby to me. Here you go. Passed, even so? Yes, you are really rude. The girl asks politely, not for a favor, just to talk, and what does she hear in response? Pass by. Didn't you get hooked on me? I'm pretty, young, slim. Do you have eyes? And the ears too. They are tired. I have no desire to look at the first person I meet, even a pretty one. Tell me, Helena, if I carefully look at your appearance and express my opinion, will you leave me behind? It depends on the opinion. Positive. I see an excellently built, physically developed, neat, well-groomed female human, quite suitable for the reproduction of offspring. If we consider the exterior separately, for example, on a 5-point scale, then I have a worthy representative of the Homo sapiens species with a score of 4 points. It also caught my eye that the object is sexually mature, actively striving to satisfy the reproductive instinct. Is there anything else you want to know, or is that enough? Then allow me to bow. I won't detain you anymore. As a female, you appreciated me worthy. It's funny, even funny. Maybe you are afraid that I can eat you, as a female praying mantis does after an act of love. It looks like a female human eats off a man's brain long before he decides to meet her. Why are you so stubborn? Not at all. We're at a party. If you don't invite me to dance, I must do something. We continue to get acquainted. Judging by your remark, as a sexual object, I suit you quite well. How about a girl? Alina, what can you say about the chair on which I am sitting? It's wooden. Varnished. With soft seat. That's it. What about your chair? They are the same. You forgot to say that they are not very comfortable. The back gets tired. So, for me, all girls are alike, like these chairs. I don't see a difference. Never mind, theory. It means that identical, very uncomfortable females walk around him, dreaming of fertilization, and even have the audacity to pester a man who is not at all a male. Approximately so. I won't level the inaccuracies. The less I like you, the faster I'll get rid of you. But somehow we, women, are still different. I'm not talking about the fact that we were not made with a chisel. For example, smell, hairstyle, figure, intellect, character, we are not at all similar. Sorry, I didn't sniff you. The smell of roses, lilacs, night violets, I know. Able to distinguish one from the other, even in the dark. But women, alas. I'm not quite sure I like your scent. Legs, booty, chest, long hair, what is in plain sight, like a carbon copy. A little more, a little less, a different color, that's all. Are you a virgin? And what's wrong with that? Just wondering. I don't have bad experience either. However, I feel certain emotions from communicating with young men. I can confidently say whether they like me or not and why. To be honest, I wonder why I'm still talking to you. You are kind of wild. But quite cute. I love intrigue. Intuition tells us we'll get along. As for the male and female, we are a good couple. I can give you a 4 as well. We could have beautiful children. If you don't want to dance, let's take a walk. Otherwise, you won't leave? Definitely not. What are we going to talk about? Because we are so different. Are you interested in anything besides love and your own attractiveness? To begin with, I want to clarify how one female differs from another, except for those external signs that you voiced. Interesting topic. And what? Education, intelligence, development, health, spirituality, appearance. It's enough. I can continue, convinced. I did not claim that nature sculpted women according to one pattern. However, the differences are minimal. Except in size and shape. Those criteria that you have identified cannot be assessed visually. But all you have on your mind is love, money, and clothes. Your mother too. My mother is special. She has a hard life. She was not up to it, so not all women are the same. We already have one exception. She's beautiful, judging by the photograph in his youth, yes. For me, she is the best. Regardless of its external attractiveness. So you're fairly familiar with her other qualities? Naturally. I've known her all my life. How is she different from other women? Why do you love her? She is kind, gentle, smart, generous. Also, a wonderful mother, a good housewife, a needlewoman. She always smells delicious. Knows how to look attractive, so you can tell her by smell? Well, yes. She is my mother. However, she is also a woman. But for you, it's completely different. Not like all of us, the same as wooden chairs. And my mom is special to me. And my friends are all different. In appearance, habits, character. I even recognize many from the back. And by voice. Okay. I just wanted to get rid of you as soon as possible. If you look closely, you are quite cute. Eyes, for example, you have, just. I don't know. Here I am attached. Eyes like eyes. Yeah, already on you, this is progress. Notice the eyes. Describe how you see them, small, dull, oblique, beautiful, deep, gray, large. Why are you torturing me? Does it matter what kind of eyes a person has? With what appearance nature endowed, we live with it. You see, Lenya, we have already learned to negotiate. You admitted that I am not like everyone else, but very much nothing, quite pretty. And you liked my eyes. And you say female. I am a girl. Look how slim. All the girls envy my figure. Try to hug your waist. Hands. Do not be shy. You are a biologist. Study. Take it tight, you won't break it. Is it really nice? Don't clean up so fast. Don't you feel anything? For example, I like the feeling of touch, and you? You are so courageous, strong, and your hands are gentle. Are you like that with everyone? How? Praise, touch, hug. Do you tame everyone like that? I'm not a guinea pig, don't be so embarrassed. Silly. Why resist so hard? I liked you. Yes, and I to you too. If I say that I have been looking for this all my life, will you believe it? Other guys curl around me like a snake, and I persuade you like a small child. Look at me, good fellow. Appreciate the beauty of the beloved. What else can I do to stir up your dormant libido? Do you want me to dance? Or will I sleep? Or maybe a striptease? Better do something else. You go dancing, and I'll go to bed. Then I'm with you. Well, here it begins. I'm not going to invite you into my bed. I didn't mean to lie with you. I'll just go to sleep too. Since you are not interested in me, I did not say that, so say it. So and so, can I kiss you? How long do you have to persuade? I see how my waist turned you on. But I have a lot of surprises besides her. Did you wake up right away? Let me kiss. And if I ask for anything else, will you refuse to? And if not right away, you'll go to sleep. Then the whole procedure of persuasion will have to be repeated. Will you order me to follow you until the last course? As for the rest of the requests, for the demand, they don't beat. Refuse or not, you will know when you ask a question. Well, what kind of person? There is nothing to run after me, I'm not interested. And I don't know how to kiss, hard to believe. However, even if so, learn. Not the gods burn the pots. What is difficult? Elephant lips and smack smack. I will even close my eyes so that you are not shy. Exhale and move on. Lyanka decided to yield in order to get off. He pecked on the cheek. Here you go. And then, I can't. Oh, you rogue brother. You're not even very good at it. Now, I'm just sure that the girl left you. Did you enjoy kissing? Me too. Is it true that my skin is velvety, tender? What boys went? It took 3 hours of persuasion to make him decide to enjoy it. Mumbled, now sucked. He said himself, the instinct of reproduction does not sleep. If so, then nature taught everything even before you were born. Now look at me. Carefully. How do you like me? I already said cute. How is the chair? Not like a girl. Wow. Recognized. And what did you like in me? I liked the eyes. Be bolder. I do not bite. Look carefully, it's a gift. Your lips are hot. Such. Let me try again. Tell me first. Smell. I don't know why, but for me the most important information in fragrances lies. Home, such a cozy spirit. You smell like hay, strawberries, and forest, violet. So now you can smell me in the dark, too? It turns out I saw it. Of course I do. And the taste, too. It turns out that the stubborn unfamiliar female is very personal. Tomorrow something to wait for you or already sniffed. Why tomorrow, maybe today, Lenka started up. Something made me want to sleep. Let's kiss better. Well, damn it, overclocked. Now it won't stop. Then let's confess. In what? Here you go. Again, 25. In love, of course. Not everything is for me to do for you. Maybe another time. I'm not ready yet. Kissing, then ready, but no confession. Okay. When you mature, then we will continue. Until then, let's go to sleep. Melody of Rain Chapter 6. No matter how Lenka resisted, Alina, step by step, conquered the space of communication, imposed on him the thread and content of the dialogue. He himself did not notice how other thoughts and other desires appeared in his head. Alina, what are you, really? The young man began to make excuses, not wanting to interrupt the conversation. I don't know if I love you or not. We are practically strangers. I've never had to talk to girls about this topic. Ah well. Consider that we had nothing with you. You are completely invincible. It wasn't, it was. It was exactly. Now. Wait a minute. So, Alina, you are the most beautiful girl at this party. I adore you. Okay, the test was accepted, but the topic, as it should, was not disclosed. They love sweets, ice cream, strawberries. Second try. Time has gone. Something makes me sleepy. Well, I can't say the word love so easily. I'm not sure. Didn't hear it. Why are you thinking like a naughty first grader? Aren't you glad to meet me? You understand that sweets need to be earned. I didn't expect to want to talk to you. You're hypnotizing me, aren't you? Perhaps. Well, really, I don't even know. Maybe I love you, Lyanka whispered in a hoarse voice. Do you like a whisper? Or do you not understand at all what you are talking about? Of course, I am not Stanislavski, but I will say how he is. I do not believe. I don't see emotions. In this tone, they usually say, well, I went. And love is, when the head is spinning, the heart sings. When you want to jump for joy, hug the whole world, when there is nothing more important and expensive in the world. Here. If there is a desire to compare with someone or something, then this is not love, but just desire. Maybe even lust. And this is not for long, so I say that I like it. And my head is spinning. Shout, right? I love you. Love, love, love. Not understanding the essence of what he was saying, the young man got excited. Wow, what a smart one. Did you fall in love at first sight? Okay, a little more practice, and I'll believe. Persuaded. Now kiss. While in advance. Let's go to the cinema after class tomorrow. What about the lessons? Wow! You, Lenechka, want to eat a fish and not choke on a bone. As you know, you can practice as much as you like. I'll look at one. What are you doing to me, Alina? I want to become a scientist. Travel, study the animal world. I said myself that I am a female. I have an extremely pronounced reproductive instinct. Imagine that I am the most interesting biological object. There are so many things hidden in me, life will not be enough to explore in detail. So study as much as you like, while I'm kind. At least all my life. A woman, a young man, is still that mystery, one might say a hidden secret, a treasure that not everyone can find. Only the chosen ones. How many do not explore us, but they cannot fully reveal. And you are not given. Because no two women are the same. Each has its own highlight. And I won't let myself change. Got it? Or love forever, or adieu. With me you will not be bored. Promise. You can immediately start a log of registration of experiments. Every day at the opening, I guarantee. The girl looked at Leonid in a strange way, peered intently straight into his eyes, as if trying to find out his hidden thoughts, which floated out of nowhere and swarmed in his head, pushing everything else far aside. Never before had anything like this happened to him. Lyanka withstood a girlish gaze, trying to understand what was happening. Why did he become so curious to penetrate into the depths of her marvelous eyes? Alina radiated some mysterious, very strong energy. He was shaking with small tremors, and an amplifying transformer was buzzing in his head. This state stunned, frightened the guy. What kind of strange interest arose in him? Where did this unexpected curiosity come from? Why did it get into his head to admire, to give a flattering description, and to reflect, using exclusively lofty epithets? Marvelous, charming, mysterious, delightful, sweet. Did you really fall in love? Almost at a glance? My head was buzzing, vibrating. The noise did not allow me to concentrate, to understand what the girl wanted from him, but it was clear that Lyanka himself was bogged down in the desires connected with her up to her ears. It was excruciating. I wanted to stop the unnecessary dialogue as soon as possible, the difficult process that turned the brain inside out. Lyanka answered as if under the influence of hypnosis. It seemed that someone persistently, categorically fished out the answers from his consciousness. Even his own voice seemed alien and distant to him. Alina asked me to answer how beautiful Lenka finds her. What can she say about her eyes, lips, waist? She wanted to confess her love. He did everything as the girl asked, not understanding himself why he was doing this. Although he never stopped his eyes on her face for a long time, he blushed and sweated only at the mere thought that he could carefully examine him. Lyanka's breath caught, his muscles tensed to spasms, his eyes rippled and blurred. If during the conversation or after he was forced to draw up a verbal portrait of Alina on pain of death, he would not be able to answer anything. The young man could distinguish only a blurry silhouette and a bunch of luminous energy, blurring and melting, like a haze over hot asphalt. When he told the girl, "I love you," he couldn't believe himself. He swore not to have affairs with women, but here it is. Just a few minutes later, the picture changed. The fluctuating veil began to lose transparency and incorporeality, acquiring the familiar outlines of a girl's slender silhouette. The young man began to calm down. Lyanka looked up at Alina's face and saw a three-dimensional image of a beautiful girl, focused, clear, somewhat embarrassed or just flushed in a heated room. A kind smile, attentive eyes with a cunning, trying to catch his mood, parted lips, a row of snow-white teeth sparkling with moisture. Something unusually warm swept through the body in a wave, caused chills, then squeezed the chest, weakness appeared in the legs, and a desire to touch it. For some reason, I remembered the hot summer, when he and his parents wandered through the forest for a long time, picking fragrant strawberries. His hands then smelled of crushed berries, the air around him was saturated with the infused spirit of flowers and herbs, with a light breeze, a sweetish tart smell of birch leaves, rotting from the heat, reached him. Lenka always remembered this amazing day, when they were surrounded on all sides by the delightful splendor of wildlife. What just did not happen to see and hear on that significant day, the call of the cuckoo, the sound of woodpeckers, nightingale sonorous trills. There were dragonflies and butterflies, amazingly beautiful multicolored flies hovering over the open faces of flowers, buzzing fat bumblebees, lizards frozen in immobility, industrious ants. Is it possible to list everything? Then Dad spread a blanket on the ground, and Mom laid out the food stored for such an occasion. Everything was so delicious. Then my father lay with his eyes closed, and Lyanka settled comfortably on his mother's knees. She began to sing. With one hand she went over his whirlwinds, and with the other she stroked her father's head. It must have been the happiest day of his life. Alina's ruddy face, her bewitching smile, and in general the whole atmosphere of tonight, evoked an incomprehensible, but very directed response in his soul. Hands of their own reached out towards the girl. She took a step forward and found herself in his arms, pressing her hands to her chest. Lyanka grabbed Alina by the shoulders, buried his nose in fluffy curls, closed his eyes and carefully sniffed, suddenly feeling an inexplicable state, similar to soaring. The living, warm and elastic body of the girl vibrated. When Lyanka accidentally grabbed her earlobe with his lips, she shrank, trembled, ran her hand into his hair, just like then mother. A feeling of boundless happiness swept over the young man with his head. Lyanka held trembling and tenderness in his hands, afraid to let go. Is this not a vision? Alina began to slowly move her feet in dance steps, dragging the guy with her. He never danced, considering it the entertainment of idlers, but involuntarily repeated the steps after her, obeying the musical rhythm. The awkward movements gained scope and confidence. The girl spun, he with her. At some point, Lyanka caught the pace of the steps, heard the melody, joined the dance itself, got carried away. So much so that I did not notice when the melody ended. They circled and circled. Lenka never opened his eyes, embarrassed by the girl herself, whom he tightly hugged, the merry students, who inadvertently visited him in an enthusiastic state, his attitude to what was happening. It was great, but not at all appropriate. Had he, too, fallen into the trap of unpredictable feminine charms? Such a question slipped by briefly, frightened and immediately dissolved in multicolored emotions, forcing him to focus again on the supple body of his girlfriend, allowing him more than Lenka could ever imagine in a relationship with the opposite sex. Unexpectedly loud applause forced to look around. The boys and girls shouted something of approval and clapped their hands. Lyanka and Alina stood in the very center. This indicated that the ovation was probably intended for them. Lyanka blushed to the ends of his hair, embarrassed, not knowing how to react. But Alina responded to the attention of the public instantly. She put her hand to her chest, bowed her head several times, gratefully looking her partner in the eyes. Then she took the young man by the palm, lifted the hem of her light dress with the other hand and bowed 3 times in all directions, crouching. The noise and applause only intensified. Bravo! Alina, how did you manage to stir up this hermit? That's it, man, you got it. Now, as a decent man, you have to get married. Lyanka made an attempt to snatch the girl's hand in order to leave the party. He wanted to cry. Alina held him tightly, apparently foresaw such a reaction. Well, what's wrong with that? Is it strange that a big grown boy dances with a girl he likes? And there is nothing to stare at us like that. I don't envy anyone who tries to make fun of us. Can we dance again, this time without applause? The music started right there. Alina carefully looked at the shocked Lyanka, smiled encouragingly, then pressed her whole body against him, found her lips, kissed him. You look like a little boy with wounded pride now. You can't react to innocent jokes like that. Nobody wanted to offend us. Keep dancing, don't pay attention to anyone. Everything happens for the first time. I think I really love you, Lenka, isn't that enough? Honestly, I feel so good with you. You are so special. At your age, guys are already getting divorced after trying everything in the world, and you're still a virgin. I'm so happy that you're such a klutz. The guys spun again, looked at each other with interest in the dance, as if they had just met for the first time. After a while, they were forgotten. Alina reached out to Lenka's ear and whispered, "Let's get away. Should you ever ask me out on a first date? Why not now, let's. I feel so good that if anything else happens, my heart will break." Need to calm down. They wandered along the little streets for a long time. Alina ran after snowflakes, caught them with a fluffy mitten and licked them off. Then the guys threw snowballs, fell back into the fresh snowdrifts, having played enough, began to kiss. It was a real fairy tale. If Lyanka had known before what vivid emotions this unpretentious occupation gives. He was overjoyed that fate had brought them together. All previous thoughts that love is fun for weaklings evaporated at once. Ask him Alina now if he loves her, the answer would be unequivocal, no doubt he loves. Seeing off his girlfriend, Lenka could not calm his restless heart. It now and then began to beat out of place, forcing you to constantly think about your beloved. Perhaps, on the contrary, he began to thump at the thought of her. Who will make out when a girl stands with a disembodied vision before her eyes, waves her hand invitingly and sends air kisses, transmitting unknown impulses that make her languish from not entirely clear desires? Falling into a restless sleep for a short time, Lyanka again and again hurried to a date. Alina ran towards him in a short white dress across the grassy carpet. She ran very fast. From the rapid movement fluttered her naughty curls. The young man opened his arms, anticipating the pleasure of merging bodies, but the girl, without slowing down, slipped through him each time and rushed on. Lyanka turned around, saw that the girl was trying to stop. In her eyes there was bewilderment, fear, but she continued to rapidly move away, soon completely disappeared from sight. As soon as he lost his beloved from sight, it became dark and cold, prickly ice grains began to fall painfully from the sky, a terrible wind rose. Through his howl it was heard how Alina was calling him. Lyanka tried to run towards the voice. With a run he smashed his face against a transparent ice wall, behind which an indistinct white silhouette flashed. Heard, whether crying or laughter, and then he woke up, realizing that there was not enough air. It turns out that the guys covered his head with a pillow and cackled, because with his terrible cries the guy woke up all the inhabitants of the room. The rest of the night Lyanka daydreamed, unbearably tormented by the expectation of a meeting, but at the same time he was in wondrous dreams about his girl. When they met, it was not possible to capture the beauty of her appearance. It was embarrassing to look at her, to stare at her like she was at a painting in an art gallery. Now, lying on a creaking bed in complete darkness, the young man imagined her marvelous appearance from memory. Imaginary Alina was amazing, beautiful, delightful, incomparable. Moreover, it seemed perfect, like the ancient Greek goddesses. Lyanka examined from memory the almost perfect symmetry of the oval of the face, the shape and color of the eyes, the outline of the lips, the shape of the nose, the color of the skin, the cute curls, the touching baby fluff above the upper lip, the sweet earlobe. He did not know if he came up with such a look or Alina actually looked like that. He likes this girl, that's for sure. Her appearance makes the young man completely delighted. Lenka was surprised when he managed to examine every detail so thoroughly. If he watched it only furtively, how happy he was. It was impossible to put into words his amazing state. Melody of Rain Chapter 7. In the classroom at the university auditorium, Lyanka stubbornly nodded his nose, trying to understand something from the teacher's explanations, but to no avail. Not only did he not get enough sleep, but also these visions. On the second couple, the young man moved to the gallery, fell asleep and raved again, imagining that he was gently touching the desired face with his lips and fingertips, waking up every time as soon as caresses entered the active phase in a dream and caused tangible physiological reactions of the body. Waiting for the desired meeting became painful. He was overcome by doubts. Did he dream all this? Things were moving too quickly and unexpectedly. What if Alina joked cynically or fell in love with herself on a bet? Lyanka believed and did not believe the girl, but immediately tried to invent an excuse. Anything can happen. But you cannot believe in anything unconditionally. It happens that friends, and even close relatives, betray, have fun with cruel jokes. Only a few hours passed from complete rejection of the girl to burning brains of love. Is it possible? Even if this is a reality, you need to treat it with a certain amount of skepticism so that a possible disappointment does not destroy life again. As the guy did not persuade himself, emotions ran spontaneously, overwhelmed him, either giving pleasure or causing unbearable torment and loss of strength. So what if there were more pleasant experiences, if in general they were debilitating? So Lyanka swayed on the waves of contrasting visions until he saw Alina with his own eyes. Meeting her dispelled my doubts. On the excited, inspired face of the girl, jubilation and delight were read with the naked eye. It is hardly possible to play so talented and convincingly. Running up, Alina hung on his neck, merged with her beloved in a passionate kiss, sweeter than which the young man had never tasted before. Her eyes burned with anticipation of pleasure and the joy of intimacy. In vain Lenka suffered and worried. The girl is really in love. Now he is sure of it. Alina opened up, told without hiding what yesterday's kisses had done to her. She told me about a sleepless night, about painful and sweet languor at the same time, about colored fantasies and a whole host of intimate desires. It turns out that the first contact was also not easy for her. Perhaps Alina did not expect that she would awaken such a passion in herself. Be that as it may, Lyanka unconditionally believed in the sincerity of feelings, especially since they gave so many wonderful sensations. For girls, unhappy love can deliver much more serious disappointments than for boys. Is it worth giving up possible happiness because of youthful disappointment in love? The guys wandered aimlessly along the street, filled with a stream of people hurrying somewhere, did not notice anyone or anything, tightly clutching their hands, as if they were afraid to get lost, and talked. From one body to another, through a handshake, the magical energy of love imperceptibly overflowed, turning strangers into relatives and friends, giving a feeling of euphoria, flight, and inexhaustible strength. Lyanka was no longer afraid to carefully examine his Alina. Now he saw much more than what sight is capable of, finding more and more reasons for frenzied rejoicing. The girl seemed to him a beautiful little fairy. The more closely he peered, the more he became attached to her individual characteristics, which distinguishes her from thousands of other girls. What the eyes did not see was remembered by smell, touch and hearing. Lyanka liked her voice to puppy delight. Every now and then he asked to tell or repeat something, only to once again enjoy the melody of sounds, peculiarities of intonation, shades of sound. The aromas surrounding her friend awakened a poetic gift. He expressed his feelings and emotions with a lyrical perception of events, but he didn't want to talk about them out loud yet. He was embarrassed. Most of all, the lips and hands learned about the girlfriend. Any touch, even a fleeting one, was remembered for its sharpness. According to Alina's reaction, Lenka felt which touches caused an explosion of emotions in her, which ones were indifferent, neutral, or caused rejection. The young man could not even imagine how sensitive the lips and hands are, how sensitively they react to the slightest nuances of the skin structure, its elasticity and taste. It is a shame to compare, but he did not feel such bliss with Mila. Alina accumulated the energy of touches and sent it back many times stronger. From that day on, Lyanka lost his peace and sleep. I plunged into the ocean of love, but I can't emerge in any way. And he feels so good beyond words. Only sometimes the inner voice begins to whisper about caution, the obligation to draw conclusions and doubt until you are convinced of the truth and mutual nature of feelings. Each new day greets the young man with a fresh, luxuriously decorated bouquet of impressions. Anxiety and anxiety excite the blood. The body groans from an excess of fabulous sensations. The brain is torn apart by emotions and feelings. What amazing discoveries! Is this not happiness? Voluptuousness and irresistible attraction temporarily caused paralysis of the will. The guy can't think of anything else. Where it comes from is unclear. Interesting, Lenka thought. What and how do we fall in love with? What is special about this girl, not like everyone else? Eyes, hands, voice, clothes. But after all, before Alina clung, otherwise it is impossible to name the first stage of acquaintance. She was only one of many, on which there was nothing even for the eye to grasp. Is there something elusive in the girl, a sweet little zest that turned the universe in her favor? Or is he just crazy? Reflecting and comparing, the young man came to an unexpected and paradoxical conclusion. Apparently the man's brain is ready in advance for contact with any woman, that is, it expects him, hopes for him, therefore he instantly falls into a hypnotic trance, which allows him to inspire any crazy feelings, including love. As soon as a woman activates the mechanism of flirting, hinting at her readiness to take part in romantic games, suggesting the possibility of a possible win, the brain starts a series of impulses that force the dream laboratory to synthesize love drugs. Hence fantasies that excite passion, complete or partial shutdown of critical thinking, loss of control, constant euphoria. And the buttons that turn on the process in the future are both inside and outside. These are smell, touch, sight, hearing. That is why it is unbearably desirable to touch Alina, inhale exciting aromas, enjoy the contemplation of the object of desire and listen, caressing all these signal systems. The more information you get about a winking girl beckoning with hidden secrets, the stronger the desire to possess her. After all, the main goal of nature is reproduction, and this requires physical penetration into the secret of secrets. Is love really so insidious, and is a person able to overcome so many temptations, bypassing all the traps set for her? Lenka reasoned when the moments of enlightenment came. It would seem that this is not such a difficult riddle to be unable to solve it, but why do men, knowing about such deceit, strive in orderly rows to get into the spread nets? And so am I. How he dreams of mastering the whole range of erotic lures, tasting each of them. He is even ready to pay the inevitable bills for bliss, which every girl is forced to present for the pinnacle of love. The guy seems to be becoming a hardened cynic by reasoning like that. Or is it something else? What really made him believe in the reality of love? After all, he is really sure that Alina is the only girl without whom happiness on earth is unthinkable. Lyanka does not know what true love is, although everyone around him only talks about it. Once already burned, taking wishful thinking. Don't miss this time either. And yet, despite his doubts, he unconditionally relies on Alina for everything. From the very beginning, the girl behaves as if she makes all decisions ahead of time, long before they happen to be voiced. She gives the impression of an experienced person who has lived a difficult life, has considerable experience behind her back, and therefore never doubts what needs to be done. Are they born like this? The guy likes her manner of communication, rather tough, caustic and ironic in conversation and controversy, but soft, affectionate and touching. You just have to touch her lightly. The girl reciprocates the quivering tenderness with double reciprocity, but, unlike the young man, she never loses control over herself. From physical proximity, hurricanes and blizzards start in his head, the autopilot turns on, which leads either by instruments or by touch, but definitely without the help of the mind. The guy himself cannot understand how, in a deranged state, he copes with managing life. Lenka is not angry at her sarcastic remarks. Alina pronounces them as if in passing, without focusing on the power of her voice or poisonous intonation. So the girl talks to everyone, making no exceptions for him. The friend more than compensates for the sharpness of phrases and judgments with excessive femininity, the ability to express her immensely admiring attitude towards her partner through touches and gestures. Barely touching his beloved, Lyanka feels her quivering, trembling, responsive sensitivity of the skin, the desire to return the power of sensual experiences, enhanced by a flaming passion. Gently squeezing her friend's hand, looking into her eyes, Lyanka can fall into the elusive ghostly sweetness of euphoria. Caressing the lips of a seductive body, for a long time falls out of reality. However, even in a semi-conscious state, he constantly feels her reciprocal excitement, growing, seductive, alluring. With the elusive pressure of her fingers, Alina is able to orchestrate her feelings, guiding the young man along the path that gives her a viscous sweetness. How is it that a friend knows better than he needs and desires, his own and his? You can get a girl only by licking a very sensitive earlobe, while hugging her shoulders. Sparks of playful desire, splashing over the edge, instantly light up in her eyes, and real actions become decisive and daring. Alina conveys her fantasies with passionate movements of her hands, shamelessly penetrating into the forbidden possessions of her beloved, without giving, however, a reason for something more, threatening her chastity with unforeseen losses. For the time being, lovers are limited only to very bold kisses, reinforcing them with gentle touches, quite frank and free, but with clearly defined limits of permissible regulations. The guys are still not ready for a deeper relationship, which does not bother them at all, because of the virginal purity of relationships and thoughts. Freezing in an endless kiss, voraciously penetrating the intimate physiological boundaries of bodies with curious tongues, studying the wet depths of insatiable mouths for taste, exciting sensitive inner spheres, they can stand motionless for hours without losing interest in mutual knowledge. Kisses, complemented by caresses, fully satisfy their undeveloped needs for intimate intimacy. So far they are only dreaming of more, and even that is illegible, blurry. They are not embarrassed by the already loud smacking sounds and bystanders who heard them. The universe closed, protecting the lovers from the arrogance of extraneous judgments and envious whispers, allowing them to be ignored and not heard. People are just doing what they love. So what? Find your partner in this world and do the same. Lyanka, usually so shy that he cannot once again ask passers-by something, behaves defiantly from the point of view of public opinion. How strange it is. Making your feelings public is considered indecent and shameful. For teenagers who are sick with love, this is not at all the case. They are not jarred, on the contrary, they are amused by the tactless behavior of the evil hypocrites. The close interaction of any objects upon contact has a strong influence on each other. So Lyanka, having been fed by the active energy of the girl, began to transform, unconsciously imitating her in everything. Whether it's good or bad for the guy, it doesn't matter now. The main and only value now is a sweet, tender girl who has become the center of a personal universe. She is both the beginning and the end of his inner and outer world. Lovers now learn lessons together, cook, eat, go shopping when there is something to buy. They just sleep separately. Student life does not indulge in frills. It is entirely focused on gaining knowledge, leaving consumption and material well-being out of the brackets. True, they have a much more important occupation, which does not tolerate when it is relegated to the background. Ripening sensuality dictates its own rules. Love knows no competition in front of other criteria for a prosperous life. If someone thinks otherwise, it's his own business. Everyone is free to dispose of fate based on personal judgments and their own experience. Lyanka and Alina want to manage their lives personally, without looking back at prejudices and other people's opinions. Melody of Rain Chapter 8. Each of us in due time becomes the meaning and love of someone's life, making him immensely happy. Even if over time you have to be convinced of the fallacy of your personal choice, you should be infinitely grateful to the person you consider loved. After all, he, like you, is in the process of finding his soul mate. It doesn't matter if you find your one love or she finds you. There are no fatal mistakes, we make them inevitable and fatal ourselves, replacing one illusion with another, but without drawing conclusions. Life, of course, consists of chains of random sequences. No one is able to calculate when and how many times in life we are forced to choose. Every moment we have before us an infinite number of options, each of which leads to the next arrangement of probabilities, also random. Whatever you choose, you will never be able to go back and check if you guessed at least 6 numbers out of 46 options, like in a lottery. But this is an incomparably small number of alternatives, even to a small extent not comparable with the real number of variations that affect the fate. Try to draw a simplified diagram of ordinary life collisions with a fixed number of versions, and after a few steps you will drown in the boundless ocean of transformations and changes that take you far away. Real life is much more complicated than playing the lottery, but you should not be afraid. After all, we will never know what we did wrong. One can only guess on the coffee grounds or throw dice with large numbers on the edges for an infinitely long time. The result of trading will not change by chance. Whatever happens, you need to go forward, fight for a favorable outcome for you personally, do not lose heart from the blows of fate, and always maintain the status of incorrigible optimism. Lenka this way and that way unfolded a heap of unpredictable events that did not want to fit into the goal he had clearly formulated quite recently. The harmony of the system each time turned into a pile of debris, which he characterized as chaos. Nevertheless, the meeting with Alina settled in him a state of harmony and harmony with the world. Whether there is love or not, whether it is an illusion or reality, the state of boundless joy and bliss more than covers the inevitable losses from disorder in life. Undercooked porridge in the head and in the restless, doubting soul does not at all interfere with living happily. Lyanka, once and for all, within the framework of the concept of values that is currently operating in his life, decided for himself that Alina is the most significant and most valuable acquisition sent to him by a blind choice of fate. So, from now on, all efforts should be directed to her well-being. And of course, for love. He is sure that the positive energy directed at any phenomenon or object feeds their activity. There is never too much love and happiness. Long live love. As soon as the young man decided on his thoughts, they began to acquire order and harmony. The relationship of lovers grew stronger day by day, acquiring a more favorable form. Along with the strength of ties, the strength of positive emotions and faith in the authenticity of feelings grew. A couple in love became inseparable, turning into a worthy union of two caring hearts. Of course, the immense trust is reinforced by physical and spiritual intimacy, the desire to give, first of all, oneself. The guys express boundless trust by combining interests and close contact. Separation, even for a short time, seems like a punishment. Here and today, lovers, as usual together. After sharing the news, they intertwine their bodies, thus expressing their love. Endless kisses and sensual touches turn into a celebration of the flesh. Their insatiability knows no bounds. Giving each other the warmth of lips, hands, and the energy of hearts, they strive to bring joy to each other. Attraction, pleasure, bliss, delight and thirst only increase from time to time, finding new ways of expressing relationships. Alina, already once again excited to trembling in her knees, climbed playful fingers into the restricted area, embraced the miracle living there at the moment when they kissed, licking their tongues. I must say that by agreement of the parties on that day they were vacated a room in the hostel. All its inhabitants went to the dance party. They were supposed to return no earlier than 4 hours later. So much time for solitude, and not somewhere in the park on a bench, but in a room where there are beds, albeit narrow ones. For two lovers this is unthinkable luck. No, they did not have desperate plans, prepared fantasies, or concerted desires to try out the extreme methods of adult eroticism. Everything happened as usual. All kinds of kissing gymnastics, light touches, and tight hugs, that's all. This process takes place standing or sitting, and here is the first opportunity to sit comfortably on the bed. This is something new, unknown. Lyanka decided to immediately take the bull by the horns. At first, gently tickling the dimple on the collarbone and neck, he affectionately sucked on the lobe of the sensitive ear, immediately irritating his girlfriend. Today she does not think to restrain herself, expresses her feelings quite freely. Literally a few seconds later, Alina shook, hugging her beloved so that he almost suffocated, began to fidget with her chest and crotch over his body, moaned, rolled her eyes, arched her back. Her hands involuntarily reached under Lenkin's shirt, climbed up his stomach to the nipples, slipped behind his back, squeezed his skin like a vice, making it quite painful, then dived into his underpants from his back and pulled his tender buttocks to her. The girl's lips dug into his mouth, the tongue began to play host to the gentle moisture, increasing the excitement many times over. The smell of lust enveloped the woven bodies in a dense fog, penetrating through the sense of smell directly into the brain, igniting responses that turn off the ability to think. Only youthful naivety and a complete lack of sexual experience separated them from a reckless step. When the body doesn't have the right skills, it won't demand unexplored actions if you retain a modicum of control over yourself. There are proven methods, a fairly innocent realization of passion. This is enough for the creative process of satisfying the desires of the heated flesh, when the protective rules for crossing the border lines are observed. Actually, the guys did not plan any changes in the erotic regulations. They already had more than enough sweetness of contact. The lovers' bodies hummed like high-voltage transformers, convulsing from time to time. The young man, obeying the guiding movements of his beloved, sank down on his haunches. Immediately he climbed his head under her blouse, began, through kisses and licking movements of the tongue, to excite the girl, moving up from the elastic band of her panties along the elastic skin of the abdomen. Then he licked the hollow of the navel and went along the hollow of the tense press to the solar plexus. A slight movement of the hands was enough for the bra to fly up, exposing the plump apples of ripe mounds vibrating in time with the movement of the chest, crowned with sweet peas, hardening from the circular movements of the wet tongue. The girl trembled, clasped Lincoln's head with trembling hands, while he began to gently squeeze the tight hemispheres, probing through the thin skin the filled blood vessels and the cavernous structure of the girl's chest pulp, while sucking on the cherries of the raised nipples. Alina gasped from the powerful wave of sensations, lowered her arms, habitually crossing them, grabbed the edges of the jacket and jerked it over her head. It was necessary for her to see in detail the piquant process that sent such sweet signals to the body. Another second and the guipure bust flew off somewhere to the side, and a scene of unthinkable debauchery opened up to a curious gaze. Alina, as if combing with a comb, dived with open fingers into the whirlwinds of her beloved. The girl felt boundless gratitude to him. An obsessive thought flashed through my mind like a swift shadow. It was an unconscious desire to surrender, to make a generous, in fact priceless gift to a friend. The girl diligently tried to extinguish the sudden erotic reflection in the bud. She was frightened even by the ghost of a swiftly unreasonable and dangerous intention rushing by. Under Lyanka's shameless fingers, at every point of their contact, a frightened heart fluttered muffled, but tangibly. It seemed as if it was no longer the only one that multiplies, scattering into small pieces that begin to take on a life of their own. Several small hearts moved down to the very center of the perineum, where something began to grow, expand, burn. Lost hearts vibrated, began to contract convulsively. Waves of inconceivable voluptuousness swept over the excited body, one after another, then the tension dropped sharply, and sticky and hot flowed down the legs. It was a completely new feeling. Alina remembered that something similar happened several times in childhood and adolescence, when she had to calm her pussy, because she itched. Those sensations were not so vivid, and the girl did not touch nonsense, as she and her friends then called the shriveled pie growing between her legs. This sensitive place now looks different. Rather, it looks like a flower bud, which is so pleasant to open and caress in a hot bath. Lyanka did not touch him, but meanwhile it reacted with unexpectedly strong excitement. Alina blushed with realization, as if she had accidentally peed herself. What else could happen? In the room, as luck would have it, the light is on. Now the guy will see her embarrassment, then the end of love, and she will never again experience what just pierced the brain and body, subsequently spilling over with warmth and languor. By all means, Lyanka needs to be distracted. Maybe send for something or go herself, as if to the toilet. But how to say it? She's a girl, it's such a shame. And what to do? So, you need to choose what is easier to explain. Lion, I'm sorry, my love. I need to go to the ladies' room. I quickly, then me too. Come on, take turns. Me first. Just turn away. Don't look at me, maybe put the kettle on to boil. We also have cookies. It would be great. And what time? We have more than 2 more hours. Great. You are in charge here. Flushed Lenka was breathing, as if after a sprint race. He, too, was not easily given new caresses, and his underpants required an urgent replacement, but he knew the reason why he had a leak. And it's easier for the guy, because everything happened in his room. While Alina was running, the young man managed to change clothes, cooled down a bit, calmed down. The teapot on the stove warmed up, giving out roulades through the spout, and the lid danced, clanging desperately. These movements and sounds instilled confidence that everything was just wonderful. It's great that they're all alone. You just need to remember to lock the door from the inside so that friends who suddenly return do not see too much. It's completely useless. Only conversations and gossip are not enough for him. And so everyone winks maliciously, showing obscene gestures behind his back. Lyanka poured tea, stood ready in anticipation of a girlfriend. At this time, she slightly opened the door, squeezing through it sideways, as if hiding from someone. Did the commandant catch her walking into the men's room? In this case, the young man saved up a large chocolate bar. They don't do anything like that. We were just going to have a cup of tea. What is shameful in this? Alina entered. At this time, one of the glasses, slightly bouncing, burst from boiling water, flooding the table, chair, and part of the floor with sweet liquid. Lenka rushed for a rag, began to mop up the puddles. Nothing. There is still boiling water. After erotic adventures, hot tea was just right. The guys drank, blowing diligently, gnawed cookies with crackers, looking at the clock, the hand of which moved inexorably towards the finish line. I didn't want to waste a single minute. There are so many things you can do with the rest of the time. After wiping the sweat from the hot drink with a towel, the lovers immediately rushed to the bed to continue the process of mutual knowledge in a more comfortable environment. The girl, without hesitation, threw off her clothes above the waist and climbed under the covers. Lenka jumped next, following the example of his girlfriend, also with a bare torso. They fidgeted a bit, like full, playful puppies, and intertwined their naked bodies, feeling the coolness of completely unfamiliar sensations from close contact. This time Lyanka found himself in a delicate position. The touch of bare skin to the elasticity of the gentle hills burned with unfamiliar energy, at the same time filling with blood a completely unchildish toy that rose in trousers with a stake. The girlfriend, not suspecting anything of the kind, deftly and swiftly dived into this dangerous area with her hand. She had no idea that petty hooliganism would turn out to be a daring incursion into a war zone. But it was already too late. If before, penetrating for a moment into the territory of the enemy, she found there an island of curly hair and wrinkled cold skin, now her hand rested on a pulsating hot lever of a decent size. Out of mischief or confusion, the girl grabbed him, clenching her fist. Immediately felt elastic resistance and heartbeat in it. At least, that's what she thought. Holding this unusual living something, Alina was covered with a wave of conjecture. Still, she is no longer a teenager and lives among people, most of whom have long been acquainted with this curious object. Talk about that strange unit happened more than once in her presence, but the girl did not particularly listen to them. However, I managed to catch some of their words. What it is and what it is used for, I understood immediately. Her heart thumped and galloped, tossing her body like she was holding a jackhammer. Frightened by her guess, the girl squeezed the rod even tighter, thereby pulling out a groan from her beloved. His brain instantly jumped. The reins of control of the body were intercepted by the natural instinct of reproduction, awakened by the internal chemical laboratory, which received the order to jam the mind, directing all its forces to conquer the female. What happened next happened quickly, as if prepared in advance. Lyanka loomed over the girl, gently but confidently. Gently pulling off her panties and skirt, parted her white supple hips and settled between them. Alina was ready to scream and resist, but something that turned out to be stronger than her constrained the movement of her muscles, paralyzing her will. The girl only watched the process taking place, as if in a dream, slowly and inevitably, like a slow-motion frame in a movie, unable to resist the actions taken by Lyanka. The young man moved like a zombie. Or it only seemed to Alina. Her eyes widened in anticipation of something very terrible, which cannot be stopped. Lyanka touched the moist, spreading petals of a flower filled with hot blood, raised his wet fingers to his nose, inhaled the pungent smell of sticky interior juice, licked it, and plunged his finger into the hot depth. The girl shuddered, arched her back like a bridge, but did not take any defensive action. The guy took the fully hardened lever in his hand, parted the petals of the swollen flower and carefully inserted the bare tip into the slippery flesh of the excited womb. Alina instinctively tried to move her hips, defending herself from the encroachment, but the young man turned out to be stronger and more agile, not allowing the shell to slam shut. Having opened with his fingers the fragrant entrance to the cave of virgin secrets, Lenka was in no hurry, although instinct demanded to take it by force, without reasoning, until the girl came to her senses. The young man closely followed the reaction of his girlfriend. He was afraid to hurt her. Lyanka wanted to stop the violence, because the girl did not give him consent to the penetration, but the call of nature turned out to be more powerful, forcing him to act. The remnants of consciousness struggled with an impatient instinct, demanding immediate rough manipulation of a flower ready for copulation. For the genetically determined behavior of an excited male, only the result is important, which can be achieved only by real fertilization. How the boy managed to overcome the superior forces of hormones is not clear, but he endured with all his might, plunging into the abyss of the open flower, slowly and gently. And yet, at the peak of the effects of hormonal doping, Lyanka almost broke into a peak, feeling uncontrollable lust. The phallus completely disappeared into the virgin bowels, without causing even the slightest suffering and pain to the beloved girl, starting measured forward movements. At this moment, the girlfriend came out of her stupor, but did not dare to stop the unauthorized intrusion into the intimate limits of the virgin nature, fascinated by the slow rocking movements of the powerful piston. When Lenka poured out, not fully realizing the meaning of what was happening, right into the mouth of the bud, the girl screamed in despair, pounding him in the chest with her fists. She was warned about the consequences of the eruption of the male secret. The frustrated girl burst into tears, flooding herself and the bed with streams of salty moisture. At that very time, a team of spiteful inhabitants of the room burst into the room, becoming unwitting witnesses to the final scene. A loving couple in costumes of the primitive inhabitants of the biblical paradise recklessly sorted out the relationship. Alina attacked, Lyanka sluggishly dodged. Unlucky lovers appeared before the audience in all their naked glory. They never closed the door, because they were distracted by a cracked glass. I had to urgently dive under the covers, but it was too late to hide. None of the guests said a word. Everyone, silently, turned around and left, giving the guys time to get dressed and cover up the traces of their sin. What happened next happened as if in a dream. The lovers, dressed, red as crayfish, left the room, not looking at anyone. Lyanka walked behind all the way. Alina stopped in front of her room, slapped the guy with a resounding slap in the face, shed a tear, sobbed, and disappeared behind the door. Lyanka felt like a complete scoundrel, a rapist, and a traitor. The boys, upon returning, clapped him on the shoulder and showed a fist with a thumbs up, and he wanted to sink through the ground. All night he dreamed of a repetition of what happened. The tension in the lower abdomen did not let go. No matter how much Lyanka analyzed the situation, he could not decide in any way whether he did well or badly. Melody of Rain Chapter 9. For more than a week, Alina did not talk to Lenka, although he followed her on her heels. He persuaded, apologized, knelt down. She did not get angry, did not make claims, she simply did not notice, as if he was an empty place. The guy seemed to be completely desperate, but the girl suddenly let go. Alina took pity on him or calculated the moves, as in a chess game, but beckoned with an expressive movement of her index finger, reinforcing it with an air kiss. A friend took Lyanka to the dark end of a long corridor, took her by the hand, pressed her whole body, hiding her face on his chest. The guy forgot how to breathe, stood, and did not dare to hug. He felt like at the beginning of an acquaintance, when each touch was given uncertainly, with an eye to the response. Alina sniffed contentedly, pressing her cold nose against his neck, without taking any active steps, however. I waited for the initiative to be shown by a loved one. Lenka was dying from the desire to return the relationship to its previous course, but the feeling of guilt stopped him. You are forgiven, Lenka. I'm to blame too. I did not want. I don't understand myself. Do not make excuses. To be honest, I was very good, but I did not immediately understand it. But if you flew, I don't know what I'll do with you. We'll have to get married. What about study? What for then? I hunchbacked for 2 years. You'll probably have to have an abortion. I disagree. What? How is it? I do not agree. I got what I wanted and into the bushes. I don't agree with abortion. You will learn to give birth, then you will be right to swing. He does not agree. And what will we live on? Nothing to eat at all. So, what did you eat for breakfast today? And at lunchtime? Are you silent? I'll tell you. You didn't eat a damn thing. Look in your pocket. Don't be shy, throw out whatever you find. And the scholarship is still over a week away. Hear and think. I don't even want to listen. Pray to the Creator that our erotic adventure ends well. And how do we know? Guess 3 times. Do you know what menstruation is? Well, so, schematically. I'm a biologist. Ovulation, hunting, estrus, studied. So what are you asking? You will be the first to know. After me. If it gets stuck, beware. I'm ready to get married. At least tomorrow. What a smart one. Of course, such an outcome cannot be ruled out. Might have to be true. But modestly, without pomp. Parents don't need to know. Only friends. Small student party. Let's dance, eat salads, and that's it. What about without parents? Why? Because. This is my condition. Lyanka did not argue, he agreed unconditionally. He even had a job offer in mind. You need to buy something for the wedding. A temporary, but well-paid, physically very difficult and dirty job at a construction site was offered to him by classmates. You will have to work mainly at night, but in a couple of months it is quite possible to earn money for a decent party. The young man rejoiced. Circumstances, as he saw it, were going great. To marry a beloved girl, this is the ultimate dream of everyone. Moreover, Lenka was convinced of his male solvency, and at the same time the chastity of the bride. And yet, they also now have no barriers that limit the limits of communication. Let what happened not quite right. But after all, if you honestly figure it out, Helena herself provoked the process of defloration. Why was it premature to cross the line? Maybe it's even better that neither she nor he had to suffer, worry about how and when to take such a step. After all, you can break your whole head with just one thought. Will it work or not? The simultaneous transformation of teenagers into adults went off without a hitch, unless this event was overshadowed by an accidental pregnancy. How was Lyanka to know that these phenomena are interconnected? Now, of course, enlightened. When the nimble tadpoles went on a journey in the bowels of the mother's womb, he had no idea where it comes from and what it is for, although he studied all these processes in detail. I thought that man and beast are not the same thing. It is impossible to change what happened, which means that it is useless to worry about this. In the end, even such naive ignoramuses as Lyanka must understand that the salt of life lies in the fact that it is not sugar at all. You have to answer for any actions, often limiting consumption and freedom. We live once. There will be no other attempts. If you try, you can turn any minus into a plus. Moreover, now they are together, one might say, a family. Beloved has replaced everything in the world for him. Lyanka stopped perceiving Alina as a separate being. Whatever the conversation is about, he calls himself and his girlfriend, we. The inseparable connection made us look at all phenomena differently. He is no longer jarred by the words love, family, child. Friends entered into a position, freeing up a room for the young, so that they could enjoy each other in seclusion. It's a young thing. They joked, of course, obscenely, neighed like horses, but in front of the girl they pretended that they did not see, hear, or understand anything. Less and less Lenka is visited by thoughts of travel. Is it possible to wander around the world, leaving your beloved, giving up happiness? Well, let him not become an outstanding scientist. Is there anything more important than love? As time went on, Lyanka got used to the thoughts of marriage, assured himself that this was necessary. How else can he prove his loyalty? He talks about it more and more. However, Alina, having made sure that pregnancy did not follow, which she feared most of all, began to avoid answers and controversy on this hot topic. Left alone, the girl thinks about the pros and cons, trying to assemble a complete mosaic from individual facts, but the individual fragments do not fit together. It seems to her that Lyanka and she are in too much of a hurry to bind themselves with unbearable, premature obligations. Where can they start? They do not have, let alone a foundation, even the first stone that can be laid as a foundation. You can't spread feelings and eroticism on bread. It's nice, of course, to have an adult relationship. It excites, tickles the nerves, emotions, like yeast on a dough, overwhelm the entire tangible being, the soul, now and then flies off into unknown distances. But what can I say? Is it possible to compare intoxication from love, when you soar in weightlessness, for example, with alcohol? Alina has been studying for 2 years now. Seeing enough. Student weddings happen every now and then. Only created families, born of sublime feelings and unearthly passion, break up without having existed even for a year. Most are due to change. And both change. What does it mean? Yes, there was no love at all. The game is like that. It is natural to ask the question, why did you get married, if you are more drawn to the neighbor's garden than you want to take care of your own? She doesn't like this game, but Lyanka has wedding fever. He only thinks about how they will live happily after that. What he has in mind is unclear. I love you very much and I hope to live hand in hand until the very end. You can't even imagine, it's such happiness when love and in general, Lenka comes. Sorry, didn't hear what you said about the end? Alina counters deftly. Yes, life is full of surprises. I wonder what you think about when I say something. Looks like you're stuck on the ends. Are you missing sex? Well, what are you, dear? Just thinking about you and me. We are still very young. Should we get married? On the one hand, it looks good. Joint household, responsibility, love, sex, all you want. As long as it fits, of course. What is your sarcasm for? The question is too serious. Undoubtedly. That's what it's about. On the other hand, some kind of nonsense turns out. what for do I need this joint household with responsibility together? If, for example, I want to go to the cinema today, and you go to the pool, for instance, it doesn't matter where, I'm just in the mood to lie in bed. 1. Dream, touch yourself, cry, but you never know what desires a person can have. I'm depressed, my heart hurts, I can't see anyone. Are you craving a strawberry? As if entertainment is not enough, I told you, for example. Enough for me. Today, anyway. Haven't eaten yet? Let's say she is tired of communication or has overcome troubles. I want loneliness. I lie, I dream. About good. I help with my finger. The sun in the window. Open work, shadows. The sky is in floating clouds. Warm, cozy, sweet. Don't want to go anywhere. Nirvana. Close your eyes and soar. And here, bam. Run to the store, cook breakfast, mine, wash. Responsibility. Then you come back home, tired, smelly. Eat, give, sex, and circuses. But to me, not only is it lazy, a state of complete bliss. And sex, even if there is a desire, you want something different than you found problems. Is it really difficult to discuss where, how much? What's the language for? And about loneliness too. It is clear that everyone should have an inviolable intimate zone where outsiders are not allowed to enter. Let's learn to negotiate, and if not, shall we put up the boards? Danger. Keep out. Beware of high voltage. So, today one thing is important to you, something completely different to me. I had something planned ahead of time. I dreamed of spending time with friends or at a party. I tuned in. This is where my husband showed up. Get ready. Went. Necessary. Who needs? You need to go. Let's say they wound up not to their fullest, they managed to press the brake in time. Love, nevertheless. But we can't give up either. You go right, I go left. Resentment. All sorts of thoughts. Suspicions. Doubts, fears, mistrust, hypotheses, assumptions, conjectures. Missed nothing. Marriage, after all, deprived both of them of the right to the left. Rights, but not opportunities. Am I making it clear? You can't relax, you think, you assume, you broke your whole head. I also. We twisted a kilogram of spaghetti with spicy seasonings in our brains, added salty and spicy spices, cook it. We return home, the stew boils, falls out and gurgles. We look at each other like wolves fed by suspicions and assumptions. You give me the word, I have those too. And rushed, over the bumps. Bang that brew in the face. You are so. You are bad, all insoluble problems in marriage are solved through the bed. You still need to get there. We don't trust each other. Do you think if a tambourine sounds in my head, I will spread my legs in front of you? Hell no. I would like to give you a tambourine or tattoo on your face with claws. It's not easy to put an angry fury to bed. Don't fantasize. You bend, you twist. We won't go that far. Oh, is it? You won't even notice how the situation matures. A million times I saw how this happens with friends, girlfriends, and even with parents. We are sober, educated people. What we ourselves do not know, we will read in books, we will ask for advice. Are you saying that only half-educated people quarrel? Life is harder and easier. Now I'm guessing, building the design of a possible squiggle. In addition, we do not have separate housing. A free bed in a hostel, a shortage. Everyone wants to loosen up. Not only to you. Nothing to rent a room. Nana lava, as they say. We, at least me, are supported by our parents. Our excited bowlers are boiling, it's understandable. Wives, excited by the situation, are pouring, swelling, demanding proof of love, satisfaction. Immediate. And there are no opportunities to satisfy passion. Everyone remains with his own, with which we scatter in their holes, each in his own room. Dream, self-satisfy. The process of development of provocation continues successfully, each has its own. The question hung, we don't even have the opportunity to ask it to each other. Wow, how? What kind of family is this? Yes, we don't know each other, you're blowing up empty space. A couple of kisses, a languid look, a positive smile, and no problems. At this time, a friend jumps in, over there, from that next bed, milk is called. Beauty green-eyed, with awesome boobs, and legs from the ears. Smiling. Clap with depraved zenkami. Subconsciously tempted. Just like that, just in case. Flirting is when a girl does not know what she wants, but she achieves it by all means. Everything is clear with her. She's single, but you're married. On me, by the way. But you stare at her. No back thought. Like, for the sake of decency. And I boiled. From you desire and eroticism rushes a mile away. You are excited. It is clear that the girl will paraclinic. But you too. Here, as they say, Ostap suffered. I put my hands on my hips and I can accidentally gouge out my eyes. Do not trust. And you try, you should write novels. You fantasize convincingly. These are the little things in life. We find out that the suspicions are groundless and that's it, it wasn't there. Intelligence, of course, will establish the facts. With time. But the residue will remain. Another layer and another. How long can we hold on like this? Sooner or later the abscess will burst, and we are his beer. I wanted to say tenderness, love and sex. We can start right now, let's admit it. The wife is not the bride. She wants more. Shoes there, a coat, a washing machine. Erotic lingerie. And you are naked like a falcon. You will not be filled with love. The girl, by the way, wants to eat, go to the movies, a ring with turquoise, a hairstyle. Little things. Can you guess how much crap we girls need so that you can look breathlessly into the eyes of the lake, having real reasons for that? Others live somehow. And happy. You don't want all of this every day, differently. It happens that everyone. There are happy couples, I do not argue. And this happens. Are you personally ready for real family difficulties? What are your plans for the future? Do you still want to become a scientist and travel? Will you build eyes for wild boars and swallows? Do you have sex with them too? Will not work. Marriage will break your career with fate. What do you think, when your head boils again, who will you blame? And if the fruits of love ripen? Look around. Look how many guys drop out of school after reckless student weddings, go to work as builders and loaders, and at the same time look for a comfortable and easy sexual ambulance. You talk like a seasoned lady who has been married 3 times. And what about young juices, enthusiasm, maximalism. Not the gods burn the pots, and they get burned. They feel like a baked duck, with a fried crust, baked and ruddy, in apples, with hot spices. Just a meal. But in the oven. And I want to live while I'm young, beautiful, appetizing, and I have countless desires. You don't even know what I dream about. Life is not enough to fulfill all my desires. I don't understand you, Alina. Are you trying to answer? Yourself or me? I argue, I think. I don't pretend, but I think. You understand, Lyanka, they get married in a hurry, like for fun, and in the meantime they give birth to real children. What happened next? Think, don't think, 100 rubles is not money. Exactly. Your scholarship isn't even enough for Prezi. Will we give birth? How about studying then? Are we done with this rotten business? With education? Or will you tie a member with a bow? In a family, someone must certainly be a leader, make decisions. Who is capable of this? Don't be silly, my friend. There is a way out of any situation. I think not alone. It is too early to decide who is in charge in the family. Usually it is the one who takes more responsibility. I'll go to work. You'll get overwhelmed. You can't stand to study and work for a long time. You will start to get sick from overwork, you will lose potency, you will forget about desires. Then you'll say yourself, fuck it, fucking family life. And I will be guilty in your eyes. It turns out that you just rolled out a pebble with information on my road, on which, as in a fairy tale, you go left, right or straight, you definitely lose everything. Would you like to hang yourself? Or do you see another way? Not yet. Think. How do I know that our love is real? What else? What do you say if I don't visit you for a week? I miss you. I will throw myself at the wall. Dive into the virtual world. So you love? She said, I don't know. Do you love ice cream? Adore. But you are more. Imagine that we are married. I collect you for work, put a bowl of ice cream on the table. At work, I put a liter jar of Leningrad ice cream with chocolate icing in my bag. In the evening, ice cream cake and a cocktail from it. And so, every day. What do you say? A crazy idea. That doesn't happen. Eat and start throwing up. Then another example. How many times a day do you want me? Differently. Sometimes 3, sometimes 3 times in an hour. You're just a giant. Haven't eaten yet? You will not get it. I say, it's love. The answer is not correct. This is lust. Hormones. The same ice cream. Eat sooner or later. Now for you, sex is an exquisite delicacy. A little time will pass, you will call this boring delicacy marital duty. And debts, alas, strain everyone. It's very frustrating to give up. But in the neighboring garden, such an appetizing strawberry ripens. You know, I'm monogamous. Responsibility, sense of duty, conscience, finally. The family is based on such values. Again, everything closes on debt. On captivity, on chains, coercion. It's one thing when hunting. Estimate the difference between sex as a hobby, pleasure and duty to fuck. And around the corner is a free dream, long-legged Milka. Looks at you with lust and spreads delicious white thighs as you wish. He ran to her for a second, kissed her nose, clung to the sweet spring, and cleared his throat. With pleasure. And he doesn't owe anything to anyone. What about positive thinking? Why make it so difficult? Man does not live by sex alone. Erotic sensations are just a pleasant addition to love. The main thing is spiritual unity, common goals. I'll go to work. Do you really think that I will not try for you? Of course, at first it will be difficult. Both of us, let's do it. Spread it. How? Solve problems as they come up. Here's the first one. Get a room. Why do we need it? We'd better save money for the wedding. It's called pent-up demand. You forget, Lyanka, that I'm studying to be an economist. Postpone means to postpone indefinitely. Reserve debt. You take out a loan without collateral and stomp towards bankruptcy with a jaunty step. There is nothing more permanent in life than the temporary. Are you comfortable with quick, come-on sex in other people's beds? I am not here, I am out. Why is it worse than sex, on your own? You do not please the bed, beloved? The same. Don't tell me. Remember how your friends burned us. I was ready to sink through the ground in shame. The element of chance is inevitable. Even if everything is provided, I understand your optimism as follows. You are going to live as a family, but you will lay the responsibility for it on chance. And on the parents. This is called infantilism. So what? Let's start working, we will return with a vengeance. Grandma said in 2. Do you think that if you put 2 unripe fruits together, they will automatically ripen? I'm afraid they'll start to rot. You will delegate responsibility and responsibilities to me, I to you. Then we begin to nod at each other, to blame. He wasn't like this before. Was. That's the problem, we don't change. And rose-colored glasses fade over time. Do you want me to drop out of school? Do not want. You are a man, you have other missed opportunities. Let me go to work. I will transfer to the correspondence department, to another institute. How much will you earn without education? At least I can earn a penny with hard work. I don't know how much. But the picture will become clearer. Need will force something to change, we will try to get out. This is not a specific proposal, thinking out loud. Then I have to go to work. Construction, production. But biologists are not trained in absentia. You will have to change your profile, destroy what you have already spent time and energy on. You don't want to, do you? Of course not. What about getting married? This is a settled issue. When and by whom? What then are we talking about if you married me without consent? You intentionally confuse me, Alina. You don't have a head, but a moonshine. You load one thing, the output is completely different, and much stronger. I listen to you and stick around, as if I sipped a couple of glasses. Everything is much easier. I'm afraid to deceive your expectations. There's 2. Poverty and hopelessness are not for me. For example, who are you? Do not, you know. That's what I don't know either. Nobody knows their future. Even if something does not work right away, you can start over. You lie, all so magical, dreaming, doing nothing. Then you shrug your shoulders, well, I couldn't. And you start over. So do nothing again. Something like that, right? I won't go on foot, I won't ride a horse, and I don't have money for a taxi. Let's Alina first pass the session, wave to the construction team, earn money, then rent an apartment. Let's live, cook in real family juice. Then we will decide what and how. I'm not against any real solution. And if we don't make money, then what? What if the juice ferments? Then I'm going to work in construction. Or in a taxi. I will transfer to the pedagogical department for part-time or evening classes. I will teach kids. biology, geography, natural history. Deal? I suggest writing down what was said. Let's consider it a sketch, a draft, a declaration of intent. Further, as the card falls, we will seal the contract with symbolic signatures, for example, with a kiss, and continue to live as before, without bothering with impossible tasks. By the way, my love, ask how much teachers earn. I want to live, not survive. 1 mind is good, but 2 is better. I told you that everything can be negotiated. So let's check if our love is real or not, for a couple of walks. I'm not against love. I'm for it to feel for strength. Melody of Rain Chapter 10. It would seem that everything was seriously discussed, but Lenka is restless. What strange conversations. He also reads books. Girls from birth dream of a wedding. If you think about it, it turns out that he is for the family, and Alina is against it. It is impossible to object. In every judgment there is truth, which is difficult to oppose, and he achieves the incomprehensible. Lenka imagined himself as a father and husband so many times that he simply does not see problems. At least today, I'm ready to start a family life. Little things in the form of renting an apartment are absolutely not significant for him. The young man is ready for any hardships for the sake of his beloved. Lyanka, I'm tired of serious conversations, the girl says. The brain will soon explode. Let's just enjoy life. Why try to climb where the unknown lurks? And if it's dark, damp, dangerous, disgusting, didn't you think about it? Any journey starts with the first step. If you don't try, you'll never know what you've found and what you've lost. Do you like kissing me? Am I gentle and desirable enough? Use it while life seems like a holiday. I feel good with you too. Why create problems with your own hands that may turn out to be unbearable? We still have time to become boring, anxious adults. I propose to go outside to crunch in the snow. I haven't had a slow breath of frost this year. Have you ever noticed that the cold air smells like watermelon? Fresh snow fell today. White, sparkling. Beautiful. Of course, I love spring and golden autumn more, but I don't have to choose. What do you think? Is it better to take risks or use the available benefits, experience fate, or crunch snow? As a child, I loved all the seasons, but winter, probably more. Skates, hockey, sleds. The icicles, nod. You can crunch with snow and improve family life. But then you weren't there. I love you. Don't complicate things, Lena. Good is not sought from good. You were, and I was not born yet, so what? We are peers. Before there was another life in which you were not, and I had a different bride. Oh, traitor. Callous. How old was the girl? Beautiful, ordinary. It was in the first class. We swore eternal love and prepared for the wedding. Parents then returned late from work, times were hard, and we were left to our own devices. We could walk as much as we wanted, at least until 8 o'clock in the evening. By this time it was already quite dark. I wanted to eat, passion. And we were not allowed to light the gas, so that the house would not be burned down. We will eat bread with salt or sugar and go for a walk again. Did your parents know about your plans? Of course not. Why did I remember that incident? We also went to crunch in the snow. The biggest snowdrifts lay behind the yellow house, the oldest in the town. Alia and I, holding hands, wandered through the virgin snow, sank waist deep and deeper. The sensations are fantastic, frost, cheeks are burning, I want to live. We felt like a family back then. In all seriousness. They even planned to have children, but they didn't know where to start. Now you know, in outline. On that day, the heating broke in the first entrance. We didn't know about it. Steam was seen, but they thought it was fog from frost. I suggested digging a cave in a snowdrift, running away from my parents, and living there. I don't know what we were thinking, but we set to work with enthusiasm. They dug, rejoiced, planned where what we would have from furniture and in general. These actions remarkably suppressed hunger. When you are seriously busy with something, you don't really want to eat. Cool. You are already hooked on the topic of family. It's understandable why you want to get married. Complexes, heavy hungry childhood, wooden toys. I won't go to the cave, don't persuade me. I have other plans. Yeah, you never listen. We dug to the place where hot water leaked from the batteries. We were glad that it would be warm in our cave. And they fell into a hole where boiling water had accumulated. Of course, he had already thoroughly cooled down, but they burned themselves anyway. Wet completely. Darkness. The snow washed away, the arch of our tunnel collapsed. We scream, no one hears. From surprise and darkness, we lost our landmark, we don't know where to dig in order to get out of the trap. Alia is hysterical. I, along with her, for the company, burst into tears. The family is, it's good that you told me. I will know that you are not a serious person, against. I pulled myself together, because the bride needs to be saved. Roar and swarm. Dug out. Frozen terribly. Clothes are icy. Run to my house. There are no parents yet. Stripped naked, we knew nothing about constraint then. We climbed into a hot bath, and to dry faster, I put my clothes in a lit gas oven. We poured rubber toys into the water, ducks, boats, poured hot water, warmed up. We play fun. That's when you already twisted novels with women. Naked, you mean, naked. We played. The entire floor in the bathroom was flooded, disgraceful. Great. At that time, the body was of little interest to us. And suddenly the burnt pulled. Then I remembered that the clothes are dried in the oven. They jumped out, the whole apartment was in smoke. Confused, we don't know what to do. Opened the oven. Can you imagine the smell of burning clothes? I grabbed a ladle, let's rake out the burnt rags. Burned, covered in soot, naked, erysipelas in snot. The bride is no better. Clothes are smoldering. I grabbed a pot, took water from the bathroom, started pouring it. In the kitchen, the floor is linoleum. Slippery. Alia is holding on to me, she was frightened, hysterical, and interferes with putting out the fire. We get up, we fall. The floor is black, sticky, the stove is the same. There is soot and slippery water all over the corridor, the bath is no better. The parents are here. There is nothing to even wrap a girlfriend in, everything is smoldering. I climbed into the wardrobe, took out my mother's dress. Along the way, he dumped bed linen from the shelves, something else. Started pushing back. In short, the room and the contents of the closet were completely splattered. Don't you know why I'm laughing? I guess. Me too now. And then it was not funny. And then the parents came, the door is torn off with their key. Yes, not alone, with Alia's mother. Towards two disheveled, snotty, naked Negro. How is your imagination? You speak clearly. Next, what? I was torn out with a belt, washed and put to bed. But first I burst into tears. Clothing at that time was in a single copy. My parents had to ask for money at the mutual aid fund. There was such a lifesaver then. Alia was not touched by her parents. I took all the blame. We both got sick. Temperature, fever, bed rest. All my girlfriend and I dreams of a family and children collapsed overnight. She was forbidden to be friends with me. At all. My dad sewed clothes for Alia by hand. They are 3 sisters, and their parents' salaries are cheap. Nothing to buy. Then everyone lived like that, gentlemen. Are you trying to convince me that you're reliable? Not. I tell you how the snow crunched. I'm afraid of coincidences. Let's go with you now, eat our fill, and you will leave me. Do you really want to make your childhood dream come true? Tell me, how is it that, no matter what they start talking about, you turn the topic back to the wedding? Maybe you are a family maniac. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just really good with you. Have you had love before? Even some. We just didn't talk about the wedding. We were more interested in differences in anatomy. My fiancé's mother was a nurse in surgery. They closed, looked at the differences, touched. And they kissed. I then dreamed that I had the same as Jenka. Laughter. I really liked his trunk. Do you dream anymore, fool? Why do I need it? There, around, how many applicants, just whistle. It looks like we are on a dangerous path. You want to say that me alone is not enough for you. Are you choosing options? Wait and see. We agreed, first a session, then a construction team. Before a diploma, children and other things are out of the question. Further, how it goes. Learn to earn, Romeo. All right then, let's go crunch. I'll tell you something else. I have many stories. And love is enough, even for 2, to pass the test. Great. You know, Lyanka, I also wanted to take a hot bath with ducks, naked, with you. But we live in a hostel and such a buzz is not available to us. Here also think. You turned me on with your story, to the crunch. Lock the door with a key until the girls come. Well, ladies' man. Look back when our brother began to seduce. And what will happen next? But by herself, by herself. Don't talk nonsense. Come on, hurry to bed. I'm all wet already. Don't bother, I'll undress myself. Wow! And is it all mine? How many times the swollen piston gently and gently penetrated into the depths of a sensitive nature, so many times it locked the breath, squeezed and twisted each point of contact, sucking the brain, dissolving the mind and carrying off the head. I wanted more and more, stronger and deeper. Something beautiful and big rolled over, approached, overwhelmed with joy, poured into every nerve with a firework of delight, turned off the mind, as if you were rapidly rolling on a roller coaster. Feelings suddenly surging like a whirlwind were carried upwards, sharply thrown from a height. My heart was pounding with anticipation of imminent death. At that moment, something mysterious and strong picked up, swirled, overwhelmed with a premonition of an imminent explosion. A series of powerful jolts, contracting muscles, caused a fever, a wave of euphoria swept through the body many times, giving unprecedented bliss. The brain lit up with a flash of intoxicating happiness, unprecedented gratitude for the attraction that had taken place, and slowly calmed down, sending the body complete relaxation. The heavy breathing couldn't calm down. Their faces remained stony for some time. The redness that spilled over his chest and neck betrayed the recent intense action. The air, overflowing with a tart musky smell that enveloped their heated bodies, sent invisible, but very transparent information to the surrounding space about what they had just been doing here. The roommates pounded impatiently on the door. Flushed, Alina stretched herself satiety, kissed Lenka anywhere. She felt so good and lazy. My happiness. Thanks for being you. Dress up live. Well, we have faces. You don't even have to guess what they did. Damn, did they pierce again? Guess exactly. Well, okay, let them envy. Student life is not easy. Sometimes you get so bogged down in the cycle of unfinished tasks and postponed problems that you don't have enough time, not only for love, even to take care of yourself. Everything in the hostel is not easy. Even cooking is a problem. Cooking dinner in the hostel kitchen is a daunting task. First you need to have everything at hand and wait for the burner to be released. You can't leave, the undercooked will be removed, the finished one can be eaten immediately. Almost everyone is hungry. A couple of minutes is enough to be left without dinner. Lyanka and Alina have already eaten spaghetti with margarine, to which they added a couple of eggs. Macaroni was twisted on forks and swallowed without removing it from the stove. Harsh, slightly undercooked, but very satisfying. Wanted coffee. Turku was rented from neighbors. Alina prudently carries ground coffee powder in her purse in a bottle of valerian. So it's more reliable, it does not arouse suspicion. We went to make coffee together to drink right away, before it occurred to anyone to ask to share. Mugs with pieces of sugar were kept ready. The smell is breathtaking. The drink is about to boil. Saliva drips onto the floor in anticipation. The kitchen is full of girls. One freshman accidentally sticks her hand into a boiling pot. Lyanka, as usual, runs to save the victim. Such a nature, altruism instilled by parents. Alina looks jealously at his actions. The girl is cute. The coffee is running out. In the literal and figurative sense. At all. The Turk, emptied dry, rests forlornly next to the burner, on which someone's teapot is already standing. I had to drink tap water. Nothing can be done, this is how the student world works. Sometimes the guys get so tired that they forget who they are studying for. And when you have to add to all this chaos the need to earn money in parallel with training, and besides at night, the mixer that mixes thoughts in your head is gaining such momentum that the ability to concentrate disappears completely. Only youth saves from overload. Yes, even the consciousness that you are trying not for yourself, for your beloved. Lyanka does not grumble at the fate of the villain. Even when they were unloading and stacking an unsupportable wooden beam and heavy bags of cement, he mentally talked to Alina. There was a happy smile on his stiff face. The people around took her as a sign of a narrow-minded mind, so they tried to discreetly load beyond measure. Fatigue and zeal showed up during the day, when it was impossible to catch the meaning of what the lecturer said, and sleep suddenly carried away into impenetrable darkness, completely turning off consciousness. Despite this, Lyanka managed not to bury himself in a pile of student debts. On time he passed tests, which Alina could not do. It seemed that his brain and love fed on delight and admiration, generating energy in an amount that was enough for everything, including love itself. He always found time for his sweet girl, selflessly endowed her with emotions of passion. Under Alina, he looked like he was leading a carefree student life that was not particularly burdened by overwork. Their favorite joint activity was polemics on any occasion, of which there were many. Today they were alone in Alina's room, having previously eaten the soup prepared by the girl from sausages bought by Lyanka, competing with pleasure in wit. Hearty dinners did not happen often, the opportunity to be alone even less often. The mood of lovers is good-naturedly jubilant. The conversation suddenly touched on the external attractiveness of the girls. A beautiful woman is a serious danger to others. In ancient times, they got rid of them with the help of a fire, the young man said, smiling. If the judges were against the careless use of the beauty, because of their commercialism, the good should not go to waste. However, this happened very rarely. The girl was left alive. But then, they burned it anyway. What are you, Lyanka, a vulgar? Everything comes down to the same thing. I'm just single. For me, you are the most, and the only one. For this reason, I am afraid and do not want to lose. I can't stand wasted effort. You tame, you try, then, bam, the second shift. Everything must be rational. It is very convenient when everything has its place. If you try to fall out of love, I'll burn it. And yourself at the same time. So no, thing, you mean? Chair. Wooden. Conspirator, and he rubbed about love. The main thing is that his back is comfortable and his legs are properly separated. Legs, yes, you understand. This is the main condition. Incorrectly divorced and fixed legs lead to premature divorce. Do you need it? Don't talk your teeth. I get the impression that you don't love me, but what blooms between my legs? Your mistake is that you deny logic. The first does not exclude, but complements the second. No need to catch me in shades of speech. It is necessary to judge not by words, but by deeds. Isn't it clear that I'm kidding? Imagine that I became a bore and a beach. I drink you, I drink. Everything annoys me, infuriates me, jealousy there, and so on. I would immediately give a turn from the gate. Here. This is what I wanted to hear. If you don't give up, it means you love it. I guess I won't burn you yet. I'll have mercy. You need a cow like this. May I ask something? Go ahead, scoff. But if you screw up something else, blame yourself. I'm foaming. Let me see, dear lady, one detail that you just mentioned. I talked about a lot. Which one? You said that you have something bloomed between the legs. Allow me to take a look. I, as a biologist, am very interested in this issue, solely for the knowledge of the truth. I knew it. Nothing else can be expected of you. I have a shortcoming. I confess. This is from youth. They say that love, enthusiasm and ardor lasts an average of 3 years, then we become boring and dull. As everyone. If we do not learn to treat life with humor, are all men like this? Is there anything else that interests you? How? For example, I love your breasts. And ass too. And also, wow, a whole list, it can be stated in writing. And the soul, for example, absolutely. I'm very curious about what it is and where it is. That's why you don't see that your head is occupied by others. And you? Have you already discovered where my soul is? How long I live with me, but where she lives, I don't know. Let's search together. So I'm talking about the same thing. But you will start arguing again. The fact is that any research starts from the stove. And it's especially hot between your legs. So where do we start looking? Girls begin any research with their handbag. That's why we're not girls. Whoever seeks where, he finds there. The soul is always where your thoughts are. If I understood correctly, my thoughts and dreams are focused on you and inside you, and yours are somewhere far away and outside. Take a piece of paper and a pencil. Draw a big circle. There are 2 more, smaller ones, overlapping each other. One small sector is you, the other is me, together they make up our common home. Everything else, limited by a closed line, is a habitat. I'm focused specifically on us. A man without a woman, in essence, does not need anything. Eat, drink, sleep. Everything he does is exclusively for her, his goddess. I have to control the environment completely in order to feel confident and comfortable. Your soul, on the other hand, lives outside. In the same handbag, the size of which fills the entire visible space of life, including space. But what is inside the house is more important for your peace of mind. This is where your attention and efforts are focused. But only by uniting can we monitor and regulate the entire field of life. This is the meaning of the family. Personally, I see it this way. You can argue if I'm wrong. I'm confused. The reasoning did not convince me at all, but intuitively I understand that there is a reasonable grain in your thoughts. Probably. I should think. Do you think we should be a family? Which? What can you offer me specifically, besides sex? I think we already have everything we need. No, I'm sure of it. A small seed falls into the bare earth and germinates. Not because it has everything, on the contrary, only the desire to live and the energy of desire. And then, I love you. However, you think first of all about the satisfaction of passion. When you are hungry, thirsty, or have nothing to breathe, what do your thoughts focus on? Just to satisfy your hunger. And if you do not feel such needs, you can relax and do other things. If you want a man to focus on building, protecting and mining, satisfy his hunger. Whether or not a woman gives determines whether one of his basic needs will be met. Think about a man and his needs, he will get you everything, will love and try. This is an axiom. It turns out that love is, in some way, selfishness, undoubtedly. How else? A person is born alone and leaves too. Love is a way of survival of the species, symbiosis. Spouses cannot become one whole, no matter how hard they try. But giving, without thinking about dividends, each of them receives many times more than he gave. Something like this. How about romance then? Only a beautiful sensitive background, music, the scenery of being, the external design of the main one. What then is the meaning of love, life? Ensuring the continuity of the existence of the species. Sweet candy that you get by taking on the heavy burden of awareness of the transience of being. Nature has not laid any other benefit for us, but it's so pointless and sad. What for? Why are we having this stupid conversation? Sorry, Helena, I thought you were already an adult. Swear that you will love me forever. The eternity of each of us cannot exceed the duration of our personal lives. Alas! However, even this period I cannot guarantee. The fate of a person is a series, a chain of accidents that depend on us only to a small extent. Something tragic can happen to me, to the country, to the world. Suppose your values change and the oath loses its meaning. Anyway, today, right now, I love you more than anything in the world. You are my one and only treasure. I want a child from you. Today now, what is the matter with you, my dear girl? What are you so afraid of? Of course, we will all die, but at first we will have many, many happiness. More recently, you had a different opinion. You argued that marriage is a meaningless and harmful event. We will certainly have children, but not because it is scary to live. Children should come from love. I thought it over. Almost all. You were right, we need a separate living space in order to understand whether we have real love or an ordinary illusion. We will make a responsible decision, as agreed, in the fall. Okay, what if I die? Suddenly, not so fatal. Everything has its time. Come to me. Calm down. Why do I want to cry so much? Just crying is all, not all. But I'll pay first. Did you say horror on purpose? Close the door. No, now we will go out into the corridor and arrange a public intimate show. For those who have not yet seen how we do it. We will arrange a master class, invite the audience, sell tickets, and earn money to rent an apartment. And if we disgrace ourselves, let's practice first, rehearse properly. You are my best girl in the world. And I, the happiest contender for husbands. With or without light, think about it, why do we need Sveta? I can't handle two, what a fool. Now I'm offended and will not give. I have to warn you that all divorce proceedings begin with such rash statements. Rebellion is possible, senseless and merciless. Haha. I don't see anything funny, I'm not kidding. I warn you. Okay, first time, I'm sorry. I believed in you, my princess. You can't be cruel. Take advantage of my kindness. This is your candy. In advance. You will have to. I will remember forever, goddess. You know, Helena, something made me want sex. Let's go for a walk. We will crunch with snow, we will nibble icicles, we will leave snowballs. Well, I do not. Gruzdev called himself Get in the Body. Every proletarian has the right to revolution. That's why they usually fly by. Do you already have an armored car? He is always on duty. I'm afraid to wake up famously. It seems to me that in order not to run into trouble, the main thing is not to touch Aurora. Just dare to squint. The people have already laid down and are waiting for a volley. What about the consequences? Under your responsibility. Are you taking hostage? On the contrary, I surrender unconditionally, capitulate. Then I will have to impose a tax and indemnities. For life. Explain. I demand the unconditional supply of sexual services on demand. Well, you are a bore, Lenka. What if I get a headache or something? How is that unconditional? I'll bandage it, I'll give you an Anogin tablet. I'll do a massage. In short, the winner does not care how you collect the required amount. Readiness number 1, 24 hours a day. This is slavery. I do not agree. Voluntary slavery, sweet, for love. Well, then fine. I give up. A claw is stuck. The whole bird is an abyss. Poor me, how long will you argue? Toes. Damn, a solemn moment, one might say, the taking of the winter, but we have neither an orchestra nor a player to make a victory march and so on. What can we then present to our descendants? We will present them ourselves. When we do, so it won't be soon. I, as the winner, demand to end the debate. I can't do two things at once. Here, take care of me, already, ouch. Melody of Rain Chapter 11. The school year is rapidly drawing to a close. Lyanka slowly got involved in the merciless rhythm of life, waiting for a trip to the construction team, capable of solving almost all problems, at least current ones. He counted very specifically on serious earnings and the opportunity to spend the summer in nature with his beloved. Alina was nervous, broke down, sometimes screamed. The guy, as best he could, extinguished the tension, although it was not easier for him. Sometimes their meetings ended in a quarrel. The initiator of the quarrel was always a girl. She continually tried to dominate, put her beloved in his place, was rude. Alanaka, why are you so angry today? Again, I did not pass the test. Coursework, that was wrapped up again. Yes, this fucking teacher just finds fault with me. Other girls do not know anything at all, but he satisfactorily sets them. I just don't want to live because of him. There is one wonderful remedy for failures and depression, Alyanka chocolate. I accidentally had one tile lying around in my pocket. Come here. Sweets don't help either. Believe it or not, it won't go down your throat. This tile is the third one today. Weird. Have you tried love healing? You just want to nay. I'm serious. Radical remedy. Sex until exhaustion, then 200 grams of liquor and relaxing dances. Under the lamp, for example. Trouble, as a hand removes. Well, if there's no other way, can. 200 grams of cognac with lemon, then love. And in the cinema. But it's more expensive. And longer. You know, after a libation, sexual intercourse may never end. Although, for a drunk, what's the difference? I don't care anymore, as long as I don't ruin the session. Cognac, so cognac. Pour it up. Well, smart girl. For which I love you. Never cross. Just the perfect wife. But. I don't like it when they tease. We postponed the issues of family and marriage until autumn. By the way, try on a sweater. I almost knitted, it remains to decide where the elastic on the sleeves to start. Nice sweatshirt. Who is this for? Guess 3 times. What kind of handicraft are you? You can learn here when your pocket is empty. You can't imagine how you want to live like a human being, so that you don't have to save money, eat undercooked pasta, humiliate yourself in front of the examiners. By the way, they promised to arrange me a concierge for the winter. Are you happy? To be honest, not much. You're going to sleep at lectures, not to mention sex. Without that, learning is difficult for you. Let's save this conversation for later. I want to have high-quality erotica with a cheerful girl, and not with a tired lady twisted by an illness. Then you quit your job. And the wedding will be postponed until the diploma. I promise you, Alina, I will stand it. Honest pioneer. We'll rent an apartment, we'll live together, we'll get used to it. I can't live without you. And I don't want to. Well, poor, so you knew in advance that I failed the test again? Cooked cognac, lemon, chocolate. Where do you get so much money from? I confess. Reported. I agreed with the girls, no one will disturb us until 9 in the evening. A small bribe in chocolate and that's it. Let's play, my love. Together. You throw everything out of your head. Except me, of course. For you, beautiful women who make wonderful, the best wives in the world. And mothers too. You're lying, it doesn't work. Nothing good will come of me, it's already out. You know how to cook, knit too. For a start, very good. I'm not talking about sex. Ha, all the girls can do it, so what? Stupid. They do not have such lenka. Together we are strong, bouncer. You play and quick too, don't wait, dear. And you, aren't you? How do I know what I am? I don't understand myself, but I know. Let's write now, each one of his own assumption, what will happen to us in a year and in 3 years. We will seal it in envelopes and give it to someone for safekeeping. Let's open it together. I'm afraid. What exactly? I will write, but I will not be able to execute. And then what? You don't even know what I'm thinking. It's scary sometimes. If you can't do it, I'll help. What if I don't need it at all? Write about it. The main thing is not to lie to yourself. They wrote for a long time. They deliberately turned away from each other so as not to see the reaction of the other. Parted, for some reason, quite cold. It is not known what was splashed out on paper, but the mood was thoroughly spoiled. It seems that there is no reason, but something is happening. It's like they cut off the oxygen. Kisses and hugs are one thing, and it is quite another to try to mark fate for years to come. When you discard major fantasies, weaving real problems, real claims into reasoning, you try to seriously recreate a picture of life. Events do not want to line up, they strive to slip away far to the side. Out of nowhere, ambitious judgments appear. I want a lot more than what I already have. Something unthinkable comes into my head. And you don't want anything more. And always, getting what you want, you realize that you really wanted something completely different. Try it, decide if the only opponent and advisor is you. Lyonkin's judgments fit on 2 notebook sheets. He folded them in half and put them in an envelope. Alina wrote, crumpled, threw away, started again. Concentrated, nervously, she closed the sheets with her palm. Then she tore everything into small pieces and said that this was an absurd idea. How do I know what might happen to us? Is there anything I really want? Write about it. Do not want. It's a game, a fantasy. That's it. Life is too serious to be joked about. Then let's kiss. I want to be alone. So see you tomorrow, love, goodbye. After Lenka's departure, Alina could not resist. She read what he wrote. It was a lengthy declaration of love. At the end, 3 points were indicated: a wedding, a diploma, the birth of a daughter. She began to cry, began to collect her notes from the torn pieces, in which she could not believe in the seriousness of her intentions. It's their own. Lyonka could. When he came the next day, the girl was still angry. The conversation didn't stick. The young man began to read a weekly he had accidentally bought on the street. One of the articles suggested that the easiest way to build relationships is with the help of humor. Alina, they write here that the most common female fantasy, almost universal, is to live with 2 men at once. Why do you read yellow press? That's bullshit. You don't know women at all. Why? Nonsense. You just don't know how to listen to the end. Further, it is written that one of the men cooks, and the other cleans and looks after the children. That's what I would say. Did not have time. And today I do not have time. As you wish. I wanted to invite you to a cafe. And what are the problems? You refused. You said once. One will have to go. So I wanted to do something nice for you. I didn't tell you. For once, you can eat like a human being. I'll be ready in 20 minutes. Yes, hunger is not an ant. And kiss, do you buy? I make peace. I will write my letter tomorrow. Can. Only you cannot live with me, I feel. I myself do not understand what I want. I am afraid of my thoughts. And always different nonsense on the mind. Lyonka, I'm sorry, fool. But I love you. Better tell me which cafe we'll go to. Is it expensive? If there is enough money. Here, consider, here is all the cash. When the guys came from the cafe, a clear sky without a single cloud, dotted with stars, looked out the window. The almost full moon was reflected from the wet snow with yellow sparks. The openwork skeletons of the trees cast weightless, swaying shadows. Fantasies carried thoughts to a wonderful world, where any innermost desires that crowded in line for incarnation could be fulfilled. It was possible to think of anything in them, without hiding, to reveal the soul, which is overflowing with passion and tenderness. Lyonka longed to touch his own face, hug him, kiss his soft neck, ruffle his unruly hair, touch his lips to his fluffy cheek, flushed with embarrassment. He wanted Alina to be the first to show the desire for intimacy, so he looked with hope and faith into her eyes clouded with doubts. She rested her head on his shoulder, somewhat embarrassed, and sighed. Her wet eyelashes touched Lyanka's neck. A wave of tenderness ran through her body from this touch. The young man pressed his beloved to his chest, inhaled the aroma of his native body into the entire volume of his lungs, clung to her hot lips. It was enough to extinguish any doubt. Nothing more needed to be said. Further decisions were made by naked souls who entered into invisible contact, who knew for a long time and exactly what would happen next and how it would all end, but could not and did not want to believe in it. The bluish heavenly light was reflected in her eyes, dear and desirable. Beloved, only, dear. On this romantic note, they parted ways. Everything is great. Is it possible to live without doubts? Alina ran up to Lyanka as soon as he closed the door of her room behind him. The young man attracted a fragile girlish figure to himself, physically felt the excitement of a delicate body. A friend ran her hand through his hair, gently touched his face with the back of her hand, closed her eyes, and stretched out her curled lips demandingly. Hot kisses covered the face, lips, neck, chest, hands greedily caressed elastic roundness. Pleasure slowly rose from the depths of the excited bodies, gently enveloping them with an impatient tremor. Touch meant more to them than words, so they wanted to prolong this state as long as possible. Alina sobbed, leaving an invisible but very tangible tear on Lyanka's neck. In fact, that's why he came. If the girl does not close the session, and this becomes quite possible, they will have to part for almost all the holidays. Poor students are not taken to the construction team. Kissing her several times on the lips, the young man looked into his tear-soaked eyes. The girl looked like an offended child, whom she unbearably wanted to caress and calm. Alina, strain yourself, we were warned. Whoever fails the session will not be taken to the construction team. I am doing my best. That old goat, Marashnikov, winks all the time and stares obscenely at his chest. I have the impression that the teachers are doing everything so that I clearly learn what I will not want to do for the rest of my life. He's old. He must be 40 years old. Have you tried teaching? Don't be smart, Lyanka, I'm not some kind of blonde. Here, check it out yourself. If I don't answer any question, since I am testing, then the conditions for the test subject are also mine. 1 wrong answer, cooking dinner. 2, punishment. 3, re-examination. Then we will learn together. What else is the punishment? Don't worry, nice. Do I often refuse intimacy to you, or are you a sexual maniac? Who hurts what? What makes you think that I thought about it? Then I have other conditions. To eliminate the erotic factor, you first need to free your head. Fight fire with fire. So, first, sex before burping, so that later you don't want to for a week, and then check your knowledge. Yeah, smart guy. Then I want to sleep. By the way, if I answer all the questions, then how? How much money have you saved up? Alka offers me jeans for 200 rubles, real Lewis's. And imported lipstick. Will you bargain or answer questions? Did you squeeze money for your girlfriend? So we'll never save anything. She wanted to rent a room. And if I answer all the questions, but still do not pass, I'm going to the dean's office. I will say that Marashnikov is harassing his bride. Then he will bury me completely. Do you want this? Not this one. I want to go to the construction team together, earn money, rent an apartment, marry you. And I always want you. And for this, first of all, you need to pass the session on time. Get dressed, let's get started, fool. The door, at least lock it. Damn fiancé. Not everyone is as smart as you. And in general, they do not stick to you. How they harass you. Who? You, for example. What else? Alina, you know, I'm a prominent guy. One more offensive word and I'll get dressed. Here, shut up. Take care of business. Let the person focus. I still have to take an exam, but I can't free myself from extraneous thoughts. She flaunted her charms, and started talking about decency. I'll get married, I'll take revenge. Every day I will take tests in all subjects: laundry, cleaning, cooking. Failed, punishment. Not satisfied, re-examination. Stop whining, love. How sweet you are to me. Just want to eat. Here, here, and here. Everywhere, no doubt. You always want to be there. You might think you don't care. Don't think about it. Act like you want my love. And I seem to be embarrassed. What is it like? Do you remember how it was the first time? Do the same. Will not work. And why is that? I remember everything. As in the face received. 2. Melody of Rain Chapter 12. At the end of the session, Lyanka went to the construction team. Alina had to stay behind to pull up her tails. She was not taken to the detachment due to poor progress. The guy's mood has deteriorated catastrophically, despite the fact that their relationship has recently gone wrong. Something incomprehensible happened to a friend. Alina's nerves were walking. Sometimes she presented such a thing that she didn't want to live, and without explaining the reason. Love and not such problems balanced, Lenka reasoned, will close all student debts and have fun. I don't know what she really is. Lovers often do not notice the obvious realities, because they live in a different, parallel reality, where fantasies and dreams merge with real events, form their own fairy tale world, where there is only room for two. Lyanka once already fell out of such an illusion, had the experience of moving from one space to another, knew how painful it was, but he could no longer live without faith in love. In addition, the binding in the form of stable sex. Like it or not, erotic fun has become a habit, has become necessary, like water or food. You quickly get used to a dose of doping that turns ordinary and gray events into colorful and vibrant ones. Alina has recently tried to dominate harshly. She spoke rudely, tried to pinch the young man's pride painfully, offend, even humiliate. She treated Lyanka like a guinea pig, who is taught to obey orders without question, despite the beatings. Lyanka endured, found explanations for any of her unseemly actions. Who knows why she made scandals from scratch? Perhaps she wanted to make the guy feel guilty so that it would be easier to manipulate him. She alone could know the real reason. Alina was capricious, sometimes broke into hysterics, then expressed imaginary claims, then voiced her needs, which she had more and more, and then laid out as a conciliatory measure, in portions, a little sweet, in the form of intimacy. Then she looked at the reaction. If a conversation begins about love, about how to solve this or that problem, where to make money, an addition followed. Getting Lyanka for her is a couple of trifles. The girl is smart, smart. The guy was just sniffing at her, he was thrilled by touches and smells, and Alina was already studying the dossier on his emotional and sensitive reactions, picking up a set of buttons through which you can achieve anything. Alina seriously learned to drive Lyanka like a car, getting considerable pleasure from the driving process. He presses the brake and holds the gas. He doesn't talk, his lips blow, he brawls, pouring a tub of surprises on him, and when he sees that the guy has accumulated so much desire that he is ready to fulfill all the whims, all such a pretty, sexy and ready-to-go tale comes on stage. Mating shows, appetizing ass wags. Lenka, after such a procedure, is ready for anything, just to extinguish the trembling in the whole body and disperse the stagnation of blood in the lower abdomen. And for the addition, his brain, blocked by lust, is ready to part with his life. Grievances Lyanka quickly forgets. He can't store his rage and anger. As soon as the scandal subsides, he sees his girl, as if on a glossy cover, dark gray deer eyes, whirlpools, a pretty face with a fantastically attractive smile, almost perfectly proportioned, a nose that you just want to lick, translucent neat ears, translucent through, like a baby. But there is also an appetizing chest, although not large, but elastic, like a tennis ball, and such an attractive shape that Lenka is drooling. When he takes it in his hand, he chokes with delight. I already talked about the waist. It's something. The guy wraps his arms around her, figure, posture, gait. Everything is with her, yes. Maybe it's just him who sees it that way, but every person he meets turns to the girl, and what Alina found in me is not clear. A regular guy. Only very happy. Lenka does not have to see such a bride often now. This is, so to speak, exhibition packaging. Or gift. A beautiful wrapper, inside of which there may be a sticky candy. The young man keeps the treat unopened, like a jewel, so the contents were of little interest to him. For the time being, he himself does not understand why he sometimes began to perceive Alina's appearance, depending on her mood and emotional state, differently. When the next love fights take place, he has a completely different girl in front of him. The hysterical tone of insulting phrases spitting out to her transforms her entire appearance. In front of Lenka, there is someone with a twisted irritation and anger on his face, furrowed with deep wrinkles. Especially unpleasant at such moments, she wrinkles her nose, which becomes red. The neck and chest are instantly covered with spots. From the outside, it looks like an unpleasant disease of vitiligo. Narrowed eyes turn into slits, from which, like sparks, they pour. The excess of negative energy is so noticeable in them. Add to this reddened whites and wrinkles gathered in chicken legs at the corners of the eyes. Ugly picture, isn't it? But this happens very rarely and is forgotten quickly. Life is not a static picture, you should not focus on it. But that's not all. At other moments, when the conflict boils especially violently, active gestures appear, a tense, threatening posture, sharp movements of the arms and legs. Alina is so involved in the role of Baba Yaga, and a broom and a mortar are not enough for a complete picture. But there is a third image. So to speak, neutral. Delicate, cozy, inconspicuous. This is how she looks at home, in a calm, relaxed atmosphere. It is this Alina that is most dear to Lyanka. An ordinary, unremarkable girl. The one he seems to love. The guy put a home photo of Alina in a travel backpack. He took this cast of her soul with him so that nothing would remind of those two women, so polar in all respects, who appear for a short time, but leave noticeable traces in the emotional memory. After all, he is going to earn money for a happy life, so you cannot be distracted. Neither the first, which causes lust in him, nor the second, from which his head breaks and he wants to run away to the ends of the world. Lenka tried to analyze the existing mosaic of relations. He even wrote out positive and negative points on separate sheets of paper. Those and others were almost equal. He counted the number of lines, not qualitative characteristics, which cannot be estimated in units of measurement. All his arguments failed. No matter from which side Lenka considered the question, he could not put an end to it. He wanted to eat fish and go sledding. Desires mutually excluded each other, making it impossible to come to a consensus. It was even more difficult for the guy to answer the question, does he really love Alina or does he obey the hypnotic action of the flesh? Lyanka was not a proud peacock. He understood that he himself was not perfect, but he could not see his own shortcomings. In any case, the young man tried to disturb the bride as little as possible, not to create artificial difficulties. He was very pleased to do something for Alina that could bring a smile of approval to her face. He liked to feed, if such an opportunity presented itself, to give money. He could easily wash and iron a dress, even panties. Any positive emotion Alina evoked in him an impulse of delight. If his girl was happy, Lyanka was also happy, but Alina could not be in a good mood for a long time. She was getting bored. She wanted drive, entertainment. In the absence of material means capable of distracting from everyday life, she had fun in her own way, rolled up a scandal, as if she knew how to saturate herself with negative energy. Perhaps it is. Lyanka read about energy vampires sucking energy from their donor. He also felt something similar to spiritual and mental devastation after the duel of wit. But Alina temporarily had enthusiasm. The girl could not stop until she won outright. The road to the construction team is long. Lying on the top shelf in a reserved seat car, he just didn't change his mind. Mentally, Lyanka was with her. He talked, argued, said compliments. I remembered, would he have felt such an attraction if he hadn't been truly in love? I'll come and write a letter to her right away. About everything that cannot be expressed in a conversation, because the arguments come to mind very late, when Alina has already smashed all the arguments to smithereens. Maybe you can convey your thoughts through paper and pen? I would like to believe in the possibility of common sense, if it exists at all. Lenka now has time to finally sort out himself, get involved in physical work and passions subside. Rational, sober thoughts should come to a rested brain. The morning is wiser than the evening. Yes, and Alina will have time to get bored. Also a big plus, Lyanka falls asleep, turning to the wall. She, Alina, comes to him again. It is the third one, which does not lure him into bed with tight breasts and wet lips, but that one, the only, real, his beloved girl, night guest. How did Lyanka know that this was a dream? She asked to move so that she had enough space. She settled herself comfortably, putting her hand on Lyanka's head, and talked. Quiet, almost a whisper. About love. I really wanted to believe her. No, not like that. He listened and was afraid to wake up, so that she would never disappear. Lyanka terribly wanted to live with her until a ripe old age, raise children, equip a family nest. He could not understand why she appears in his life so rarely and where she constantly disappears. After all, earlier, at the very beginning, only this Alina was with him. The girl sat at his head and began to say goodbye. I love you. Trust me, she said, and went. Lyanka wanted to jump up and hold him back, but his arms and legs turned to stone. The guy woke up in a cold sweat, jumped up, hit his head on the luggage rack. His bed, along with the mattress, lay on the floor of the car, and fellow travelers laughed merrily. Sorry, kid. We couldn't keep her. Slippery, as it were. Whom? Yes, you're Alina. It looks like you haven't had sex in a long time. Nothing. This is fixable. Look around. Half a carriage of selected beauties. If you want, we can fit right now. There is one, you won't regret it. Yes, you go. On here, better. Take a sip of vodka. Feel better. Get off. We will get acquainted. You lie there like a buryak all the way. We still work together. You can't get away from the team. Melody of Rain Chapter 13. Lyanka Tears from the Top Shelf introduced himself, although he had no particular desire to get acquainted. Cheerful fellow travelers drank and ate. The one who started a conversation with him, Kolya Durayabin, turned out to be an experienced construction team member. On the spot, he was to be a foreman, but it was there, now, on the road, he could afford to relax. Lenka refused to drink, but kept up the conversation. It so happened that imperceptibly, during a conversation about everything and nothing, they became friends. By the end of the trip, Nikolai firmly identified the young man with his right hand. He liked the character of the guy, the lack of craving for alcohol, and his physical form. A week before the arrival of the main part of the detachment, an assault force was sent, whose task was to prepare the camp. During this time, a kitchen, a dining room, a dance floor, a stage were built, even rows of army tents were laid out. The brigadier's tent, intentionally or accidentally, ended up near the kitchen. Lyanka also settled in it. A little further away from her stood headquarters tents, where Kolya Durayabin was called immediately upon arrival. We sat for quite some time. Determined scope of work, duties, and responsibilities. Actually, almost all questions were discussed in advance, even before the trip. In the evening, when all organizational issues were resolved, the foreman decided to celebrate the beginning of prohibition for the entire period of the camp with the last glass. For this purpose, vodka was stored in advance, which stood under one of the folding beds. When the all-clear was announced, a kerosene lamp was lit in the center of the tent, mugs were placed on a makeshift table, and vodka was quietly poured into them. Snack ritual was not provided. Everyone raised their containers, knocked them over into their mouths, and stared at each other in bewilderment. All bottles contained ordinary water. The joker was never identified, but there was a reason for laughter. One of the bottles was later hung in the center of the tent with a poster announcing the sobriety season. Alcohol was taken very seriously. Lyanka and Nikolai were assigned to build a cowshed at the local state farm. The car behind them was supposed to arrive at 9 o'clock. There was quite a bit of time left after breakfast. "Hey, uncle, help me," the girl shouted, turning to him. Masha cut her hand, ran to the medical tent, "And I need to cook dinner." "I won't cook, everyone will go hungry." A frail red-haired girl in a leather apron and a colorful scarf, tied in the manner of Saloka from evenings on a farm near Dykanka, was looking at Lenka, picturesquely buried her hands in her hips. In front of her on a bench stood a capacious vat of water, which must be lifted onto a fire-breathing tin stove. The girl looked rather resolute and very picturesque. Huge felt mittens almost to the elbow were put on her hands, dimensionless rubber boots stick out from under a long apron. An unruly strand of curly hair, escaping from the kerchief, brazenly climbed into blue, screwed-up tenacious eyes. The cook kept blowing it off or straightening it with the back of her mitten, but to no avail. The freckled face of the girl, already quite bright by nature, glowed from the hot surface of the stove. She scratched and wrinkled her nose all the time, as if something in it greatly interfered with her life. "Don't they leave a kitchen attendant for you?" "Today they didn't give it, they probably forgot." "Are you going to drill me with your eyes, or will you help?" "It's not difficult for me, but they will come for me now. The car should be here by now." "Say what to do. Put the pot on the stove first. Pump up water." "We have a pump, very heavy." "Chop wood." "Work up to my throat, and I'm alone." "I see one." "How will you manage?" "You won't get bored here." "That's for sure." "My name is Leonid." "Kate." "Excuse me, I have no time to fall in love with you." If you want to talk, come to the dance floor in the evening. There will be competition. I am participating. What kind of competition? Together with us, another Komsomol detachment was assigned to live, don't you know? For rivalry, socialist competition and all that. Sumgay University. Every evening, before lights out, we will present our talents. The public decides whose team is better. Haven't you been asked what you can do? It seems not. Does that mean you're talented? I sing romances, accompany on the guitar. I graduated from music school. Persuaded. I'll come and listen if I can. We have a contract. If we can't complete the task, the foreman will force us to stay. We will build until the material runs out. It's okay, if you don't have time, I'll arrange an individual concert for you. I have to pay for the help somehow. You don't owe me anything. Why were you embarrassed? I don't charge for speaking. That's not the point. My bride. I do not want to give rise to gossip and gossip. Yes, myself. Evan, what are you talking about? Groom, that is. And I will not come up. Or are you afraid of breaking yourself? After all, the men went, wink, show your knee and do what you want with them. So why didn't you take your bride with you? Or is she not ours, not a student? The session was not closed. Rejected due to performance. Is your fiancé a double? Do you like bad girls? Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It hurts you, Lyanka, shy, timid. What a beautiful girl. And there, he thought of getting married. We are really serious about her. It is understandable. If the girl spread her legs, then she staked out the sight. Do you like to read Jack London? White fan, I just adore him. Jack, of course. I love dogs too. Drag water into that cauldron over there. And there goes Masha. Why do you have a girlfriend? Can you work? Where to go? I can handle it. When did you manage to grab the boyfriend? You know, like in jokes about Sterlitz, do you have a Slavic wardrobe? The answer was needed, already taken. I'm late, my friend. Normally. You know, we, beautiful red-haired girls, always have only skins left. And now, my friend, I wouldn't refuse the skins. Whoa, you just got here. Look around, this goodness is in bulk here. What guys from Sumgayat? One yesterday poems by Nizami Ganjavi for 3 hours under their folk balalaika either sang or read. They say he has a record, 12 hours without a break and never repeats. Exotic, well, of course, but I love my lads more. Do you think they have different skins? I don't know, I haven't checked. Masha, I'm not catching up with something. Who swore to me yesterday in absolute innocence? You love to reveal other people's secrets. I build my reputation, you destroy it. Who wants virgins now? For the whole university, only the two of you and I remained, untouched fools. And why? Look, my friend, at my appearance. And you look too. Legs, in, Masha pulled up her robe to the very panties, shook her full breasts, pulled in her tummy, drew herself up, but there are no hunters. There is, so you and I have a certain flaw, Katyuha. You have your defect, I have mine. More visible from the side. What's your name, handsome, Leonidas? Doesn't he have his own language? Lyanka, fuck your, evaluate it, only honestly. Would you marry such a girl? Come on, girls. The tongue you hurt. What course are you in? Now on the 3rd, so walk while you are young. Where are you in a hurry? Such kindness will not go to waste. You will also start choosing. already started. For example, I want to marry you, and you are Kachuka. I do not climb into someone else's garden. I'm not interested in holdovers. I will have one love for life. Don't talk nonsense, Katya. How is it alone? With what will you compare? First you need to try, savor, work out a database so that you have plenty to choose from. Tons of love, kilometers of desires, right? What will you measure, Masha? The standard will not swell. I'll manage. I'm not on hold. Buy a little. 1 turtle. Tayutelka, of course. 1, yours, but how many standards? I will measure with a ruler or a micrometer. By the principle, after the first one I don't have a snack. What if you fly right away? Here's another. Do you think I'm completely blonde? You will lead me on the chaff. Girls, am I bothering you? You do not share me, for an hour? Usually men do not talk about this, so we have the same normal orientation. We want to get married. Masha, talk about yourself. He already has a fiancé, and we'll move it. Lyanka, do you like pancakes? Here, Katya, where to start the conquest of men? Starting today, boy, you have a free pass to the kitchen. In exchange for love. Well, you girls. We all love to eat, that's for sure. As for love, I have another subscription, a lifetime one. Oh, is it? How faithful we are. I suppose you think that ruining the life of just one woman is much better than making several happy. Nature rewarded you with potency, for what? To leave their footprints on earth. Here also, act, have fun here. Only talk is dangerous. Okay, my name is, let's go, Leonid, and kiss. Masha, why bother with a person? Lion, what do you like pancakes with, jam or sour cream? No sour cream either. All day Lenka worked tirelessly. What kind of dances and competitions are there? Eat and fall asleep. It won't be enough for more. It's good that I didn't sit in the seat in winter. I trained my muscles, otherwise I would have completely unstuck. It was dark when we arrived from the construction site. The camp has already eaten. There were lights on the stage, it was noisy. Every now and then there was applause and laughter. On one of the tables was food wrapped in warm blankets and covered with a white sheet. Not hot, but not cold either. The portions were big. Everything was delicious. Although, after hard work, any food seems delicious and appetizing. Lyanka began to fall asleep with a spoon in his hand right at the table. Several times he even pecked into the bowl with his nose. The brigadier offered to wash with cold water or go for a swim in the stream. I didn't want anything anymore, but I went for the campaign. Having swum several tens of meters in the icy water, having played tag, Lyanka came to life. Out of nowhere, cheerfulness appeared. Why not go to the dance floor? Maybe you can listen to Katya sing. However, he was not the only one who thought so. Other guys also reached out to the cheerful noise. Katya and another girl with tar hair were sitting on the stage. They played guitars and took turns singing. They both applauded. There were no seats available. Lyanka crouched at the side of the benches, almost in darkness, but close to the stage. The girl from Sumgayat sang with feeling. It was a ballad in Russian, long and sad. She played great too. The audience applauded, hooted, chanted her hard-to-pronounce name. After a short pause, Katya began to play and sing. She performed the romance, in the moonlight. The audience froze. Her voice was not at all like the one she spoke in the kitchen. The girl sang with her eyes closed and cried. One emotion replaced another, the guitar sobbed along with the performer. The sounds vibrated, trembled, yearned, twisted. Katya sang to the end, jumped up and ran off the stage towards the dining room. Too emotional, Lenka thought, you can't get used to the role like that. Without thinking, he followed her. The girl was sitting on a chair with her head against the wall, silently crying. The young man touched her on the shoulder. Katya, as if expecting his arrival, did not even flinch, was not surprised. She simply grabbed his wrist with her palm without turning around. Give me a towel, please. And don't look at me. I don't want you to see the swollen face. I'm not so beautiful, against. You are a very attractive, sweet girl. Do you react too temperamentally and sensually to your own singing? Any painful associations? Yes and no. The habit of empathy. Nothing to do, very sensitive. I feel the same way about movies and books. Not always, depending on the mood. Did someone ruin it for you? Against. I'm glad to meet you. Just don't think I'm not going to come between you and the bride. You just look so much like my dad. He has eyes, hair, voice. Only he is gone. Burned out from cancer. And you are. I'm sorry. I myself did not think that I would suffer every time I remember him. If it's not difficult for you, come to me more often. Just don't fall in love. I promise to return you to the bride safe and sound. What is her name? Alina. Beautiful name. She must be very happy. Do you have her photo? Certainly. But I would not like to show. Well, you don't need to. So, even better. There will be no reason to be jealous. Completely forgot. I have a surprise for you, as promised. Sit down, I'll bring it. After a couple of minutes, Katya dragged a voluminous bundle, in which there was a large plate of hot pancakes wrapped in a padded jacket, and took out a jar of milk and a jar of sour cream from her purse. Thought I forgot. Eat. I love watching men eat. Delicious. But maybe you don't need to get involved with me. I am immune. Love, a wonderful watchman, guarding against surprises and stupidity. And you, it seems Masha said that you have not smelled love yet. You can get into trouble up to your ears, fall into a deceptive temptation. Not only can I not promise anything, I firmly know that our acquaintance will end in nothing. In terms of romantic dreams, let be. Can we be friends? Boys and girls don't know how to be friends. There will definitely be a spark between them. A strong person will endure, but for a girl who is too sensitive, this can turn into a big disaster. I don't want to be the cause of your unhappiness. I didn't have a very good first love experience. I know what it is, disappointment. Now you think that everything is easy and simple, and when you realize that you have caught the emptiness, the ghost, it will be very painful. Do you want this? Even if that happens, well, I choose friendship voluntarily. Let's change theme. I want to tell you not to pay attention to Masha's quirks. She flaunts. She ran away from her unfortunate first love. The boy, with whom she was head over heels in love, harassed, demanded sex, she refused. Not quite, asked to wait until the wedding. He called her Dura, began to meet with another girl. Listen to her, a burnt lady with a dubious past. Experienced seducer. She's good, just unhappy. I wouldn't have been able to believe her. Let's go to the stream. Let's light a fire. I will sing to you. You are very tired. I wanted to write a letter to my fiancé. We will write it tomorrow. We? Very interesting. I imagine a picture. Katya and Lenya are writing a letter to my fiancé. Are you offended? Not yet. But the vinaigrette in the brain slowly turns into pâté. Okay, let's go burn the fire. I warn you right away, there will be no love. Only music. Suitable. Pioneer distance, 40 centimeters gap between your arm and my chest. No kisses. Warm pants and a quilted jacket to avoid the temptation of seduction. Love songs are excluded. Consummate and spring. No, spring is also too frankly an erotic theme. I can smear my face with soot to be sure. We have fresh stock. It's easier to discuss everything at once. Your suggestions, Rizik, do not start. If it's that serious, it's better to slow down right away. I think we have completed the maximum program for today. You have an indefatigable temperament. 40 centimeters, believe me, will not save. The spark is much stronger. I am ashamed that I turned you on and reassured you to some extent. Sorry, not intentionally. I wish I could say let's be friends, but I can see you're pounding. Come on, let's not be anyone else. It's easier for you. You are the master of your word, and I do not even own my thoughts. Okay. Let's sleep with this. Come in the morning, help pump up the water. I'll try to cope with myself. Let's write a letter together. This is my own punishment. Psychotherapy. Fight fire with fire. I want to make sure you really love her. I can't turn down a tiny chance. I don't want to promise you this, but I'll think about it. Go to sleep. Get up soon. I never would have thought that I would agree to such conversations. I considered myself more mature. It would be better to remain silent than to now seem like an idiot. Do not worry. I look much worse in my eyes. You just need to wallow in a muddy puddle to have the audacity to seduce someone else's fiancé. For an innocent girl, this is quite normal. Do you even like me? Do you mean sympathy or something else? Does the look on my face inspire you? You force me to be frank, but it's better for you not to know the truth. You're wrong. I'm strong, I doubt. I used to think so too. Unfortunately, nature is stronger than us. Love and passion is capable of unthinkable surprises. We don't even know what we really want. Then I have a chance, in theory. You won't like it very much if you realize that I'm a traitor, you rag. He who betrays once will always lie. Maybe you are right. But, imagine that you are very thirsty. I've already been told that. Really want to. But I won't drink dirty water, so you don't really want to. And I'm ready to drink even poison. It's sloppy, fleeting. After all, it's better to drink your own urine than to die from infection. Didn't I tell you that I fell in love? And do not say. You're wrong. Love at first sight is a myth. Maybe. We will be here for 2 months. What was said today? A sketch, a sketch. I promise, in any case, I will try not to raise this topic again. One condition, which? Kiss. Definitely not. Katya, I warned you right away. You don't need to provoke me. Maybe I'm wrong. It seemed to me that you are not very convincing and you talk about your feelings for the bride. Katya, dear girl, you don't need to test me for strength. Any material has its limits of reliability. I admit that you are able to seduce me, but this does not guarantee your happiness. Then let's stop there. Until we stop. Good night. Do you mind if we don't see each other again? Look into my eyes. Let's try. You won't be the first one. I see that, I hooked. You me too. Melody of Rain Chapter 14. The next day, Lyanka and Katya met only briefly. The girl waited for the team to arrive from the facility, fed everyone, although this was not part of her duties. Together they cleared the table, washed the dishes, pumped water into all containers, and dispersed to their tents, since they could not be left alone. The only thing the guy clearly saw was that the girl's ears were burning. She carefully covered her eyes. In the foreman's tent, everyone immediately went to bed. Only Lyanka, having fenced himself off in his corner so as not to disturb anyone, under the dim blinking light of a kerosene lamp, sitting in an uncomfortable position on a folding bed, began to compose a letter to Alina. His eyes were stuck together, his overworked hands did not obey, but his consciousness worked quite clearly, giving out a harmonious stream of thoughts that Lyanka tried to transfer to paper. Good night, my love. Everyone fell asleep. I'm alone at night. I'm frank with you. I don't know when you will read these lines. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that you know how much I love you. It seems that they broke up a few days ago, and I missed you so much that I only think about you. Our casual spats should not affect the relationship. You must have been nervous about school problems. Unfortunately, everything happens in life. Little things cannot be taken seriously. The most important thing is our feelings and desire to create a strong family. I have it. I hope that in the future we will be able to avoid quarrels. After all, the cause of everything is a banal misunderstanding. Lovers cannot have disagreements. I was hired by a construction team with piecework pay. Enough work for the whole season. The money that I will bring will be enough to pay the rent of the apartment until spring. I calculated everything. I live in the hope of our love. I keep looking at your picture. What a beauty you are. I am the happiest groom in the world. Lyanka fell asleep, burying his face in the unfinished letter. At night, Nikolai stirred him up, forced him to lie under the covers. The awakening was difficult. Even when the young man ran to the stream and bathed, the head still did not want to control the body. In the dining room, Katya came up to him, put a bundle of food. I barely had the strength to thank him with a nod of my head and a wry smile. The whole day the team knitted a reinforcing mesh from a metal rod for pouring the foundation, filled the sole of the base with rubble stone. Shoulders and arms buzzed, the lower back did not want to bend, and there was still no end to the work. In the afternoon, Lenka slept. He did not touch the pancakes with sour cream and a piece of meat handed over by Katya. Only on the way back I chewed a few pancakes without appetite. The big guy Coca laughed and joked. His energy was enough for everything. After dinner, he ran to the dances, was indefatigably active and cheerful. The next morning Lyanka took out the unfinished letter from under his pillow, reread it, but could not complete it. His head rang like a church bell calling for mass. My stomach was churning, it was starting to churn. That's what you've earned. A boy with unreasonable conceit. Nikolai said that such a state is quite normal for an inexperienced worker. You need to get involved, and then everything will fall into place. If anything, he promised to give a rest. Lyanka did not like this kind of exit. He is a man, he must endure, otherwise he is worthless. Despite feeling unwell, the young man braced himself, worked, tried to keep up with the others. Katya came to his tent in the evenings. It was a real test for him. She put compresses on Lyanka, let him smell ammonia, told the news, sometimes brought a guitar and sang. Of course, she fed her with what she could, even with chocolate and cocoa. The guys were whispering. He was terribly ashamed that he was not like everyone else, that he turned out to be a boy and a weakling. Even the girl coped with her, by no means simple duties. The amount of work in the kitchen was not at all childish, and she also found the strength to take care of him. How embarrassing! Katya became completely at home in the foreman's tent. Lyanka sometimes thought that one of the guys might well let it slip when they arrived home, perhaps even unintentionally. The young man asked the girl not to come, tried to honestly explain the reason, but Katya did not want to hear about it. If you get better, then do what you want. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. And if I feel bad, will you pass by? I do not believe. And if Alina is told that I had a girlfriend in the camp, are you her property? Why is this girl not here? If I were in Alina's place, I would do everything to be with you. And she? Consider me a sister of mercy, that's all. You are not ashamed to go to the doctor. I'm not sick. I just have a hard time adjusting to the pressure. I don't need a babysitter. All the guys laugh. Why are you setting me up like this? Who is laughing? Kolya, are you spreading jokes about Lyonya? Why am I right now? It hurts. I got sick the first season too. Give it a week and everything will be fine. You'll see. She will also go dancing. You better not be here. Feed and stomp about your business. Let him sleep. You might think I'm in the way. Let him sleep well. Are you, Katya, stupid or fooling around? How can he sleep when his boobs are shaking next to him? Yes, he probably has a heart jumping out of his chest and something else out of his pants. You are a cynic, Koka. And a shame. You probably have all your thoughts only in your pants. I saw how you rolled up to Masha, pawed her ass. I also saw how she gave you a slap in the face for this. Just dare to offend a girl, you will have to deal with me, scared the hedgehog with her bare ass. Why, tell me, then are women needed, if not for this? Not women, but girls. I didn't say that love and everything else, it definitely went. If real feelings, I think it's not shameful at all. Are you in love with Mary? No. So don't go to her. We'll manage somehow without you. How do you know if it's for love or not? Love is in the soul, not under the skirt. Is it my fault that she has an appetizing ass? Let him hide. Nothing to show off. It is necessary. Well done. What? Mashka's butt is not like that. I'm shaking my boobs. Try to squeeze me. Let's see how strong you are. Everyone in the tent was laughing. Koka took the cigarettes and went out into the street. I'm serious with Masha. Think you put your hand in the wrong place. Let's see if it's serious or not. I'll look after you. Do you know that Lyanka has a fiancé, a sister of mercy? Damn it, I know. I am not her competitor. As you can see, I don't pinch his ass. We are friends with him. How can I leave him if the person is in trouble? Don't shame the man. What the hell is the trouble? Oh, you misunderstanding. Do you think he will thank you for this? Do you, Kolya, know what altruism is? I know what all girls need from men. You will tame, sow the seeds of doubt in your head, and you will wait for the harvest. When you're head over heels with desire, you're all affectionate. You are down to earth, prosaic. Tell me, why are you barking with me if you have a serious relationship with Masha? Go get it, and I will. Lenka, let's stop pretending already. Your friend does not give us life, she got tired of walking. Katyusha, let's sit by the fire. Why are you bullying Kolya? He thinks, since the foreman, he can do anything. Figushki. Masha will not give offense. Let's go. I already feel better. Guys, get off the girl. 10 days later Lyanka got involved. Work and life became easier. Even not so, physical efforts began to bring joy. In parallel with this, the degree of witticisms and ridicule increased, which accompanied the communication of the inhabitants of the foreman's tent. The jokes became more and more obscene, the hints became more concrete. Lyanka understood that the relationship with Katya was becoming dangerous. Yes, she makes an indelible impression on him. Her attention is not just pleasant, it fascinates, takes away the desire to think, to resist. Of course, in comparison with Alina, she loses a lot. Bright, pretty, lively, interesting, yes, but not at all beautiful. She has enough advantages, however, she is not a competitor to the girl Lenka's bride. This is good. Alina is a beloved, dear, Katya is a random girl. Who can be cute? Lyanka, for example, likes Zhanna Agizarova, so what? Strange, outrageous, and the guy looks at her like a goddess. Katya also makes a good impression. He had never met such girls before. For more than a week, after a tiring day at work, Lenka tumbled into the tent exhausted, unable even to go to dinner. His hands ached from bloody calluses, muscles and bones seemed foreign. He felt sick. The other members of the brigade were no less tired, but it was not noticeable for them. It was not difficult to admit defeat, to move to another job, but it meant giving up the serious income that Lenka was counting on so much. It was money for the beginning of a common life with Alina, where they would be only the two of them, in his understanding, was the meaning of the trip. Only they could ensure the realization of a dream that was overgrown in his fantasies with seductive details. Such a serious incentive did not allow to relax and abandon the desired goal. To endure, to get involved in the rhythm of construction, to become strong and resilient, like other students working side by side with him, by all means. That was all he thought about. All this time, Katya was near. To be honest, he felt so bad that he didn't want to see her either. But telling the girl about it was beyond his powers. Katya was not unpleasant or intrusive, on the contrary, she was too helpful and caring. Lyanka was uncomfortable, even ashamed to accept such obvious and understandable signs of attention, which speak volumes. And yet he waited for the appearance of this red-haired girl, even upset if she was late for a few minutes. Her constant visits instantly became a habit, became a kind of unshakable ritual, in anticipation of which the young man was from the very morning, when she held out a bundle with a hot breakfast, smiling sweetly, deliberately passing it in such a way that their hands could not touch. Lyanka often thought about why the desire to feel the warmth of Katya's skin visits him constantly. I really wanted to touch in order to understand what exactly he wanted to feel. Slightly touching his sleeves, the young man even hid from himself, driving away this obsession, turning his attention to Alina, her crimson lips and passionate eyes, which gave hope for the future. Why only hope, Lyanka could not understand. After all, they have already decided almost everything, discussed many times to the smallest detail, not forgetting anything in the reasoning, even the smallest details of the relationship. The bride, in another way he did not call Alina, never allowed to put an end to fantasies. She shaded, shrouded in fog the future of relations, ended any dialogue with blurry phrases, as if crossing out everything that was said earlier. Let's see, let's do it first. Where are you in a hurry? We'll discuss later. We need to think. Here Lyanka was thinking. Whatever it was, the bride gave reason to hope. From time to time, she turned on a rich imagination, in which she so vividly and sensually painted a joint future, without voicing, however, with whom exactly. But after all, this is already understandable. Since she is talking to Lenka, she looks into his eyes, and besides, she holds his hand at the same time. To imagine that a girl is able to kiss him, while presenting some other options for the development of events, was beyond the power of the young man. That doesn't happen. He only thinks about her all the time. At this point Lyanka's thoughts stumble like a blind horse over a mole's hole. He catches a glimpse of the cook's red hair fluttering in the wind, her light steps, head turn, eyes and smile. What for? After all, he is now thinking about his beloved, who is waiting, hoping. What nonsense! Does he have any reason to doubt? What does his beloved girl believe in? What thoughts does she feed on? What does she feel? Does Lyanka know anything about this? It's probably all about that. The strange behavior of his beloved lately, it is not clear where the scandals are growing from, like champignons after a summer thunderstorm on the football field. Although he tries not to think about it, it is annoying. It seems that after a passionate kiss, sensual lips, and a face already twisted in incomprehensible irritation, twisted by a furious facial expression, dissatisfaction, claims, were only separated. How many times Lyanka tried to reproduce the last minutes of communication before thunderstorms in seconds and found nothing, not a single clue, no pattern. Except, perhaps, the constantly sounding topic related to study. But they are students. What else can people talk about whose goal is to get an education? So, it's gone. Lyanka tried to dissect almost every word before speaking out, but the result remained the same. And the incomprehensible refusal to get acquainted with the parents? What's wrong with that if they find out about the son's fiancée? Are you shy? What nonsense! Why do thoughts about the bride, instead of reminding of a tender sensual body, magical emotions of unity, stumble upon the same associations, walking in circles, but invariably returning to the swamp of problems? Lyanka, meanwhile, was stirring the concrete, scooping it up with a shovel from the edge and moving it to the middle, so that a homogeneous mass suitable for laying the foundation was obtained. He has almost adapted to this difficult task, having learned to spend less energy than before. The thing is that he moved too much and incorrectly in comparison with other workers. Having understood the principle of the process, you cannot get tired. It turned out that it is quite simple. Of course, the muscles were still aching, but there was time for reflection, the opportunity to look at the surroundings. A dog strayed to the builders. Big red dog, shaggy, good-natured. The guys began to feed him, and he pretended to be guarding, barking at everyone passing by. Now the dog was playing with its tail, running around in circles after it. Just like Lyanka's thoughts. Laughing at the stupid occupation of the animal, the guy suddenly realized that he was doing the same thing, talking about the reasons for unpleasant outbursts of emotions in his girlfriend. There's nothing you can do, she's like that. In any case, how can this become an obstacle to the development of relations? If you truly love, you should be prepared for any surprises, even unpleasant ones. It is necessary to seek a compromise, to call Alina to frankness, to yield in something. Guess she screamed a little. Otherwise, it is good, one might say the best, the only one. Lyanka thought, not noticing that he had changed the pace of the work of the brigade. Ready batches followed one after another. The guys did not keep up with him, but were silent. Lyanka, you didn't fall in love with the cook. I picked up such a pace, and yesterday I was still dying. Are you going to dance with Katyuka today? Look, lads, what life-giving love does to people. So that today everyone has a favorite, and tomorrow a double production rate. Keep it up, buddy. We will show how students of the Lomonosov University can work. All snot in the morning. What dances? I thought. You know, I will die in the evening, now you won't. Got sucked in. Second wind opened. Do not forget to give Kachuka flowers in gratitude. Girls love this stuff. You know, I have a fiancé. She is there and you are here. Who nurses and feeds you every evening? Katya. So what if it's not a bride? Flowers are given to friends. All right, let's go crazy. They cackled and will. Love and stuff, in the evening. Now we are working. It seems they were joking, but thoughts themselves switched to the cook. Good girl. Not to say that the beauty, but hooked. Lyanka would not refuse to dance with her. Will she go? Fundamental. She said that she would return the bride, so she will do so. He already understood this. And yes, I don't want to start. Who knows what energies got lost in her thin body? No wonder every now and then attracts attention, like an arrow on a compass. However, Katya is not so thin. The arms and neck, of course, are thin, but the chest is what you need. One had only to think about this outstanding detail, as it ached sweetly inside, and a familiar sensation pierced the lower abdomen, which can only be interpreted unambiguously as desire. It just wasn't enough. Looks like it's time to start making friends. So it's not far from disaster. Surely, now Alina felt something bad. How can such lust be called, if not treason? Lyanka, if Alina had allowed herself such a thing, she would definitely have smelled it. The girl trusted me, and I, like a jackal, dream of feeling the warmth of the other's hand. We'll have to have a serious talk with Katyanak. With whom? With whom? Why would you call her that? Accidentally flew into the brain, against the will. What can I do if the girl really looks like a small defenseless ginger kitten, fluffy and tender, which I want to cuddle and stroke? Fur, very soft. Lyanka imagined, literally for a moment, Katenka's head on his knees and his hand wandering in her soft, supple curls. This thought only flashed, did not even have time to take shape as it should, but his palms managed to sweat, his face burned with a rush of blood, his heart raced, his breath stopped. There was no way to get rid of the obsession. Some kind of devilry, and nothing more. Lyanka tried, retaining his feelings, to replace the cook in his daydreams with Alina. Thoughts were confused, the imagination resisted, changing the course of thought from one to another, but the emotions did not subside, doing their dirty work in the lower abdomen, until they splashed out with a fountain of passion. Well, at least I managed to run behind a pile of sand. Looking around, the confused guy tried to find out who had noticed what. Everyone was busy with work. The cement is gone. Soon the end of the working day. And there, how will he look Katya in the eyes now? After all, she would surely meet him. Right now, at this very second, Lenka has no doubts about this. The girl bakes pancakes for him and thinks about him too. The young man does not even understand with whom he was just in a sick imagination. It's horrible. We need to look for a way out, to do something about it all. What? Maybe take it and tell Katya everything as it is? But it's not masculine at all. It seems like he passed the baton. I found out, now you suffer. It can be seen, with the naked eye, that the girl fell in love in earnest. This fire needs to be extinguished, not fanned. The camp is too small to hide. You still need to communicate. Katya is a persistent girl. In words, she does not count on anything, but in reality, after all, Lyanka also swears to himself in love with Alina, and he himself recalls scandals and quarrels. Such a difficult reality. The most terrible thing is that you unbearably want to see the girl's smile, her gentle eyes, to hear her voice at least once again. How wonderfully she sings. This means that the meetings will continue and it is not known how they can end. In the end, you need to understand, at least for yourself, which of the desires is stronger. So many good and different things are connected with Alina. In addition to the spiritual union, they are connected by the sacrament of mutual penetration, complete sexual and erotic harmony, months of communication. Is this not enough? Why does Lyanka have to solve this strange puzzle, like the Hodge or Riemann hypotheses, over which all the scientists of the world are struggling? There is a bride and another random girl who captured his attention. If the starting point is the word random, the answer is obvious. You can continue friendship and at the same time be cold, prudent, in any case, sane. Just chat. It is not necessary to translate fleeting relationships into a sensual plane. Even if dancing, so what? There is a pioneering distance for this, where only the hands touch. And have you tried? Tried to touch and feel nothing? Just a few minutes ago, without any contact, just from a random thought, I had to run behind a pile to throw out the secret of love. To whom was it intended? Do not, you know? That's it. You can try to pull yourself together, test your willpower, if you have it. Risk? And how, of course. But what if there is no other way out? In a few minutes, their eyes will meet. What will happen? Brain drain, split feelings, death of nerves, separation of impressions, explosion of everything? What? And what if you spit on everything at once and run away? To hell with them, with dreams, with money that becomes a stumbling block. But without funds to rent an apartment, the contract with Alina may become invalid. It turns out that the expected wedding is a kind of contract that is conditional, a labyrinth with no way out. That doesn't happen. The answer probably lies on the surface, only the wrong angle of observation is chosen. You need to calm down and think carefully. Answer yourself the question, why do you need a girl Katya, bright and interesting, but not very beautiful? To have a fun and interesting time? Is it reprehensible? Not at all. Fine. A little good mood in the company of a wonderful person does not hurt anyone. Dance, have fun. Just mark the boundary line beyond which no. Is it possible? Katya was waiting. She was dressed in a peach chiffon dress flowing over her body, shoes of the same color with rather high heels, as if she knew that Lyanka would not be sick today. The girl said hello and walked beside her, telling how some ants from the sanitary and epidemiological station came in dazzling white coats, who meticulously checked the kitchen, nervously wrote something down in a journal. As a result, one of them got so carried away that she landed her backside in a huge aluminum pan with waste. She screamed, stamped her feet, threatened to close the camp. The head of the detachment from Sumgayat came running to the cry. In 5 minutes, he easily and naturally put the ladies in their place and sent them home, providing, however, sickly sets of provisions. You should have seen the air kisses they sent him. And I took the dirty robe. You can even go dancing in this. I have already stretched it. LOL, you look good today. Maybe we'll go dancing. I will sleep. You know that there will be a contest first. I will sing to your taste, only for you. Let's go, huh? Okay. Persuaded. But the condition, no hugs. What is it like? Where have you seen dancing without touching? Saw. Did you watch old movies? Then I also have a condition. The restriction applies if you never step on my foot. What if I come? Then I will establish the protocol for further actions. I hope your invention does not go beyond obscenity. Tell me, what are you thinking now? Do I look like a girl of easy virtue? We agreed, the bride will hand over you on the way bill safe and sound. I hope she will not conduct fingerprinting. What if I accidentally touch your cheek? Sorry, Katya, I probably overdid it. I just don't want to get into a sticky situation. I can't promise that, you might even get tickled. I don't know how much you will turn my head. I'll try not to get carried away. To be honest, I won't be offended at all if at least today you are carried away by me. Look how dressed up. I spent the whole day worrying whether I would like it or not. And you were silent. Katyana, I need to eat, wash and change. We'll have to be patient. I'm willing to wait as long as I can. Repeat what you called me, Kate. No, it's different. Katyana? Sorry, it got out. No one has ever called me that before, not even my mother. Lyanka skipped off to swim in the stream, then picked up a bouquet of bathing suits in the copse. However, already quite mature, they had already begun to crumble, changed clothes and with a sedate step, although his soul demanded movement, went to the dining room. Especially for Lyanka, the food was in a special dish, beautifully decorated and hot. The young man awkwardly handed Katya a bouquet, pulling it out from behind his back, like a fakir pulling a rabbit out of a hat, blushing at the same time, turning his eyes away. The girl looked in bewilderment into Lyanka's eyes, dipped her face into the bouquet, turned away sharply and left the kitchen. The food was extremely delicious. The mood, similar to an exquisite dessert, literally lifted above the ground. For a long time Lyanka was not so good. But I wanted to stay within the limits. The mind demanded to stop, and the roaming, enthusiastic soul insisted on a holiday. He had already finished supper, packed and washed the dishes, but Katya was not there. Unkind thoughts rushed into my head. You need to go look. It wasn't needed. The girl brought a vase of flowers and placed it in the middle of the table. Thanks, Lena. At our house, these flowers are called frying. Very nice. I did not expect to receive such an expensive gift from you. Her face was swollen. It was clearly visible that the girl had recently been crying and still cannot stop. Katya held a handkerchief near her eyes, continuing to toss it with her nose. Tall, appetizing breasts kept bouncing from recent sobs, unable to calm down, although there was enough time for this. It was unbearable to watch. Lyanka himself did not understand what was happening, but the girl suddenly found herself in his arms. Katya's hair tickled her nose, her body was pierced by discharges, her nostrils absorbed a gentle girlish scent, almost childish, reeking of sweet milk and wild strawberries. The girl was shaking with sobs that did not stop, but intensified. The elastic buds of her breasts trembled, sensitively touching Lyanka's body, and her hands stroked her thin neck. Everything turned out almost as he imagined when he needed concrete. The same ending was missing. Lyanka gently, almost not touching the skin, kissed her on the cheek and pulled away. Sorry. Since I started this disgrace, then I have to answer. Today, I agree to any of your terms. Except sex. Let's sing, dance, hug. Anything. But only today. Katya sobbed once more and fell silent. Diamond droplets of teardrops hung on the girl's eyelashes, so cute that I wanted to lick them off. I won't sing today. At least on stage. Too worried. And dance as much as you like, as long as the music is on. And hug, too. Thanks for the holiday. Didn't expect this to be possible. They danced enthusiastically for a long time, hardly understanding and listening to the music, the same slow dance, barely moving their feet, stepping on each other's shoes. With each dance, their bodies pressed closer and closer, as if they wanted to grow together. Their hands very chastely gave free rein to the imagination, studying what did not seem vulgar. Lyanka repeatedly kissed the girl on the nose and eyes, and she kissed him on the chin, because she could not reach higher. Both seemed to be in a trance, not noticing the passage of time and the world around them, which was not at all interesting to them. When the music dried up and the lights were turned off, the guys, without saying a word, went to the stream, where they sat motionless until morning in an embrace, without uttering a word. Apparently, instead of them, hearts and souls were talking, being in sadness from the realization that continuation is not expected. Of course, hope flickered, but the closer the dawn, the less the chance to meet in the future became. Neither he nor she was going to violate the agreement. One evening and one night. And another month and a half of communication, but on the condition of asexual friendship. Both suffered and were sad, but resigned themselves to the inevitability that deprived them of the desired happiness. At the end of the season, they said goodbye sparingly. It was not at all difficult to be on the train in the same carriage and even a compartment, but the guys refused such a privilege on purpose. And they didn't leave anything for each other, because it's very painful to part and know that it's impossible to meet. It's better to cry heartily and try to forget, although both were not sure that this was possible. Lyanka lay all the way on the top shelf, turned to the wall, never once touching the food. He thought of red-haired Katya and her piping hot pancakes, which looked like a sunny face with very pretty hemp. Alina in his imagination, although she is much more beautiful, somehow faded significantly. Lyanka attributes this to a long separation. His thoughts strayed and bifurcated, unable to form into something clear. One half of his personality demanded something that the other half would not agree to. Lyanka undoubtedly loves Alina, only imagines her as his wife and mother of his children, but at the thought of Katya, his heart shudders and groans, forcing him to forget about common sense. The young man urgently demands that he forget about the existence of Katyanak and immediately refuses the second self, justifying himself by the fact that fantasies cannot interfere with reality. 10 voluminous letters that he wrote to the bride, without waiting for an answer, Lyanka remembers by heart, like poetry. Why hasn't a single message come from Alina in 2 months? What happened to her, where she is, the guy did not know. Yes, it's not so important anymore. A few more hours, and they will be together. In anticipation of the meeting, his body ached sweetly. He wanted quite mundane sensations that excited his imagination. Lyanka quite realistically felt how he was kissing Alina and entering her. You have no idea how difficult it is to sit quietly on a suitcase and you want to scream and jump on one leg. Literally in a couple of hours, unforgettable minutes of a long-awaited meeting await him, from the foreboding of which everything inside bubbles and stiffens, muscles contract with spasms and nerves stretch. Dear, dear, desired, affectionate Alinaka. How I missed you. Her lips beckon Lyanka, like the charming sweetness of a fragrant flower attracts a hungry moth. Touch, breathe, drink, and as soon as possible. What could be more beautiful than a long-awaited meeting after a long separation? It's time to forget the construction team and the cheerful red-haired girl who gave him an unforgettable vacation. Thanks, her. You just need to imagine that it was in a completely different, not his life. Now all thoughts need to be focused on Alina. There is enough money to live separately until next spring. The young man could not even imagine the possibility of a different outcome. To betray love, is it possible? He knows how much it hurts when the person you love wholeheartedly goes to another. Melody of Rain Chapter 15. From the train, Lyanka ran to Alina. The anticipation of the meeting warmed up the emotions to a boiling state. The imagination drew vivid pictures. He rejoiced. In the inside pocket of the jacket was a heavy bundle of money. Finally, his efforts paid off. Tomorrow they will start looking for an apartment, then they will apply and get married. The guy was covered with a feeling of triumph. Right now, just a few steps to complete happiness. He burst into Alina's room without knocking, forgetting that other girls also lived there. He was not up to it. The bride turned around and turned pale. Her eyes darted, her hands trembled. Lyanka did not expect such a sensual reaction. He rushed with open arms and buried himself in a repulsive, forbidding gesture. Alina breathed frequently. One could hear how her excited heart was pounding and trembling, rhythmically lifting her blouse, in the place where the nipples' cherries pierced the light fabric. She acted a little strange. You caught me by accident. I know that I will upset you, but it's too late to change anything. So it happened. Will you have vodka? Something happened? Not. I mean, you can say that. Better without vodka. Alina, speak, please. I'm starting to get nervous. I'll probably have a drink. I'm getting married soon though. Ugh, scared. Not for you, Leon. For the teacher, Marashnikov. We have already applied. I now live with him. So, you closed the session, passed the tests? The hint is transparent and clear, like a tear of a newborn. For a long time, and the offset, and everything else, you're right. Now it doesn't matter. Viktor Petrovich immediately offered as soon as you left. He announced the terms of surrender. I thought and gave up. Not right away. I even cried at first. Believe it or not, I really loved you, understand? Love is over, because you need to urgently arrange fate. Somehow quickly all the processes take place in you, as if under the influence of a catalyst. Although, it is. I am no match for Marashnikov. I didn't notice before that you are so mercantile. Will you finish your studies, or will it do? It would be better if you Lenka looked after your garden. Now I don't know if I should study further. I'm pregnant. Let my husband think for me now, already? Congratulations. I have a feeling of déjà vu. All this has already happened to me. Do you remember telling me how Milka sent me off? I thought I pulled out a winning lottery ticket. It turned out he was fake. You can't imagine how hard it is to be betrayed. She didn't promise me anything, though. I thought a lot then. I realized that a woman always cheats first. First, mentally. The usual, it would seem, associations that she represents in her daydreams, when subconscious dissatisfaction with individual features or the style of behavior of her man are associated with a completely different character. In principle, it is normal to look for the best option. I didn't really have a choice. I don't know, if you had gone with me, most likely nothing like this could have happened. I'm talking about betrayal. It is impossible to convict of virtual treason. Thoughts are not entirely material. But the energy connection of the partners changes significantly. Random turns of speech, gestures, glances, give reason to understand that they are dissatisfied with him, not that they are neglected, but on occasion they may well change the nature of the relationship. I felt alienated, suffered from uncertainty and your irritation. Do not judge strictly. Life is given once. There is no time for swinging. By the way, here are your letters. I didn't open them. I didn't want to rub salt in my wounds. Did you suffer? Suffered? This is so romantic. I'll pay now. Honestly. You know, I'm close to tears. I will write you another letter. Then, later, when I step back a bit. Vodka, vodka, vodka. And pour it. You know, I understand, most likely, this would not have changed anything, but a stupid character, I feel sorry for myself. I didn't need to be protected. Now my baby would live in you. Don't create unnecessary illusions. Do you think I would dare to give birth to a child in poverty? Do you remember the first time we had? Funny. The only time my seed was visiting you. After all, Alina, I foresaw something like that, but I could not understand what was bothering me. You already calculated the options then, otherwise why would you be so furious? Yes, I was scared. When the thoughts of a loved one run away, fine-tuning gets lost, some kind of invisible connection that keeps attention on one single one. You don't understand yourself that such changes are taking place, but it is noticeable from the outside. When our relationship went uphill, not a single girl approached me for a kilometer. And suddenly, they began to flirt, get acquainted, seduce. I still wondered, why would this be all? I'm sorry to say goodbye to you too. More than that, it hurts. I'm used to you. Now it has calmed down, but at first it was great. I rehearsed how I will explain myself to you, Lord. I could not imagine how I would live with the old man. It turns out the same. Basically, no difference. Only the first time is awkward. He is a wonderful lover. Filled with gifts. He gave me a fur coat made of silver fox. Can you imagine? So cute. He goes to restaurants almost every day. Our bed is like an airfield, you can get lost. Only he is always busy. Well, figs with him, I'll get used to it. So, now you will be Miroshnikova, certainly. But not everything is as beautiful as we would like. The state of discomfort, you know, like I was bought. I don't feel happy. If you want, we can arrange an erotic farewell for the last time. Better not. After him? I can't do that. How can I imagine that there is someone traveling there besides me, BRR? Throw him to hell. Only absolutely. I can handle myself. Honestly. Raise a child, raise a child. I love you, so I can love him too. It's not that simple, Leon. We have a prenuptial agreement. Viktor Petrovich immediately insisted on this condition. He can dissolve the marriage if I violate at least one clause of the contract. But that's not the point. What awaits us if we get married, you thought? They will send you to such a darkness after graduation, you won't want to live. No housing, no money, no prospects. Miroshnikov, without 5 minutes professor. The gods don't burn pots. Every general was once a private. Understand you, not for me a paradise in a hut. I am weak, I love comfort, pleasure. As long as there is beauty and youth, you need to use them. You will be a professor. Surely this is great. Immediately, all the blessings of the world to your beautiful feet. Except love. Remember, Vysotsky, I confess to you as a spirit, such is the whole sports life, only a moment you are at the top and you are rapidly falling down. This is about me, but not in sports, but in life. I just don't get it. Why is that? What is life teaching me so diligently? It would seem that he took into account all the mistakes of his first love, did everything right, but the result is the same. Do you know what is the scariest thing in life? Probably death. No, when they cheat on you, betray you, but you don't know about it. I seem to be having great luck. You didn't play tricks with me. Can you imagine, Alina, and in me, there, in the north, a little girl had a crush on me. Wonderful. I had to upset her. I'm not good at lying. I didn't even dare to console. I thought that it would be treason. Oh, is it? Are you saying that you brought a berry to your mouth and did not taste it? Don't worry, I don't regret it. How was I to know that you had a surprise for me? I believed you myself. Now I know for sure that fate cannot be adjusted to a pre-prepared template. If the bride goes to another, then it is not known who was lucky. And you know, Alina, perhaps I won't drink with you. Changed my mind. Vodka is a disgusting remedy for mental therapy. I'd rather wish you happiness. I'll forgive you. I'll even thank you for the science. You're good, but you don't know it yourself. It's a pity. I'll go, perhaps. I don't think we'll see each other again. Nothing to poison the soul. Then take this. Alina took off the ruby ring from her finger and put it on the table. I also want you to hand over all my photographs. You know, it might accidentally compromise me. This damn prenuptial agreement is such an ambush. I wouldn't want to upset my husband. And yourself. Alina, don't you find your act too cynical? After all, you yourself say that you loved me. So you don't love him, do you? What does it matter now? When you are offered a real choice between a paradise in a hut and a normal life in a seedy palace, I think no one will agree to live in the garbage after that. In your opinion, the family life of yesterday's students is not much different from the life of a beggar? Definitely not any better. What are your prospects? If they leave at the university, the position of junior researcher and life in a hostel for pennies. Distribution is even worse. And Marashnikov has an excellent apartment in Moscow, a car, a dacha, and a decent salary. You have to pay for everything. Have you thought about how you need to compensate for the right to enjoy the fruits of other people's efforts? Youth and body by itself, but other than that, nonsense. You'll see, he owes me. I'm not as simple as you think. Perhaps you are right. Who knows what a woman is capable of? May I ask an indiscreet question? Go ahead. Can you tell him every day, I love you, honey? Why? It is enough that I spread my legs for him. Perhaps this is really enough today. But he is not a fool. He perfectly understands that he bought you. When you start to glance at more attractive erotic landscapes, and this will definitely happen, because, for example, I am twice as young and attractive as Marashnikov, you have something to compare with, he will definitely be jealous and demand proof of love. Can you sing love songs to him? I don't think so. Why would I do such stupid things? That's not nonsense at all. Try to put yourself in his place. You come to the market in winter, buy a kilogram of strawberries for crazy money, see beautiful fruits, inhale the aroma. On the way home, you choke on saliva, you look forward to bliss, and unexpected guests are at home. They do not ask for anything, in principle, but they feel the smell and taste. To give or not to give, that is the question. This is, as it were, the beginning of your joint family life. Naturally, he will not share. Not enough on my own. And now another option, strawberries are already on the table, and the guests are unprincipled cynics. They come and take it. What are his actions? Stop fantasizing. Nothing like this will happen to me. He gets all the strawberries. Let it choke. I'm not a fool to change prosperity and comfort for reckless sex on the side. These are your thoughts today. And his? Most likely, Marashnikov will begin to hide from everyone not only berries, but also the dishes in which they are stored. How do you like this arrangement? No way. I'll feed you until you're blue in the face, that's all. And he is a foodie, for whom the whole buzz is not to get drunk enough, lick, sniff and begin to meditate on the feeling of aftertaste. What the hell is in your head? Licks, sniffs. No man stops halfway, you know, until he comes. At 20, and he was in his 5th decade. You are starting to get a taste for it, and it will soon be enough for him to look. Let him look. Not for just that. And anyway, what am I talking about? What do you care, Lyanka? What are we going to do? Do you want to hold a candle? Nothing, but with whom? The question was asked incorrectly. You are my fiancé, and you are pregnant by another man. What is it like? It was, Lenya, it was yours. A female, remember, you yourself called me that once, you need to win. In fair competition, on a competitive basis. A baby is a prize that elevates manhood, procreation, the only way to preserve the biological self. Consider putting your lot up for auction. Marashnikov offered more. What's incomprehensible here? Is it okay that you slept with me without a contest? Do you think he won't remind you of your lack of chastity? I didn't hide from him that I lived with you. How do you feel about it yourself? I don't know what you mean, but his pimple is no different from yours. Feelings are the same. And love? Get used to everything. We have a strange conversation, Helena. Besides, it's very long. I hope we don't meet again. Try to understand me. The earth is round. My mother says, to know where you fall, you would lay straws. You can't imagine, Alina, how I want to hang your Marashnikov by the balls. With my mind I understand that we are with him, like that cobra that dances to the tune of a fakir, blind and deaf, we react to the vibrations and rhythm of the caster. Lot, you say? It was a sweet piece, tasty, but not mine. When I think that fate is decided by a few extra rubles in my pocket, I don't want to live. You know, Alina, but you and I both lost. I am sure about that. I read somewhere, when you lose a leg or arm, even though it has been gone for a long time, it hurts. It's called phantom pain. I have grown to you, it will not be so easy to amputate. It will heal, of course, with time, but it will be whining for a long time. I think you do too. Farewell, love. Better Lyanka fall in love with another girl. There are so many of them, with fluffy eyelashes. I assure you, between the legs is the same for everyone. Thanks for the advice, of course. I'll think about it. If anything, I'll stay in the hostel tonight. Get in touch if you change your mind. Lyanka rolled down the stairs, ran around the corner of the house, leaned his forehead against the cool brickwork, and only then realized that he had not been breathing all this time. I just forgot how to do it. The bravado, which he demonstrated in a conversation with Alina, flew off instantly. The young man felt like a little deceived child. He certainly needed consolation. I wanted to give vent to tears, but every now and then someone passed by. At such moments, the soul requires loneliness and silence. Lyanka looked around for a playground or a square where he could sit with his eyes closed and not think about anything. For most people, oddly enough, a happy life never comes. They are used to reading fairy tales and believing in them. It seems to them that it can only be better where they are not now. Only there and nowhere else. For example, in a neighboring city or in a professor's apartment, because here they know every bush and are simply sure that nothing good can be under any of them. Checked multiple times and found nothing. They are unaware that broken hearts and broken destinies are everywhere, precisely because no one wants to work to create a better life. He reached out his hand and took what he liked. But it would be more accurate to say that someone liked something that you possess and he is ready to give anything for it, within a certain amount, which can be conditionally designated. I don't feel sorry for this good. Lenka. What do you think about? Whom do you feel sorry for, Alina or yourself? Do you remember how your acquaintance with Alina began? You tried to send her, saying that all women are the same, they only think about beauty and consumption, that they look like tasteless sweets with a beautiful candy wrapper. After all, that's how it happened. But life doesn't end there. For some reason, he imagined a vulgar scene in volume and color, where an old and flabby man without a face, in a very unattractive pose, copulates with Alina. She squirms and moans. Lyanka's skin immediately became covered with goosebumps, itching. Something cool and wet pressed into his hand. This touch was frightening. The young man opened his eyes and saw a huge shaggy, tricolor dog. The animal behaved good-naturedly and confidently, buried its nose in his palm. He remembered that he had recently read about this breed. It was a Saint Bernard. Serious white-red-black dog with a huge head. What is he doing here alone? Purebred dogs are not abandoned. Almost immediately, a girl of about 8 in a short dress ran up. 2 huge white bows dangled from her head. Uncle, don't be afraid of him. He is very kind. His name is Tyler. I felt like you needed to be rescued. He is very receptive, smell determines the mood. Has something happened to you? My name is Rita, what's yours? I'm Leonid. Yes, Rita, I'm very sad. I lost my best friend. Do you want us to sit with you? We have time. Thank you very much, but I want to be alone. Then we ran. Tyler definitely has to save someone, he has such a job. He already did it. I'm much better. Lyanka really felt better. Probably because there are so many good things around. For example, this wonderful couple, ready to save anyone just like that. Alina. Why is she like this? Somewhere in the solar plexus area it became cold. Lyanka looked at the aspen growing opposite the bench. She rustled with trembling leaves. There were many. I wonder how much. For example, have you ever wanted to count something immense? For example, the number of stars in the sky? For what, you ask? Precisely because there are many of them, and you are one. All alone in the whole wide world, although there are so many other people around. An unpleasant, worthless feeling. Maybe it's just your own choice or natural selection. Why is it so sad and disgusting in my soul just because I walked with someone along one path for a long time, which ended, turning into 2, but the satellite did not want to go with you, and for some reason you cannot with him. Lyanka imagined a meeting with Alina after many years lived without her. Will he recognize the one he loved so much? What if it was just a dream? How sad to part with a dream that is almost realized, tangible and desirable. Probably, amazing illusions that turn our heads with anticipation of happiness, make us peer into distant, inaccessible stars, at a time when we should look under our own feet. It is very easy to stumble, dancing and rejoicing on a piece of rock hanging over an abyss, if there is no one nearby who will open your eyes and warn you of danger. It can be seen that the dream of joint bliss is too heavy a burden for one. But how to guess that a stranger is next to you, if you see that he is alive and real? Sweet lips, elastic camp, charming look, trembling all over the body, gentle touches. What's the point of all this if it's not real? The lizard, avoiding mortal danger, leaves the pursuer with a wriggling tail, confusing the pursuer. She wants to live, so she uses the illusion of presence. Why is it necessary for a person who is not threatened by anything? Is the reason for the deceit just a banal desire not to waste time in vain, while getting pleasure from everything that can bestow pleasure? What do people play, breaking, like their own and other people's destinies? What grades would they get if there were real schools of scoundrels in the world? Alina is good, even wonderful. It was good. How sad to think like that about the girl he loved an hour ago. Did she become different during this time? Why do you want to disappear and not be at all? When a relationship begins, consciousness immediately gives out a scenario in which there is a beginning and a continuation. Usually very positive. Lyanka in this performance had long ago acquired children, was happy and rejoiced. And when the curtain opened, the scenery was completely different. They just shocked with their cynicism. How to be, what to do to find balance. My head became completely empty, uncomfortable. Alanaka, girl, how can we continue to live without you? Hiding from life? Cut veins? Who needs such a ridiculous, joyless life? I remembered a song about a transit passenger. I am your transit passenger. Alas, no one was waiting for me. You were my transit station. Yes, I didn't keep it. Didn't hold back. Imagine that Alina is caressed by a certain faceless Marashnikov, whom Lenka has never seen in his life, that he climbs with his vile hands, touches his sweet girl, wherever he pleases, even there. Unbearable, disgusting, scary. Why did I let Tyler and Rita go? He did not want to. Tears flowed by themselves. Melody of Rain Chapter 16. Time passed after Lyanka returned. The classes have already started. The young man could not quit part-time work. Got sucked in. After the construction student brigade, new acquaintances appeared. He has learned a lot. In addition to loading and unloading, there were orders for the repair of apartments. There was enough money to live on, even left. What if you try to find Katenka? She's not a needle in a haystack. Can only understand and forgive. From the outside, this is the curtailment of relations, albeit fleeting, uncertain, and parting seems ordinary, normal, correct. In fact, it is very difficult, especially for her, and very insulting. If you do not ask her yourself, you will never know how and what the girl thinks about this. She looked at the last meeting lost and unhappy. Do you want to be needed? First of all, you need to tell about it to the person whose opinion you want to know. Lyanka was worried about Alina's betrayal. Not like when he parted with Milka, the previous experience still affects. Whatever you say, when the disagreements began, I had to think about everything, including parting. Not that he expected betrayal, but he replayed in his mind how he would act in such a case. I didn't believe it, and yet I considered options. He tried to reject such a prospect, because this simply could not be, but sometimes it flashed before his eyes, especially after stormy conversations, when Alina, overexcited, scolded him, bending her fingers with which she indicated his shortcomings. Sometimes she found some inspiration when she began to recklessly list what she considers most necessary in life, dumping an abundance of unfulfilled desires in a list. At such moments, her face burned, her ears burned, her nose constantly itched. Alina spoke quickly, as if spitting out words, constantly straightening her hair, now with her hand, then blowing off individual knotty strands. The girl energetically poked with the index finger of her right hand, pointing it at Lyanka, as teachers and parents usually do, chastising silly people. The list was too big to memorize or pay attention to the details. This emotional show looked like a hysterical attack of a capricious girl who wants to be treated like a blood princess. The young man listened to the first part of the performance with interest, trying to insert remarks, but his girlfriend began to get nervous, sometimes even screaming. Her irritation was perplexing. Lyanka intended to wait until the ardor subsided. It was not clear what caused it, but the intensity of passions only increased, gradually developing into an indignant enumeration of his shortcomings. It turned out that it completely consists only of defects and imperfections. Alina symbolically folded the most significant vices in her palm, sealed them with curved fingers. The girl's palm filled to capacity. The girl shook off with a freeing movement of the brush with the 5 of her fingers unfolded as an asterisk, shook it off, clapped one palm against the other and began to stuff the next batch of imperfections. By this moment, Lyanka was usually dizzy, his eyes began to twitch, but outwardly he looked calm, which terribly annoyed the girl. She finished numbering the list, conditionally crossing it out with a chopping, crosswise, movement of her hand, then she clenched her palm into a fist, straining her facial muscles, thereby putting an end to it. Further, a detailed descriptive characteristic was issued, inclining the flaws and squalor of his appearance in all cases. A siren was buzzing in Lyanka's head, trying to drown out all this heap of unfair and hasty judgments. Shouldn't he know that the girl was talking about someone else? In no way could he attribute these unfair accusations to himself. Alina stood up in the pose of an offended lady with her head held high, slightly turned towards her opponent. Then she slowly turned around, carefully and hard looking into her eyes, checking the strength and completeness of the reaction, which was not there. More precisely, there was a resonance, but not at all the one she was counting on. Lyanka was embarrassed, confused, discouraged, frightened. He tried to take Alina by the face, pull her towards him and kiss. The girl warned his reaction with a forbidding hand movement, reinforcing it with an unambiguous facial expression. Usually a person has such an expression when he feels an involuntary disgust, for example, when he has to clean up someone's vomit. Realizing that she went too far, having received the wrong effect from the scene of indignation, the friend gently took the guy by the hand, starting to whisper something like, "Well, you must understand, I'm still a girl. I need this and that," then. This was followed by sweet kisses, hugs, sometimes, if conditions allowed, erotic foreplay and sex. For some time now, Lenka has a certain memory property that allows him to instantly forget cases of aggression and hysterical scenes. He simply deleted them from the list of memories, limiting his impressionability from unnecessary suffering. It was not a forced or trained action, imposed from the outside by psychotechnics. In such a simple, natural, but very effective way, he protected the psyche from overheating, avoiding depression. In his memories, Alina was always tender and loving. No matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine the girl as a predator. There are so many good memories associated with her. It was Alina who raised healthy eroticism in him, taught him to love and be loved. Let it all end in nothing, but even what happened is enough to idolize her. Separate unattractive episodes came up in small pieces against his will. Perhaps it was an intuitive defense. Lyanka collected them and put them into a single picture, which made it possible to formalize parting with Alina as a kind of necessary pattern. Most likely, it was. Lyanka again created a virtual world, populated it with charming images, and lived in it until the bell rang. Despite this, it was not possible to convince oneself that the beloved always treated him with a certain degree of commercialism. He still loves Alina. He even hopes for something illusory, capable of returning events to their usual course, realizing that he is deliberately deceiving himself. Now that he is as free as the wind in a field, he has the opportunity to visit his parents more often again. They were very pleased with this change in his life. No, not parting with his beloved. Nothing was known about him, as well as about Alina herself. Old people believed that all his time was occupied by study. Mom was still generous and affectionate, Dad was strict and curious. How nice it is to be at home, on his bed, and his room had not changed at all. Milka dreamed again, beautiful and happy. What is it for? Usually they say, dream of the bridegroom in a new place. Then it should be rather Katya. No, Mila, this is a past stage. I don't want to return to a relationship with her at all. Apparently native walls act like that, and yet, the memory spontaneously began to produce episodes where they were together. True, not at all the ones that he dreamed of after parting. Now the intensity of passions finally subsided. Lyanka even thought that it would be very interesting to meet his former lover. How is she? What? With whom? He recalled how they rested with Milka on the lake, where they usually went to sunbathe, although there was a pond nearby. They lay together on the bedspread, very close. She had a fantastically pleasant, tender skin caressed by warmth and light. The guys were embarrassed to hug and kiss in public, but their eyes and sense of smell worked with might and main. They looked at every millimeter of the desired bodies, inhaled the atoms of sensual aromas. The girl was wonderful. Of course, angularity was visible in it, but it was she who attracted. Mila then fell asleep. Lyanka tickled his stomach and neck with a dry blade of grass. She brushed it off, mistaking the tickling for an attack by a fly or an ant. Was funny. And yet, unbearably I wanted to touch the elastic tummy with my lips. This thought drilled into the brain, prompting action. The temptation was so great that it was impossible to withstand this pressure. The boy closed his eyes, pulled out his lips like an elephant and kissed just below the navel. The reaction followed immediately. Milka shuddered, clapped her hand, hit Lyanka's head instead of a fly, got scared, perhaps mistaking this object for someone's prank. It doesn't matter. With the next involuntary movement, she kicked her knee, hit the most sensitive intimate place of her friend. I couldn't contain the cry of pain. The boy jumped up and began to jump. His eyes blurred. His breath stopped. Around him, a girl jumped apologetically, asked for forgiveness, tried to kiss him. Then tears spilled from her eyes. It ended with an endless kiss. Two naked bodies stood in the middle of the sunbathers. They didn't care that the whole shore was focused on them. Then Lyanka for the first time felt a real erection directly from the kiss. Maybe that's why the episode stuck in my memory. I also remember riding on the boat, swing in the park, cycling. Once he, thinking, went into the room where Mila had gone to change clothes. Just wanted to ask something. And she was completely naked, so cute and defenseless. It was terribly insulting that the girl screamed, covered herself with a coverlet, which she tore off the bed with one jerk. Was it so hard to just stand there, let yourself be seen? Why does memory fish out such nonsense from its hiding places? The dream, as they say, turned out to be in the hand. Leonid met Milka on the same day. She, stumbling, hunched over, walked with a carriage and looked thoroughly aged, haggard. Lyanka wanted to turn away, to pretend that he had not noticed, to step aside. It was not about the appearance of the former girlfriend, it was about the gait and pose, which clearly indicated that the girl was drunk. It's only been 2 years since high school and such a change. Where did the blooming youth go? It was not possible to sneak in unnoticed. Milka threw a fleeting murky glance at the guy from under her eyebrows, thought, apparently leafing through the list of acquaintances in her mind, broke into a wide smile. Lyanka, I recognized you right away. Come with me. Need to talk. I'm in a hurry, Mila. For once met and immediately drape? That's not what best friends do. Walk us home. Sun crap, but there is nothing to change. I'm so glad to see you. Now let's wash this thing. Do you have any money? I do not drink, and you don't need to. We need such people. I'll get more. What are you, if not native? Lyanka. What a handsome man you are. And got angry. Here I am a fool, the Maharia hit me. Let's talk another time. Well, I do not. Will not work. Am I dragging a stroller to the second floor? It's not a lady's business when a man is at hand. Where is the baby's father? Vitka or what? Who knows the parasite? We have a club here formed from candidates for his bride. In one season, asshole, knocked up 3. Now we walk together, girlfriends. You were going to marry him, they were going to, too. Long thought. I should have gotten in line earlier. To hell with him, why talk about him? I ran away, and it's fine. Where are you now? What are you doing? Why in this form? Why don't you like my appearance? Young, pretty. Just drink a little. I have the right. Baby, here I am raising. Got it already, motherfucker. Is that what you mean about your son? Original. You were so right. We all envied you. Music, dancing, English. You dreamed of teaching choreography. Or music. And where are all these abilities? And where to put this freak? Maybe he will remain a baby until the end of his days. Grandmother, grandfather. Where are they? By the way, does this one have a name? I'm calling Vitka. According to the documents, Ilya. And she buried her parents. 2 years ago. Since then I have been drinking. They crashed on the car. What do you live on? I take it you don't work. Junk from the ancestors in bulk left. While selling. What are we standing for? We call people's eyes. Went. If you don't want vodka, I'll treat you to tea. And, I forgot, there is no tea leaves either. Well, now let's go and buy. See how your ex-fiancé lives. Maybe you want to stay. You, Lenka, I can never refuse. The bride was gone. Too much water has flown under the bridge since then. You are not the same, and I am different. Our paths diverged. Why torture something that can never be returned? Are you judging? My pleasure. Is it for drinking? Everyone chooses his own destiny. How do you think to live on? Maybe someone will regret it. You, for example. I'm a juicy girl. Look at those boobs. In terms of erotica, everything is in place for me. I'll wash, I'll perfume, I'll tint and at least wear. Can show, it's true. Sober up, make up. But don't think about me. Honestly, it's a pity that I met in such a shabby form. I remember you differently. The most beautiful girl on the planet Earth. There were such bright memories, but now what? Dear Milka. First, absolutely virgin love and today's you. I won't take it for granted. How are you? Thought you'd be sorry. After all, you never even abandoned homeless kittens, handed them out, found owners. And then there's all the love. And you don't care? This is where you opened up. No wonder I didn't believe you. Although, she may have believed. Vitka, he walked like a gogol. What a guy, right word. Handsome. It was interesting with him. Man real. Not like you. And he didn't stand on ceremony. Fucked on the first date, so that's what it was. Sorry. It turns out you were burdened by your virginity? At 16, what did you think? I saw myself. They didn't let me out of the house until the 8th grade. They wanted to raise a secular lady. And I envied the girls who walked when they wanted, smoked, drank beer and kissed the boys. Are you jealous now? I am a free woman. In every way. And young. I'll give up drinking tomorrow. I'll go to the conservatory. Think weak? I do play every day. You're crazy. Take it and prove that you are not a bastard. Do it. Yes, at least play where you settle down, accompany. Even in a cafe, in a kindergarten. Who cares? You need to believe in yourself. Will you help? I'm not going to lie, no. Our paths diverged. I don't even feel sorry for you, I don't know why. I feel like you're not going anywhere. And you won't do it. And not because vodka is stronger than the desire to do something. It's just that everything suits you. I see. Would you like a bottle? Easy. How? Here, take it and let's run. Sorry, I don't have time. Yes, you went, Lenka. By the way, I dreamed about you. Before, not now. You me too. I had with you, in a dream. How many times? I like it. It doesn't count without love. Bed is not a reason for dating. I know. Yes, I wanted to ask this. How much? Almost 2 years? Well, yes. So, she said, and why in a stroller for the baby? Do you want me to show you? Are you afraid? Developmental delay. Doesn't grow, doesn't speak. Can't even sit. He walks under himself. How so? What doctors say, the devil knows what's wrong with him. It doesn't grow at all. They say that in order to give it to the shelter, the state, they say, will take care of it. Yeah, keep your pocket wide. Get drugged. Who needs him like that? Will he live with you for a long time? Why do you need him? I'm used to it. Lies to itself and lies. He doesn't ask for anything. Still a son. I gave birth to him, some kind of horror. You are both so, negotiate. Will we die? I'm not afraid. In vain you saved me then. Now there would be no problem. I often think about it. Maybe the parents would still be alive. They were on their way to me. I cut my veins. According to science, along, so as not to be saved. Why is everyone so torn apart by me to get rid of something? And this one, too, well-wishers, fucking, pulled out of the other world. Why ask? And so, I also speak, you love this process, to pull out of shit. Don't be embarrassed. Kidding. Nobody needs us. Okay, go ahead. I didn't pull you by the tongue. He showed his curiosity. Now, suffer. What makes you think that I will suffer? Intuition. Now you will begin to try on yourself, calculate the options. What would happen if? There would be nothing. It's written in the family. Karma. I'm evil. You are in pain now, but it made me feel better. Come on, get out of here. Lenka turned away and went, feeling Milka drilling his back with his eyes. He was choking with tears that could not be appeased. As she predicted, the young man began to consider options, how to help. It is not clear where the feeling of guilt came from. If rave. Life cannot be reversed. Impossible. Regardless of the presence of personal guilt, her fate is designed by her own hands. Suppose Lyanka tries to pull Milka out of the clutches of a sinister future. What is the price, and are the positive results real? The trouble is that this is not at all the girl who loved, and fell out of love. From that beautiful child, only the outer shell remained. Hair, lips, eyes, but what's inside is completely different. Time and circumstances have twisted her, tying her innocent body and tender soul into a tight knot that can no longer be untied. Then who needs to be released? Next, what can be done? Give money, support? It makes no sense. You have to monitor around the clock how and when to raise funds. Also, the question is not idle. Quit studying. One clings to the other. Another question, who is he to her? Why donate? The circle is closed. Lyanka ran into the forest, wandered, not noticing the road, and suffered, experiencing real pain for a completely unfamiliar stranger. If it were that Milka, he would have rushed to her aid without hesitation, but it was not her. Lyanka slipped a fake, a doll that calls itself her name. Regardless, this woman hit a nerve. She suffers in no way. And what to do? Having washed himself until dark, swollen with tears and confused, Lyanka returned home. His parents were waiting for him. They did not sit down to supper. The boy snuggled up, as he always did in childhood, to his mother, giving the tears the opportunity to roll without obstacles. What should I do? What should I do? My intellect and baggage of worldly experience are not enough to solve the problem that breaks the heart. Lyanka told his parents the conversation itself, his reasoning and dead-end conclusions. We thought long and hard. We exchanged glances. Mom's eyes filled with tears. Dad took out a bottle of vodka, drank a whole glass, which he never did. I'll tell you what, son. It's not your problem at all. On the same basis, you can blame me, the mother, any of her neighbors. If this happened to you, it would be different. We would tense up and look for a way out. I think they would find it. Because we are responsible for each other. If you, to the detriment of your future, take care of her, make yourself unhappy, and still you won't make Mila happy. The only way you can calm your conscience is to prove that you can help in principle. It doesn't matter to whom. Just do good deeds. If you want, my mother and I can bring Mila food, at least every day, and you will help with funds. Perhaps this will stop the desire to burn life. There is nothing more you can do for her. What do you say, mother? Learn, son. Love, be loved. You must think about your destiny. This is not selfishness. Each of us is personally responsible for ourselves. We want to babysit our grandchildren. And I agree to feed Milka. Pack up and leave until your heart calms down and your conscience calms down. We love you, son. Thanks for the advice. I'll leave in the morning. Here's the money. He worked in a construction team. I wanted to give it to you to keep. There are many. Right when finished. Don't give her vodka. I lost my girlfriend here. Good. In fact, we had nothing to do with her. Only her unobtrusive declaration of love for me. I could not reciprocate, because I had a fiancée, Alina. In any case, I thought so. Lenka was silent for a long time. While I was working in the construction team, she married a teacher. A common story for students. Dream of a beautiful life. Just don't think that I'm chronically unlucky. Perhaps the opposite. I had no idea what this girl was capable of. Perhaps, Dad, I'll have a drink with you too. Maybe he'll let go. Sorry, Milk. It's somehow unfair. Why is there so much trouble for one person? Wouldn't want to be in her place. Everyone has their place in life, son. Your father and I also drank Goryeshka. You told. Not everything, son. Not all. And there is no point in collecting other people's troubles. They tell you their problems in plain text. And that second bride is science for you. From now on, you will be more careful, wiser. Until you fall in love again, think about what caused your girlfriends to jump to the side. In amorous affairs, both are always to blame. You too. I won't baptize, I don't believe, but I give a mother's blessing. You'll see, soon true love will find you. I think it's not for nothing that you learned the truth about Milka. Fate takes care of you. What is your girl's name, that you bewitched? Kate. A mother's heart senses, my daughter-in-law will be called Katenka. What is she? You won't believe it, red-haired. Not beautiful at all, but so cute, just lovely. Good. Only sharp on the tongue. I was also a big-tongued person when I was young. Until she got married. What do you feel for her? Didn't quite get it. Thinking about her makes me feel warm. It is most important. Look for it, son. Melody of Rain Chapter 17. It's easy to say, look for your Katya, if this is the simplest of all. She's not a needle in a haystack. How to look into her eyes? He gave the girl hope, albeit not intentionally, turned her head, courted. What were you thinking about? He took advantage of human weakness, lit a fire of feelings, threw firewood into it and into the bushes. How, there, in Moscow, the bride is waiting. And when he found out that the bride was given to another and would be faithful to him for a century, he remembered an accidental love and a girl whom he deliberately hurt. It remains only to cry on her chest. How and what can be explained to the girl to whom he said in plain text, I'm sorry, I like you, even very much, but the other promised his love, I just spent time with you pleasantly. He acted like the last bastard. But I couldn't help it, I couldn't. It would not be fair to Alina. I'll come to her, lower my head and ask, will you accept it? I'll start explaining that, they say, they fell out of love, offended. What else can be there to enhance the effect, so that you regret it, press it to your heart? They stung, cheated, like a mangy puppy was abandoned. How ridiculous and pitiful I would be in such a case. The dog was kicked and she ran to seek solace on the side. It doesn't matter where, the main thing is to stroke the fur and meow something gentle, soothing. Well, Lyanka, has another unsuccessful romance ended? Milka, Alina, further everywhere? Scared to take the next step? Is it possible to cross out the rest of life because of accidents? If Alina put an end to the relationship so easily and carelessly, then she was not going to lead the line of life until the very intersection with your fate. She even hesitated to mark our relationship with an ellipsis, looked for excuses, spoiled her nerves. Lyanka sat in the hostel and sorted through the fragments of love printed on black and white photographic cards. Only now the young man began to notice some inconsistencies. Alina smiled condescendingly in all the joint pictures. Or patronizing. As if she knew something that Lyanka did not have to guess about. Well, yes, even at the very beginning of their sensual connection, slyness shone in her eyes. Why didn't he notice this before? Yes, he did not see anything at all, except for cute eyes. How could I not believe in the reality of what happened? How fragile is a one-sided human relationship, when one loves and the other plays with feelings. It looks like a prematurely fallen leaf now, still green and fresh in the core, but dry and frayed at the edges. Is it worth keeping these images of illusions in order to occasionally return to a false past, or is it better to set them on fire? Alina asked to give it all to her, but the flame will more reliably hide traces of memory. Probably, it is more honest and correct to part with unfulfilled dreams completely and forever. But a small worm gnaws a secret passage in the heart, where the ghost of failed love could easily crawl through. Or still accomplished, but expired? Is it possible for as long as they caressed and unlived each other, to see and feel a mirage, to be in a constant haze? Is it possible to hold in your hands, to feel the warmth, taste and smell of what was not, and is not, a chimera that you can touch and taste? Isn't that nonsense? There was definitely true love between them, even more, there is still, because it has not gone away, only because it was surrounded by a fence with barbed wire. Perhaps the object to which it is directed has become inaccessible, but has not lost its attractive power. It glows, like in that fallen leaf, the energy of life, which will dry up with time, but not now. There is no need to hasten the fading of feelings, while they give strength to believe that it is not too late to fix everything. Perhaps one of them made a mistake, but is it fatal enough to try to break the invisible spiritual connection by amputation? How and why could the irreparable happen? Yes, Alina just got carried away with a stupid idea, which happens quite often with girls and nothing more. What happy family life can guarantee illusory wealth, comfort that does not even belong to you? She will change her mind. Otherwise, it cannot be. What if right now Alina is sitting at the window, crying, suffering from a sense of irreparable loss? It was impossible to leave for the construction team without her. It's impossible. Marashnikov made a fool of the girl's head, promised who knows what, she, stupid, believed. And he, Lyanka, it turns out, didn't believe him. Wasn't the young man convincing enough in his constancy, in the strength and depth of his feelings? Why should he just give away what is rightfully his? By what right, damn it? Love is not a commodity, not a thing. She cannot belong to anyone. Never and never. This is her right, her personal choice. Alina is free to control her own destiny. If so, the suffering is vain and meaningless. Can anything die a little? Why am I so weak that I cannot part completely? No, Alina does not grieve, she quite casually strokes her tummy, in which a new life is stirring, the cause of which is probably inside her right now. Why should one fairy tale, which turned out to be not at all magical, be remade into another, even more false? And yet, was it all that bad? How to forget the months of boundless happiness, great feelings, fabulous expectations? What do you do when you are in a hurry, and the bus, as luck would have it, leaves right under your nose? You calm your breath and impassively wait for the next one. From the fact that a not very tasty candy turned out to be in a beautiful wrapper, one should not at all conclude that other sweets should not be eaten. Remember, finally, about Katya. Perhaps the girl is suffering too? What if she lives in constant expectation of happiness, which she sees in you? Why I am torn apart by irreconcilable contradictions. Is it really so difficult to choose, Alina or Katya? Decide, finally. Lyanka wandered thoughtfully through the wooded park. It calmed me, gave me the opportunity to think slowly. The leaves that had fallen prematurely displeasedly, angrily hissed underfoot, jumped to the sides. Sometimes new carved plates, rejected by the tree, fell off the still green branches. They planned, circled, as if they were caught in a whirlpool, looking for their place in a rare lace of unsuccessful pilots like them. They could not wait until nature began to distribute colorful carnival costumes. It's not meant to be. Maybe they have a completely different purpose. Autumn has a strange, magical effect on Lyanka. Most of the events in his life, one way or another, fall on September and October, whether it's a great love or a sad separation. Now, after a period of gloomy experiences, melancholy began to attack him again, when even the brightest colors are seen as an absurd daub, and everything around is faded and dull. Lyanka never learned to be a cynic. An incorrigible romantic lives in him, who does not want to believe in the finitude of love. He would gladly plunge into the ocean of madness of love, for this there were all the possibilities. Of course, it turned out that the girls flocked to him like moths to flower nectar. He's normal, they love him. Every now and then someone tried to get acquainted with him, only Lenka was not at all interested in it. Unless Katya often occupies his attention, but he himself pushed her away, so he does not dare to start searching. Alina again. The young man was unbearably ashamed to start a relationship with the perfidious use of a girl as a temporary girlfriend. Lyanka tried to put himself in Katya's place, recalled how he felt when Milka stunned him with the unbearable truth. After all, it was clear that Katya was seriously in love. If he were a real man, he would not allow himself to play the role of a one-time friend. Is it possible to have ordinary friendly relations between a girl and a boy in the most sensitive period of life? How much endurance did he personally need in order not to cross the line beyond which an innocent relationship turns into a violent passion? Lyanka could hardly restrain himself, hugging her on the bank of a cold stream. From time to time, stamina was not enough, the hands, and the body, too, began to vibrate, reaching for the unlawful bulges that stood before the eyes with a transparent, but quite sensitive vision, breathed young elastic generosity, teased and called. What it cost to hold back all night, only he knows. And Katya? Is it molded from a different dough? Surely her dreams were an order of magnitude more colorful, because she fell in love for the first time. Judging by the behavior of the girl, she had no idea what is a continuation of the emotional and sensual freedom that lovers gain by trusting each other. Unless in general terms, in the volume of loves described in the literature, Lyanka hugged a smooth birch trunk, leaned his forehead against it, imagining that it was Katya's stand and her face. Contrary to wishes, it did not become warm and cozy. From somewhere inside he rose up with indignation, at Milka, at Alina, at Katya, at himself. Why are there so many problems around and everywhere? Is it really impossible to fall in love once and for all? Don't people understand that by trying to go down two roads at once, they doom themselves to fruitless wanderings? You can search all you want for the best place where you can build the perfect house, but if you don't start building it, if you don't make an effort, you won't have any home. Lyanka stopped at this thought, stopped wandering in the labyrinth of ideas that had not been thought through to the end. What a family is, and how things should be in it, he knew. The visible ideal is the parents. Although not everything went smoothly for them, they lived a great life and remember it with enthusiasm and pride. If you think about Katya, then only extremely seriously, meaning marital relations. Lyanka is tired of tuning the dried-up piano, which still won't sound right. Time flew. There was no desire to change anything in life. Scary, and why? Alina disappeared from sight, Katya never appeared. Katenka, he himself offended her. It is a very well-known fact that there are not so many blind men, there are more than enough stupid ones. One does not see the obvious, the other notices what is not. If lovers saw reality as it really is, there would not be so many unhappy families. Lyanka could not make up his mind for a long time, but, nevertheless, he found a girl who was engaged in office work in the construction team. In those days, everything had to be documented, so a special person was singled out. Of course, the documents were sent to the archive, but Rita, that was the name of that girl, managed to find and view the student profiles. Katya Smolyakova, student of the Faculty of Philology, Department of the Russian Language, 3rd year. The rest was not so hard to find out. Lyanka was nervous. He could not decide on a meeting. Wild thoughts came to my mind, from embarrassment for showing interest in a girl, not having time to part with the bride, to doubts about the need for a conversation at all, for the simple reason that it was he who did not want to maintain a relationship. It is not known how much this can hit Katya's sensitive ego. One can only guess what emotions the girl experienced when faced with a refusal to continue to communicate. A few days of throwing and thinking only added to the desire to see her. Finally, the meeting took place. Lyanka's face and ears were on fire, his eyes were running around, his breath would break and stop. Now she will certainly say that he was late. Katya, I also. You can't imagine, Lenechka, how I was looking forward to this meeting. I felt, I hoped, I foresaw, I waited. I knew you would find me. See, did it happen? Maybe of course, yes, but how? Darling, dear, did you come to say that you need me? So yes, am I right? I knew. Otherwise, why did we meet? I'm sorry, I won't let you put in a single word. I'm just very worried. You and me? How great, Lenka. Well, why are you silent? Pinch me, let me know it's not a dream. Everything, I'm calm. My hands don't even shake. Here, look. Let me touch you, can I? Lyanka. My Lenka. Katya, confused and distrustful, looked into his eyes, asking with a nod of her head and expression on her face. Mine, of course mine. Yes, say something. I found you, I see. I'm not blind, Lenechka. Why were you looking for me, my dear? To say that I need you, that I really want to see you. Watch as much as you want. Here, everywhere. I'm ready to show you everything. Do you love me? Sorry, stupid question. After all, you have a fiancé. The bride is no more. She marries her teacher. Alina is pregnant from him. How wonderful it is. I'm so happy. I mean, I get that you're in pain and all, but that means she never loved you. Do not worry. We will also have children. It is possible even now. What now? This is. Well, yes. God, I'm stupid. Completely unraveled. We haven't even hugged yet. But that's not entirely true, Lenya. I've done everything with you 1,000 times. And kissed, and... Don't laugh. I knew that you love me. After all, you love it, don't you? Don't rush me, Katya. I can't change so quickly. Let's start by just talking. We go to the cinema, to an ice cream parlor. Can I go dancing? Okay, let's go dancing tonight. What are your plans for tomorrow? Almost none. I want to invite you to go to my parents. It's not far, in the near suburbs of Moscow. They will be very happy. They know about you. Parents? Yes, it's good, it's great. Parents. And what will you tell them? How will you introduce me? How would you like it? Of course, I wanted to. An acquaintance, girlfriend, beloved? Maybe a bride? Katya, do you really want this? I don't know, now I don't know anything. My head is spinning. I would drink coffee right now. And cake. Big cake, whole. And sleep. How do you want to sleep? The eyes are closed. Come on, I'll take you to the hostel. Let's. No, I myself. May I be alone? Until the evening, but I don't know where you live. Do not, you know. Of course, you are right. See. Just don't touch me or my heart will break. Now I'm crying. Yes, what about me? Hug me, please. Like a girlfriend. Gently, gently. I close my eyes, stand still, calm down. You're shaking all over, probably cold. And I, on the contrary, sweated. It's hot today. Shut up, Lenka. Hug and stand. Hot what? Heart is beating. Or is it mine? Well, yes, that's right, these are two hearts. I knew everything. Are you really going to tell your mom that I'm the bride? I'll tell you, you don't know if you love or not, but you will call her a bride? And then you take it and change your mind, like Alina? I won't change my mind. I'm afraid to throw words. Do you have a knife? With myself? Of course not. Let's go by. Right now. Why? We will take an oath, a vow, and we will seal it with blood. Katya, you have read books. You don't believe me. What are you afraid of? We won't wait tomorrow. We're going to visit our parents right now. With them, I swear to love only you alone. And so as not to doubt, go to the registry office, right now. Do you know why I don't believe it's really you and me? And what? We will have a real wedding. A veil, a white dress, guests, cries of, bitter, everything will be fine, maybe not all, can I think? What if I say that I already have a fiancé? I'll shoot him, God. That doesn't happen. So you're gonna kiss me for real? On the lips? I can on the lips. You can, but you don't want to. No, Lyanka, I will not marry you. It seems like I'm asking for it, but you didn't even persuade me. He did not kneel, did not ask for a hand, did not offer his heart. I'll offer it. When, Lenka? I'll offer it right now. Marry me, did you hear yourself, now? Not a word about love. You talk a lot about love yourself, but I'm worried, nervous. Are we going to apply or not? Your last word. Let's go. If you say you love me and you will beg, on your knees, it's your business. No, it's not. Not yet a bride, but already you begin to share power. Then it will be too late. So I would say that you love. I told you. And you, Katenka, my red-haired Katyanochek, do you agree to love me all your life? And you me? That's it. I persuaded you. Let's go buy a knife. We will cut. We will. My love, let's go. Can I kiss now, without an oath? What if you cheat? You have to believe it. I can't do it without an oath. Katya, do not fool your head. Can you kiss? Otto, I wonder where you learned. Trained on cats. Let's check now. Here's another. Lion, you are not deceiving me. Are we really going to visit our parents? Understood. Get ready. Let's go right now. We can still kiss. Yeah, you already did, but I never tried. Katyana, you decide already. Whatever I say, it's not true. And after all, not a wife yet, but what will happen next? We will have love for you, Lenechka. The most real. Pay no attention, I'm not serious. I'm just scared that you'll laugh and say now, I was joking. Who plays with feelings? What about your fiancé? They joke, and even to tears. I understand that you are not like that, it's still scary. Katyana, you are a child at all. Are you getting married early? I can handle. You know, I can cook. I'll learn the rest. Don't doubt me. Go. What about hair, hair wash, makeup, clothes? Do you offer parents a ceremonial option to present? No, let them see what I really am. Are you in love with me without makeup? Who told you that you fell in love? So, I see. I saw. Don't you mind that yesterday I loved one, and today a completely different one? Not. You didn't lie to her, did you? You know, Lenya, I was relieved a little, the jitters seem to pass, my head falls back into place. Don't be offended by my stupid jokes. It's from confusion. Although I was waiting for a meeting with you, I hoped for it, but still everything happened too unexpectedly. We're going to your parents, even though we're going now. But I'm not a bride. They will also think that she is a hunter for a residence permit. Girlfriend. We're just getting to know each other. We still have a lot to talk about, to get to know each other. Let's not rush. And about love, I see that you are reluctant to talk about it, because you are not sure, but you don't want to lie. I'm lost in my loves. Now I don't even know for sure whether they were or were not. There was passion, there was also a desire to love. Most likely, I took the expectation of a fairy tale, fantasy for the miracle itself. You know, Katya, maybe I'm wrong. I just met you, I didn't even hold your hand, but I already came up with this. Just don't laugh. While we were talking, I already kissed, and celebrated the wedding, and cut the kids. You won't believe it, Lenya, the same thing happens to me. We must be abnormal. I even managed to hang the curtains in our future room, can you imagine?